हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग इंटरव्यू में, जहां पे मेरे साथ जुड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के आइजिल हिमसेल्फ मोक्ष हमारे साथ जुड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। मोक्ष, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सबसे पहले तो कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, डायरेक्टली आप राउंड 1 से सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में पहुंच गए। पर जब आप realme BMPS 2025 खेलने के लिए आए थे, डे 1 जब था, तो क्या लगा था ऐसा सच में कि टॉप 8 में आएंगे और सीधे सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1?
हमारा ऐसा कुछ मतलब कि हमारा एम यही था कि हमको टॉप एट इन करना है, क्योंकि टॉप एट बहुत डायरेक्ट एडवांटेज है डायरेक्ट क्वालिफाई करने का। राउंड राउंड 3 नहीं खेलना पड़ेगा,
जी
डायरेक्ट क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगे हम। तो वही था कि हमको कैसे भी करके D1 में मोमेंटम क्रिएट करना है और आगे वही कंटिन्यू करना है।
जी। मोक्ष, जब हम BMPS 2024 की बात करते हैं, वहां पे आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स खेलने के लिए आए। वहां पे भले प्रदर्शन उतना ज्यादा बेहतर नहीं था कि आप लोग पोडियम पे आ पाओ। उसके बाद BGIS आया 2025 का, वहां पे आप लोग सेमीफाइनल्स तक पहुंचे। उसके बाद हमने देखा टीम्स के अंदर बदलाव भी बहुत सारे फ्रीक्वेंटली हुए। तो क्या ऐसी वजह ही थी जो आपने ये बदलाव किए, और आपको कितना लगता है कि अब आपके पास वो परफेक्ट टीम है जिसकी आपको रिक्वायरमेंट थी?
आई थिंक चेंजेस के ऊपर तो मैं कुछ नहीं बोल सकता, वो मेरे हाथ में नहीं रहता है, वो प्लेयर्स का भी डिसीजन रहता है।
ओके।
तो उनको जाना था तो वो चले गए। बाकी हमारी टीम में दो नए प्लेयर आए हैं, निंजो और सर्वित। तो लाइक उनके साथ हमारा बहुत अच्छा भी चल रहा है, बहुत अच्छा सिनर्जी हो गया है कम टाइम में। बहुत अच्छा एकदम प्ले स्टाइल जो हमारा है वो मैच कर रहे हैं, तो उसके कारण अभी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस आ रहा है फिलहाल तो।
पर आप आईजीएल ने अपनी टीम के, तो आपने तो अपना निर्णय दिया होगा ना कि कौन से प्लेयर्स को लेकर के आना है, और आप ही तो स्ट्रैटेजीज बनाते हैं, तो उसके राउंड कैसे बेटर गेम प्ले आ सकता है?
हाँ, मतलब कि जब हमने ट्रायल्स लिए थे तो हमको एक लाइक ऐसा बंदा चाहिए था जो एक्सपीरियंस हो, बहुत
जी।
फिल्टर कर सके मुझे, जो
हम्म।
हमारी टीम को अच्छे से गाइडेंस दे सके। वो सर्विस था और हमको एक एंट्री फिगर चाहिए था अच्छा।
हम्म।
तो हमको निंजू का जो गन पावर है बहुत अच्छा लगा, तो हमने सोचा कि हम उसकी गन पावर को यूटिलाइज करेंगे अच्छे से, और तो हमने निंजू और सर्विस को लिया।
जी बिल्कुल। पर मोक्ष, एक कटाक्ष हमेशा कहा जाता है कि जब हैदराबाद में लैन इवेंट हुआ तो वहां पे हैदराबाद हाइड्रास क्वालिफाई करके नहीं गए। उसके बाद से अब तो खैर काफी टूर्नामेंट हो गए, बट कहीं वो चुभता है आपको अभी भी कि यार हैदराबाद में टूर्नामेंट था तो हैदराबाद हाइड्रास को क्वालिफाई होना चाहिए था?
लाइक वो बहुत काइंड ऑफ बीजीआई से इम्पोर्टेंट इवेंट रहता है, तो लाइक बहुत ऐसा लगता था कि हमें वो लैन खेलना चाहिए था, हैदराबाद में ही है, हैदराबाद के लोग सपोर्ट करेंगे।
जी।
पर अब कुछ नहीं, वो पास्ट में है, अब हमने एक्सपीरियंस लिया है अभी। तो अभी आगे वही कंटिन्यू करते हैं और अच्छे से खेलेंगे, ट्राई करेंगे जो पास्ट में हुआ है वो आगे ना हो अभी।
बिल्कुल। और ऐसे में अब जब सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 आ चुका है, आप ये देखिए ना कि आपने राउंड 1 खेला, उसके बाद इतना बड़ा गैप था, और अब आप सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 खेलने के लिए आएंगे, तो आप इसको एडवांटेज की तरह देखते हैं कि आपने बाकी की सारी टीम्स का जो गेम प्ले है वो रीड कर लिया और आप बेटर स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ आएंगे, या आपको लगता है कि आपके लिए एक डिसएडवांटेज है कि इतने दिन तक आप लोग वो जो मेजर कॉम्पिटिशन, मेजर हीट, मेजर प्रेशर है उससे आप दूर रहे, तो अब वापसी आपको करनी है? तो आप किस प्रकार से देखते हैं इसको?
आई थिंक ये हमारे लिए एडवांटेज ही है, क्योंकि एक तो हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट करेगा, हम डायरेक्ट सेमीफाइनल में क्वालिफाई हुए हैं करके,
जी।
और जितने भी मैचेस थे सब हमने अच्छे से देखे हैं टीम के साथ बैठ के आराम से, और देखा है कि टीम्स कैसे खेल रही है, उनका प्ले स्टाइल कैसा है। तो ज़्यादा अच्छे से स्टडी कर पाए हम उन्हें,
जी।
और वही हमें थोड़ा एडवांटेज मिलेगा कि हम बेटर अंडरस्टैंड कर पाएंगे लॉबी को।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। बट अभी जैसे आपने बोला आपने सारे मैचेस देखे, कोई एक दो टीम जो आपको लगता है कि नहीं यार ये टीम है जो कड़ा चैलेंज देगी हैदराबाद हाइड्रास को?
नॉन एक्स अच्छा खेल रही है, और आई थिंक गॉडल भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है,
जी
तो गॉडल दे सकती है।
बिल्कुल। पर ड्रॉप क्लैशेस के बारे में एक बार फिर से आपसे थोड़ा सा समझना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि जितना आकलन बाहर से हम लोगों ने लगाया, हमें ऐसा लगा कि हैदराबाद हाइड्रास ने जब रियलमी BJS 2025 में इतने सारे ड्रॉप क्लैशेस लिए थे, वो भी एक कारण था कि आप उतना आगे तक नहीं पहुंच पाए। इस बार की प्लानिंग क्या है? इस बार अगर ड्रॉप क्लैश होगा तो बदले की भावना से खेलेंगे या बदलाव की भावना से?
लाइक जो हमारा बीजीएस में ड्रॉप क्लैश हुआ था, हम डायरेक्ट गन फाइट नहीं लेते थे, हम
हम्म।
आराम से स्ट्रेटेजी वाइज दोनों टीम खेलती थी। तो वही है, वहाँ पे स्ट्रेटेजी हम अच्छा नहीं कर पाए, एंड के डेज में हम थोड़ा प्रेशर में आ गए। तो बाकी अभी ड्रॉप फाइट तो लेंगे, कोई आए पिकाडो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेंगे हम जरूर, पर थोड़ा स्ट्रेटेजी पे वर्क करेंगे, और
जी।
जो भी टीम आएगी उनको टैकल करेंगे हम।
मतलब मोश का कहना साफ है कि पिकाडो हमारा है, और अगर आप पिकाडो आएंगे तो हम वेलकम टू पिकाडो करेंगे, पर हम कहीं नहीं जाएंगे।
हाँ।
चलिए, ये भी एक काफी बढ़िया स्टेटमेंट है जो आपने दे दी है। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 के लिए, एंड आई रियली होप कि आप भी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचे और लैन इवेंट पे आपसे मुलाकात हो। बट टिल देन, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द मैचेस।
बाय बाय।
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और बहुत ही ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग इंटरव्यू में। और हमारे साथ जुड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे एक बहुत ही ज्यादा स्पाइसी से स्वीट से इंसान जो कि है वाइल्ड फैंक्स के आइजल हिमसेल्फ सेंसे ओजी। सेंसे, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में आप बहुत पहले ही पहुंच चुके हैं। आप ये बताइए, जो बीच में राउंड 2 चला, राउंड 3 चला, उसके ऊपर आपकी भी नजरें थी, आप देख रहे थे टीम की स्ट्रैटेजी और रोटेशंस?
जी हाँ, मैं पूरे तरीके से देख रहा था और मैंने देखा कि हमें उतना इस जोन में उतने प्रैक्टिस नहीं मिलेगी, तो बेटर है कि जितने भी बाकी टीम्स जो अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है उन पे नजर रखूं। एंड मैंने देखा कि गॉड लाइन कितना अच्छा परफॉर्म करी। साथ में कुछ टीम्स और थी, उनके नए स्ट्रेटेजीज थी, वो भी हम अपने गेम में थोड़ा बहुत इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे। तो
जी।
हाँ, मैंने पूरा देखा एंड काफी मजा आया और बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। और मैंने मिस मिस जरूर करा कि अगर मैं रहता राउंड 3 में तो थोड़ा और प्रैक्टिस हो जाती,
जी।
लेकिन कोई बात नहीं।
बट सेंसे, अभी के लिए एक ड्रीमी रन आपका चल रहा है। एक बहुत अरसा हो गया था और सब वेट कर रहे थे सेंसे के कमबैक की, और कब वाइल्ड फैंक्स नाम की ये टीम कमबैक करती हुई नजर आएगी। अभी के लिए जिस प्रकार से सारे प्लेयर्स आपको देखने को मिल रहे हैं, आपको लगता है वो ड्रीम टीम, वो परफेक्ट टीम अब मिल चुकी है सेंसे को?
पहली बात तो एक वर्ड बैन है मेरी लाइफ से, वो है ड्रीम टीम। तो ये
जी।
वर्ड अब ना बोले, लेकिन ड्रीम टीम नहीं, लेकिन मुझे लगा कि फाइनली मुझे ऐसे बंदे मिल गए जैसे मुझे चाहिए थे।
जी।
और बहुत समझते हैं मुझे, जानते हैं मुझे कि मैं कब मजाक कर रहा हूँ, कब सीरियस हूँ, और
जी।
गेम को लेकर जो भी हमारी बातें रहती है वो काफी अलग रहती है रियल लाइफ से। तो खुश हूँ इस टीम से काफी, और नजर ना लगे किसी की।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल, मैं उम्मीद करूंगा नजर ना लगे और आपकी टीम इस बार जरूर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचती हुई नजर आए। बट सेंसे, अगर इसके अलावा हम बात करें टीम की जो प्लेइंग फोर है, फियर्स का इंक्लूजन बहुत सरप्राइजिंग था पूरी कम्युनिटी के लिए। उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, और बताइए कि फियर्स के आने के बाद से आपको किस प्रकार से टीम और भी ज्यादा स्ट्रांग लग रही है। क्या ऐसी चीजें थी जो अनुज 2 ओपी थे तब उतना बेहतर नहीं हो पा रही थी, और फियर्स और बेहतर करके जा रहे हैं?
फेस का एडिशन सिर्फ सेमीफाइनल तक है। जब उसे फाइनल तक की होप मिल जाएगी कि मैं फाइनल खेल सकता हूँ, तो फिर मैं उसके साथ वही करूंगा जो उसने मेरे साथ करा था, उसे टीम से निकाल दूंगा। लेकिन बात करें जाए सीरियसली तो
जी।
देखो, मेरा ऐसा था कि मैं अनुज के साथ खेल रहा था एंड सब कुछ सही जा रहा था। लेकिन आपको पता है, जैसे हमारे साथ स्काउट थे एंड काफी एक्सपीरियंस कैरी करते थे, बाकी जो प्लेयर थे वो उनका रोल फिट इन नहीं कर पा रहे थे क्योंकि थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस की जरूरत थी हमारी टीम को।
जी।
तो एक दिन मुझे रात को फियर्स का कॉल आता है कि सेंस से मुझे टीम चाहिए एंड मुझे कोई टीम मिल नहीं रही है, तो क्या करा जाए। तो
हम्म।
फिर मैंने सोचा कि यार चलो जो भी है, गेम के अंदर प्रोफेशनलिज्म मेंटेन करता हूँ, और मैंने ले लिया। एंड उसके साथ जब हमने खेला, पहले तो हमारे ऐसा कुछ प्लान नहीं था कि उसके साथ खेलना है या कुछ ऐसा था कि फिफ्थ प्लेयर है, किसी की तबीयत वगैरह खराब हो जाए तब उसे खिलाएंगे।
हम्म।
लेकिन एक दिन मेरी तबीयत खराब हो गई एंड वो खेला टीम के साथ, और मैं मैचेस देख रहा था बैठ के सारे। जब मैंने मैचेस देखा तो ऐसे लग नहीं रहा था ये प्लेयर हमारे साथ पहली बार खेल रहा है, क्योंकि
जी।
सैफ, ट्रेस गॉड और उसके साथ वो पहले कभी नहीं खेला हुआ।
हम्म।
एंड वो सिनर्जी वगैरह देख के, वो जो उसकी कॉल्स थी, एंड जो टीम में एक मिसिंग पार्ट था, वो आई गेस उसने एक ही दिन में हमें ऐसा फील करवाया कि ये बंदा कंप्लीट कर सकता है। एंड मेरी बात हुई कोच से एंड मेरे खुद की, तो जब कोच ने भी बोला कि हाँ मुझे भी ऐसे लगता है, मैंने भी ऐसे ही बोला, एंड बाकी जो प्लेयर्स थे उन्होंने भी ऐसे बोला, हमें भी ऐसा फील हो रहा है, तो फिर हमने सोचा क्यों ना फियर्स को खिलाया जाए।
जी।
एंड अब तक तो सही जा रहा है।
जी हाँ, और अभी आप देख सकते हैं ट्रेस गॉड फियर्स की एक अलग जोड़ी हमें देखने को मिल रही है। सैफ बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया प्रदर्शन दिखाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। बट सेंसे, मैं अभी दीपक नेगी से समझना चाहूंगा कि ये जो रियलमी बीएमपीएस 2025 है, ये क्या मीन करता है आपको? क्योंकि बहुत अरसा था, जैसे हमने बोला, रिडेम्पशन टूर्नामेंट, और हर एक टूर्नामेंट में हम देख रहे थे कभी अर्ली एलिमिनेशन हो रहा है, कभी चीजें लेफ्ट राइट हो रही हैं। अभी की जो टीम है, ये काफी ज्यादा बैलेंस देखने को मिल रही है। तो अब ये जो ट्रॉफी है, ये जो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है, लैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचना है, ये कितना मीन करता है दीपक नेगी को?
आई थिंक सब चीज से ज्यादा मीन यही सब करता है, ये जो ट्रॉफी वगैरह है जीतना। क्योंकि मैं शायद इसलिए अब तक ई स्पोर्ट्स खेल रहा हूँ, और
जी।
जो लोग मुझे बोलते हैं कि कंटेंट बना, कंटेंट क्रिएशन में जा, मैं इसलिए नहीं जा रहा हूँ क्योंकि एक मैं चाहता हूँ एक मैं ट्रॉफी जीतूं। एंड
जी।
जो इतने टाइम से मुझे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, जो मुझे एकदम स्टार्टिंग से सपोर्ट करते हैं, वो सपोर्टर्स आज कोई डॉक्टर बन गया है, कोई जॉब जाता है, बोलते हैं कि आज हम मैचेस नहीं देख पाते, लेकिन हमें चाहिए कि एक बार तू जीते, एक बार
जी।
ऑफिशियल जीत जाए। तो मुझे उन लोगों के लिए करना है जो आज भी अपनी लाइफ में किसी और मोड पे चले गए हैं और लाइफ में बिजी हैं, लेकिन स्टिल उन्हें चाहिए कि मैं जीत जाऊं। एंड जो रोहित भाई हैं, मेरे भाई हैं, उनके लिए मैं चाहता हूँ जीतूं, और आप सभी के लिए, आप काशर भाई के लिए भी जीतो, ताकि आप ये बोलो हमें से भी कोई एक ट्रॉफी जीता है, एंड इस चीज को आप फ्लेक्स कर सको। तो बस
जी।
मीन तो बहुत करता है, लेकिन पूरे हम्बल तरीके से मैं बोलूंगा हम मेहनत कर रहे हैं,
जी।
और रिजल्ट रिजल्ट जो भी रहेगा हम उसके लिए खड़े हैं, और जैसे भी रहेगा हम एक्सेप्ट करेंगे।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल सेंसे, और अभी तक की जर्नी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया रही है। एंड आई रियली होप कि सच में आपकी टीम वो बहुत ज्यादा उम्दा खेल करके जाए, और जो भी ड्रीम्स आपने देखे हैं, जिन सभी के लिए देखे हैं, वो सारी ड्रीम्स आपके पूरे हों। बट मैं आपसे ये जरूर समझना चाहूंगा कि अब जब सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 आ रहा है, कुछ रणनीति में बदलाव, या फिर वही फियरलेस अप्रोच अब सेंसे आगे भी अपनाने वाले हैं?
फियरलेस तो नहीं, गेम के बीच में काफी ऐसा होता है कि करे ना करे, करे ना करे, लेकिन मेरा यही है कि जो हम मैचेस, हमने बहुत सारे हमारे चिकन डिनर थे, आपने देखा होगा, हमने आई गेस 1 या 2 चिकन लिए थे एंड हम अकेले टीम थे जिसके फिनिश पॉइंट काफी ज्यादा थे, लेकिन अगर आप ध्यान करोगे पोजीशन पॉइंट पे चिकन पे हमारे थे ही नहीं, काफी कम थे। तो हमारे वही है कि हमारे मैचेस काफी थ्रो हो जाते हैं जब एंड में जाते हैं, हम सारे प्लेयर ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हो जाते हैं, सब सोलो प्लेयर हैं तो सब सोलो सोलो खेलने लग जाते हैं, उस चक्कर में काफी बेटी हो जाती है हमें, मतलब मैच खत्म होते होते। तो उसी पे फोकस है हमारा कि एक एज अ यूनिट खेले लास्ट सर्कल में भी, भले ही कहीं पे थर्ड पार्टी करनी हो या जोन लेना हो, तो एज अ यूनिट खेले, हमारा वही रहेगा अप्रोच।
बिल्कुल सेंसे, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द सेमीफाइनल्स।
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी, और बाकी जितने भी टीम्स खेल रही है उनके लिए बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
Alright team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job. Defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ?
अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन।
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now।
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
As the summer heat rises, ladies and gentlemen, so does the heat in the battleground itself. And it seems like we are almost at the mark where we are going to see our next champions forge. Welcome to another exciting day of the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny John Manecro alongside with me, and it's finally here. Semi-finals is upon us.
I'm super excited. Now it feels like the competition is finally at its peak, and we've got the top 8 teams from the round one once again joining alongside. We've got so many massive names like TWOB, Learn from Past, and of course the names just keep on racking up with, of course, K9 even included in that.
Yeah.
And K9, what else do you want to speak about this name? Every single time, whenever I see this name pop up on the screen, I'm a huge fan of the boys, especially Ninja Boy, Beast, Slug. These guys have been proving themselves time and time. But unfortunately, in the previous LAN finale, they missed it out. Maybe this time is going to be the charm.
I mean, and that has been the case for a lot of these teams where they were able to qualify for the LAN finals, but unfortunately, the performance failed to hit its mark. But this time, this realme BMPS, it feels like it's going to be a little bit different for a lot of them. And of course, while we focus on the names that have made their way through round one directly, they're going to be playing after a break. It's going to be interesting to see how they match up against the teams that have gone through their journey from round 2 to round 3 and now play the semifinals.
It's quite a solid point that you brought up, right? Specifically, the teams that dominated the previous rounds have not been able to perform in the upcoming rounds. And I guess prime example of that has to be Ape City. Yeah. They dominated the round 2 and the round 3. They're just not able to qualify anymore. The same thing can be said for Myth as well. Dominated the initial round, not seen over here anymore. Vasista Esports too dominated the initial rounds, not seen over here as well. So this pattern is repeating constantly, and if it happens to these teams as well, there's a big chance we might just not see them qualify.
Might just be a little bit of an insight for the teams that actually did well in round 3 before showing up for the semifinals. I guess Volcano Esports, they got to be careful now.
Yeah, they got to be really careful, including 8-Bit too. But you know what, genuinely speaking of 8-Bit, I just love the way they've been taking over the zones and just love the way they've been taking space control. It's so good.
It is definitely quite good, but talking about other things, we have been discussing how a few teams directly made it to the semifinals. For the viewers that are tuning in just now, because they wanted to watch their favorite teams, if they wanted to make it to the if they would make it to the semis or not. Well, yeah, they are. Now you get an opportunity, and we are going to give you a little bit of a refresher on how the format of this tournament functioned and is going to function from here on out. I think semifinals is the easiest stage for us to describe, though.
Yeah, I guess. And the best part is no one really gets eliminated from the week one itself, right? So they directly move on towards the week 2. If you do fumble up the ball in the week 1, you've got another shot. So you pretty much can't bring yourself back to life.
Option is there. You have a safety line. You have a lifeline left with you. But apart from that, I think it is definitely a little bit beneficial if you qualify within the top 8 itself, because then you have time to study. But ladies and gentlemen, here's the format. We started off our journey with 96 teams taking part in round 1 itself. And round 1 was very interesting because for the first time you had an opportunity to directly make it to the semifinals.
Pretty much the top 8 teams directly moved on towards the semifinals. 9 to 16 moved on towards the round 3, which happened a couple of days ago. And then, of course, we know these teams played 12 matches in the round 1, and of course the top 16 was extremely important, but just needed to avoid to be in the bottom 16 as well. The moment you find yourself in the bottom 16, you will be eliminated.
Exactly. That was the difference maker for round 1, that as long as you were away from that bottom 16, you would survive. And of course, we had a few heartbreaks in round 1 itself, but then we move on to round 2. That was interesting. Before that, a group draw happened. A group draw happened yesterday as well. We hope everyone tuned in and is aware which groups their favorite teams are a part of. But as we said, round 2 was played between the teams that, well, basically everyone that did not finish in the top 16 or the bottom 16. That was round 2. From there, we move on to round 3, where we had the 9 to 16 place teams, as you mentioned, join us back into the tournament for the second time.
Yeah, pretty much. Once again, these teams were over there. In total, 48 teams duked it out inside of the round 3, and these teams were divided into 3 groups. And of course, these groups were duking it out against each other for the span of 6 games every single day. And after the 2 days, we did see that reshuffle hit too. And 24 teams in the end from the overall standings were eliminated, which were at the bottom, which is of course quite unfortunate, but the top 24 directly secured a slot towards the semifinals week 1.
Exactly. I think 2 of the most brutal cullings that happened apart from round 1. Round 1 was still fairly easy to get through, but round 2 and round 3 were absolutely brutal and cutthroat upon everyone. But as we make our way towards the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen, 4 groups, 32 teams divided into 4 groups, and of course 24 total matches. This is where things get extremely intense because the top 8 from semifinals week 1 get a direct slot into the grand finals.
And who doesn't want to be in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen?
Baby.
That's what you're fighting for, because in the end, you will also have a shot at the trophy and also have a shot at getting that humongous prize pool.
Exactly.
Of course, you move on towards the week 2, and pretty much the same thing repeats itself. We've got 24 teams in the week 2, and once again, the top 8 directly moves on towards the grand finals. But as I mentioned, all of this for what? A shot at that trophy and the prize money.
Exactly. You talk about the prize money. By the way, our lovely viewers have been contributing to the prize pool itself, because when we see the prize pool on our screens, we still see 2 crore plus Necro, but you and I both know it's gone up.
Yeah, exactly. It's gone up a little bit. We are not supposed to disclose it yet, but we'll let you guys know in the future the moment grand finals hits. But for now, this is the structure in front of your screen. The champions, at least as of now, will be getting 75 lakhs. And as you guys know, there's also Discovery Island inside of the game available. The more you contribute, the more prize pool keeps on increasing.
Exactly. As you said, we can't disclose this, but if you go into the Discovery Island, you can check how much of the milestone has been achieved. And of course, play your classic matches, because that is all you got to do to get yourself those skins and make a contribution to the prize pool of the realme BMPS. Point structure. Now, this is the thing that we are used to the most. This never changes, or at least hasn't changed in the last year.
Yeah, pretty much the default stuff, right? I mean, you pretty much get 1 point per finish that you gather inside of the game. And Metal Esports try to do the same thing. Unfortunately, they're not over here inside of the game anymore. So that just proves a point, right? Pointless aggression is not something that's going to reward you every single time. You need to have a bit of those tactics as well inside of you playing for. And hopefully Metal Esports, when they're back in the future tournaments, we might just see that. But back towards the pattern that I was speaking of, right? Teams dominating the previous round, instantly getting eliminated in the next one. H4K has to be a prime example of that as well. H4K was just dominating through the competition, steamrolling through, and then something just hit them like a truck in the round 3.
Again, I mean, we had hopes just like the finals or the semifinals, in fact, from the realme BGIS. Our hopes were in a similar manner. We thought this team was going to go all the way, but yeah, this time was different. But we have to talk about the pleasant surprises. Los Hermanos, we just saw their name in Group A. Now, that is an interesting name that has made their way all the way towards the semis, along with Shockwave in Group B, by the way.
Yeah, barely made their mark, right? Los Hermanos. And Shockwave this time actually did surprise the squad a bit.
Yeah.
Shockwave did pretty good for themselves. Team Aryan was the one struggling. It all came down to that final game, and Team Aryan, luckily enough, just managed to squeeze themselves inside of the semifinals. You move on towards Group C, you've got a few more names like OG, Eggy, 2OP Official. How can you forget that performance from AimHacks? 9 finishes on the board. That's the main reason why 2OP is over here.
Man, and Troy the Million Esports as well is going to be another interesting name to talk about. Because round 1 was a heart attack and a half, man. We thought Troy the Million Esports was going to get kicked out.
And that's the funny part, right? The teams that did not do good in the initial stages, they somehow qualified.
Exactly.
Right, and the teams that were doing good did not qualify. So that's why it's just fiddling with my mind a lot. And now I also think there's going to be a bit of a sword on top of the necks, the teams that directly qualified towards the semifinals.
See, well, that is true, but we still got to be grateful for a few returning names, right? With a lot of big names getting kicked out, and with what happened in the realme BGIS 2025,
yes, sir.
I'm just grateful God's reign survived.
I know, right? God's reign, unfortunately, last time we're not able to make it to the LAN Finals, but this time they're at least a step closer.
Yeah.
Not exactly yet towards the LAN Finals, but looking at the reign of form they've been having so far, it definitely does seem like God's reign can be a fierce contender to be there in the LAN Finals, too.
I mean, they can be a fierce contender, but the question is the journey through the semifinals, will it be a smooth sail journey, or are they going to face any troubles? That might give us an inkling of how the finals are going to go. But ladies and gentlemen, here's something exciting for you. It's the Realme GT7. It's out and available on Amazon. We've been screaming about it for the last few days now, and it's an amazing device. Necro has tested and issued an open challenge to anyone who gets it. Realme GT7, they can 1v1 him anytime, anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I never said that with my own mouth, but it seems like now people are just putting words in my mouth. But you know what? I'm completely fine with that. I would love to 1v1 you guys if you guys are good at the game as much as I am. But back towards the conversation once again, right? We have been speaking a lot about these known names. Now let's talk about the teams that barely scraped through, or that were on the verge of barely scraping through, right? Volcano Esports 2 has to be a prime example of this. Volcano Esports is the only team that's been consistent since the round 1. They dominated round 1, did pretty good in the round 2 as well. But then in round 3, we did see those struggles. Aryan was the man who saved the day for Volcano Esports, and now that's the main reason why they're over here.
I'll just add one more name to this list, NON. NON has been in a surprisingly good form this time around, which was not expected. NON, the last few tournaments we saw them in, this team was a middle-of-the-pack team. Like, you would think that they could make it to the finals, but somewhere deep down you knew that it was going to be a massive, massive struggle. But this time around, things are feeling very different, Necro.
Of course, yeah. And speak of feeling, even another team that's been feeling extremely refined, it's also learned from past, right? 4 players completely scattered, somehow gathered together, and now it seems like a super team. You've got Silo P, in the past used to be a part of Wingard Esports, and Wingard have always failed to make a mark, but now this learned from past, it seems like they are definitely putting a lot of nails in the coffin.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how Learn from Past are going to perform in the semifinals, because this team made it into the semis direct.
Yeah.
And their journey in round 1, it started off on a slow note, but man, oh man, they picked up pace in a very, very insane fashion. And here are the stats for the team. Average stats of every single game that they played, 6.9 finishes per game.
That's pretty solid, right, from a team like Learn from Past. Once again, it's one of those teams that does not really have a lot of experience, but still they're doing so good in the competition. That's pretty fun.
Just a small modification to that sentence. They do not have a lot of current experience. These players have been there in the circuit for a while, but I think I feel like they were on a break for the last event. They weren't really... Were they present during the real?
They were. Wingard Esports was there. Silo PAF was a part of Wingard Esports.
Dope wasn't there. Sahil was there. I mean, all of these players we have seen in the past, but as you mentioned, first of all, this team is coming new for the first time.
Yeah.
They're coming together for the first time. Plus, Dope, I think, wasn't there. Honey, maybe we remember him, but Ash wasn't there for sure, along with Arman.
Yeah, of course. Arman as well. He was sort of missing.
Yeah.
Arman was missing, actually, in BGIS, I'm pretty sure, because he used to be a part of a completely different team.
Yeah,
Later
yeah.
on, Arman got dropped out, so Arman was missing. But Sahil was there. He was a part of the banner. Even Dope was a part of the banner. I remember his team's name was literally Dope itself, so Dope was pretty much representing his own banner.
Wasn't that last year, though?
Yeah, it was.
It was, right? It was. So, again, I think a 3-4 month break, and they're returning. And after a 3-4 month break, all of them came together.
Hey, you know, some of those motivational stories that say just go completely offline, do not show what your progress looks like, and just hit them like a truck, directly come back, make a massive comeback over here. And that's what Learn from Past have done.
Yeah, that's what going dark is all about, right? Keeping your head down, putting in the work, paying your dues, grinding, and of course, then making a comeback. And of course, I mean, this was a nice little rubber band effect that we are seeing from Learn from Past, to be honest, because they pulled back and now they are hitting extremely hard. But ladies and gentlemen, how hard is the strike today on these matches going to be from them? We have the schedule on our screens. Group A, B playing the first Erangel. Then we have Group A and C going on Miramar and Sanhok. Then there's a switch up. Group B and C playing Erangel. B and D playing Miramar. And the last game of the day, once again, will be on the map of Erangel.
Exactly. Now we've got Group A and B on the screen. The playing group, of course, Learn from Past, 8-Bit, Do or Die, Los Hermanos, Wildfangs. These names have been dominating over and over again.
Yeah.
Now you speak of Group B, you've also got True Rippers, PO7S. Recently, they have been looking great. Inferno Rising as well. This name has been doing a lot of stuff as well. I would love to see what Inferno Rising does, specifically against the teams that have moved in directly from the round 1.
But I think you would also find it funny that the start of the journey for Inferno Rising, in round 1 I'm talking about, was not that great, man.
That's
and
what I'm
that had
saying.
us concerned.
That's what I'm saying, right? The teams that did not do good have somehow managed to qualify, and they did really good in the round 3. I mean, Troy Timlin Esports has to be a prime example of it, right? They were in the bottom 16 for the longest.
Yeah, that's what we started off with. I mean, this entire conversation started with Troy Timlin Esports. But again, I mean, these are the surprises that we love. And of course, while these teams still fight it out against themselves and against the opponents to prove that they are what it takes to become the champion, let's see how the journey for the semifinals is going to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to jump into the first map of the day and also the first map of the semifinals, Erangel. Here we go.
As the plate's going to be in the skies for the first game of the week 1 of the semifinals, starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards the opposite side, which is going to be Georgiapol. Johnny, this plane flat pad does seem a little bit forgiving, but unless if you want to move in towards Yasna Polyana, Kamishki, or even Lipovka now, that's going to be a tough stretch.
Oh, it definitely is going to be a tough stretch, but you know, again, whenever that northeastern quadrant is kept away, we get to see a little bit of action, specifically towards the northern part of the map, towards those highways from northern Georgiapol towards Yasnaya. Vehicle spawns are going to be priority, but Volcano Esports right at the bat, a drop towards military base. And hey, are Wildfangs not going for Milta anymore? They're exiting towards farm. No, they are going for Milta.
They are.
I got surprised for a second, man.
Why would you not if you're Wildfangs? I mean, Wildfangs have been dominating. Look at the overall standings in the round 1. Wildfangs had a lot of elimination points, and they just had one chicken dinner. Placement points were absolutely lacking when it comes to that measure. But Wildfangs, once again, they have directly made it towards the top 8 in the round 1, and now that's why they're over here towards the semifinals. So they're definitely making a mark. You've also got Genesis Esports dropping right next to Noah Rupnoy. a bit of that threat is available towards Norupno itself, so Genesis Esports might just be in a bit of a scuffle. I would love to see how that one pans out. Volcano Esports 2 all the way down south towards the Sanhok military base. The moment a fight springs out between these two teams towards Norupno, there's definitely going to be a third party from Volcano or either Wildfangs, which would be extremely fun. Circle is quite standard this time around, so Learn from Past might just have a major advantage in playing inside of this circle, including 8-Bit too. They might just dominate this one. Nonic still trying to move on towards their designated drop location. You've also got DOD all the way on the southern spot of the main island itself, just trying to scrape through those compounds. Even you've got K9 Esports around the Fair Pier vicinity, which is quite interesting. Would love to see what K9 Esports has in store, since it's one of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby too. But the recent addition of Omega has added a little bit of a calm presence to this entire roster.
Well, let's see though how things are going to turn out this time. Calmness isn't the only thing that you need in order to qualify. You need a little bit more, and that aggression is definitely going to be required from all of these teams. But Genesis, as we talk about them now, Genesis has been on a very interesting path for themselves, and this time around being a little too close for to the players of BO7S. They've been pushed away to these isolated houses. Not a lot of loot here available for an entire team to start off their game, so a fight against BO7S, especially considering it is a central northern circle, is kind of imminent.
Yeah.
But let's see when it happens. I mean, the timing of it all will be very key.
I mean, Genesis and BO7S are quite the hot-headed teams. They wouldn't mind colliding against each other off the rip like that. But then you'd remember, you're in the first game of the semifinals itself, and that might just hold them back. Anything can happen. True Rippers on the screen, one of the most consistent teams this community has seen so far. And True Rippers has always delivered when it comes to the performance. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of people who do not even doubt this banner. Which makes a lot of sense, too. They have been getting that consistency up every single time in the overall rankings. And a team that we completely forgot to talk about is also going to be God's Omen. This was one of those banners that we saw struggling so much in the initial round one itself. This team as well, right next to Tri-Tamilian Esports, was struggling too much. They were in the bottom 16 for the longest. But God's Omen, we saw that curve go up slowly and steadily. The performance was rising up like nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, they have been quite incredible, but let's see how they've, well, basically forced their path from here on out. Again, K9 Esports on our screens a few moments ago. It seems like they have been forced away from their preferred starting point of this game. This time, not really going for that Severny drop. But Team Aryan is putting out Learn from Past Honey in the distance, and Aryan, he's just on to that trigger, not really giving information. The problem is over here with how the players have learned from past and Team Aryan are positioned. Even if you do not pull the trigger, there is a possibility you still giving out information because you just simply got spotted out. And that might just give this element of surprise away for Team Aryan. They lose their advantage in the fight. But this is brilliant. They just fall back. No incentive to fight it out. No incentive to be aggressive. Might as well just stay back, loot, and hold on to the cover.
These type of weird pushes are only meant to be there to catch someone off guard. But the moment they found out that LFP's playing all the way in the back lines of Rozhawk, it's going to be tough to squeeze in that knock. So that's why the man instantly backs up. At this point in time, since it's such a standard circle and also the game one of the semifinals week one, it is going to be extremely slow and tactical. And that's what's going on the screen as well. Inferno Rising, as of now, all the way towards the top left. There's also Los Hermanos dropping in towards Zarki. I don't understand this change of pace coming in from Los Hermanos.
Yeah.
I mean, in the round 3, Los Hermanos felt like they were also one of the alphas, but now they're playing like betas, dropping all the way towards Zarki. I don't understand what sort of a switch-up this is. Maybe it's because of the plane flight path. I hope it's because of the plane flight path.
Could be because of the plane flight path, or could also be the fact that this is the very first game of the semifinals. Everyone's going to try and get a little bit of read of what sort of momentum you need to qualify from here on out, how much you need to basically gain per game in terms of points in order to stay within the top 8 right off the bat in week 1. And of course, if you are just missing out on that top 8 bracket, then what amount of effort are going to be required in week 2 itself. So I think because of that, we are going to see a drop in the pace of play in this first few matches. In fact, it is going to be there for today. Every single group, every single cross matchup is going to be extremely slow.
This zone 2 is just adding a bit of that mystery. Yeah, on paper, it does seem like it's quite the standard one, but you never know if it's going to be taking a northern shift or a southern shift. Rozhok does seem like it's starting to get occupied by a lot of teams. You've got Learn From Past, 8-Bit 2 next to each other. Even Aryan now starting to move in. Team Insane 2 wanting to be in the centric part, including Shockwave 2 now. Even they're going to start to get attracted towards that center. But K9 Esports taking their sweet little time to loot up. And if you speak of K9 Esports too, right, the initial first few games of round 1 weren't that great. K9 Esports was struggling a lot. But it came down to those final 6 games that they were playing, and K9 Esports just made a significant difference.
That is true. Oh, but I'm excited for this, man. Insane against the players have learned from past, and of course this is happening around, not around, in fact, in the midst of a massive cluster as well.
God.
And it's going to be Dope who pulls the trigger. A lot of damage dished out, but knock yet to be secured. The first fight of the game between 2 heavy hitters and Dope, man, that is just impressive.
Yeah, the fact that he got the timing right was insane. And speaking of insane, even Team Insane is now moved up. Dope, this nade might just be deadly. Does do a decent bit of damage on towards Yes, but still Team Insane is standing tall. No issues just yet. Another nade tossed in towards the staircase, but unfortunately Lazy backs away. It's all good in the hood for Team Insane as of now, but the moment I say so, Team Insane, they find the first knock. Learn From Past, off to a bad start.
Man, it felt like they were split in their decision. Learn From Past where they wanted to move in or just stay back. Team Insane on the other side. Adi doing a brilliant job, man. Finding the opener, converting the finish. First frag of the game into the hands of Team Insane. And Learn From Past now are going to be pressured into this Water City. They can't really play on the front lines anymore. They have to back off and stay hidden.
Oh, this nade is not able to find anyone. Team Insane. So far, they've got the advantage inside of the fight. Also look pretty good when it comes to that looting aspect. So it does seem all good in the hood, at least as of now. There's another team in the sideline, so they need to be careful of that. The next zone is going to be extremely important. As we all know, Stage 2 is always going to be curveballic shift. Is it going to be shifting on the northern side, or is it going to be taking a hard shift towards the southern? And yes, it does seem like it's going to be taking a southern shift. Learn From Past, Team Insane still in that collision. Not a big fan of the way things are unfolding, at least as of now, but both these teams need to reposition.
Yeah, they definitely do. But they can't really move out willy-nilly, you know. There's going to be a lot of pressure in those open positions from Rozhok and School Apartments, but Team Insane, it seems like they do not want to wait. They want to get to the circle early. In fact, the center a little bit early. They have a few ridges to work with as well on the move, but are they going to be able to survive this rotation? It's going to be a big question on the other side of things. Los Hermanos, brilliant way to kick things off. First knock against the side of Rising Inferno, and the finish conversion comes through as well.
Main man down, Juthin not in the game anymore. Rising Inferno starting things off with a handicap.
That's going to hurt.
Rough start. Down to a 3-man squad. Some of the big names are not able to play the way they're supposed to. Learn From Past as well, losing out on the main man.
Yeah.
Now over here too, you've got Rising Inferno losing out on Juthin. Some of the worst starts. But let's hope they convert it better. Rising Inferno, though, for them it's going to be extremely tough to convert a good game since they're all the way outside of the circle. And now they need to thread the needle. Just find a good position in the circle. What sounds extremely tough. You need to go for a fight. That's the only way you can find a good spot.
Yeah, that is true. But oh no, Rising Inferno. More trouble waiting for them on the other side of the bridge. Learn From Past taking a few shots, but oh, Goten, he needs to be careful. Spurred out again. Honey with a few shots does dish out a little bit of damage, but no knock secured. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to never whiff your shots, check out the realme GT7. 120 FPS for 6 hours, co-tested by Crafton and Realme. The most stable BGMI performance you could get.
Aryan's getting dismantled, Johnny. They lost out on 2 players by the hands of 8-Bit. Not a good start for them either.
Yeah.
Rough luck. Team Aryan first game, it seems like it's going to be down the drain, but still these 2 players, maybe they can pull something off.
And with Genesis added to the mix, things are definitely going to get tougher for the side of Team Aryan. You know, with the shift of the zone, Stage 2, I felt it was going to be an easier game for them. They were present in the school main building and school apartments, but it seems like only the lads that took control of apartments survive.
K9 Esports on the move too. K9 Esports, for them, it does seem like the vicinity is quite clear, so it should be easy for them to rotate all the way down south. Unless if they want to move on towards the centric part, that's where the real problems will start to strike him. And K9 Esports have always been the bunch to rotate late inside of the zone, but still somehow find success just on the back of that firepower. They've been making it work. The next zone shift is going to be shifting towards that northern side. Shifts on right on top of school, which is, of course, a great thing for 8-Bit. They love to play from that compound.
But it's going to be kind of a nuisance for everyone that's moving in from the southern edge of the circle. Look at that. You have 7S, Do or Die, you have NON, Volcano. True Rippers is going to be there towards the southern edge. It's an open position to play from. A lot of critical decisions to be made very quickly, but you have to take the fight of that southern cluster as well. Towards the northern edge though, K9 Esports, it seems like a little undecisive in where they exactly want to stop and where they want to play from. They know there's threat up ahead, but they also see Los Hermanos closing in from the rear. But on our screens now, BO7S, the southern cluster that I was talking about, is right here.
I mean, BO7S at this moment, it's one of those teams that's been fueling off of those elimination points, at least in round 3. I'm not exactly sure how the playstyle is going to be transitioning towards the semifinals, since it's going to be extremely competitive, and finding those initial knocks is going to be extremely tough in the semifinals. Nonix on the screen, one of those teams that's been looking extremely refined at this point in time. They've got no other option than to play suppressed. All the other teams in the zone itself, they're not really doing a lot. But then you look at a team like K9 Esports, and they've found themselves a great split. They control a decent bit of terrain. The moment anyone walks in that terrain, K9 Esports will make sure they cut off their head. Wild Fang's on the screen. A couple of foes next to him. It's not looking too safe, at least as of now.
You know what? I'm quite surprised Wild Fangs have managed to keep their heads down all this time. It's been 13 minutes and they still haven't taken a fight. Quite a big contradiction to how they were playing in round 1, just running around and getting those finishes.
Look at Wild Fangs. They've managed to acquire 18 frag grenades.
Wow.
K9 Esports, too, they've got 16. Volcano Esports, even they've got 18.
Look at God's Omen. 4 grenades, 24 smokes.
Yeah, I guess God's Omen really want to rat this one out.
I do not know what that mix is, man. You're going to need a little bit more utility. Even mollies are important, but it seems like God's Omen, they've struggled all this time to get themselves that loot.
Yeah, maybe they've got a few in the trunk. There's a possibility.
Could be.
Rising Inferno, though, as of now. Once again, a 3-man squad. Looking to be a destructible force. But at this moment, Los Hermanos, it's the exact team that did bite a piece of Rising Inferno. BMW IGL just moving up to get that information. The man does squeeze in the info, too. Rising Inferno now needs to be extra cautious. This nade might just find the opener. But BMW IGL pretty quick. Moves back instantly.
It's going to be interesting to see how this fight is initiated, because now both the teams are pushed outside of the play zone. And it's going to be close to impossible to find a way into the circle itself. This is a very intense shift, by the way. It's an open position again. School is going to be the actual real cover along with the school apartments. But Shockwave on our screens right now, a little bit off-center of the play zone, but a decent compound to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave's doing okay in this zone. Surprised. But the main issue is that all the 4 players are around that same vicinity, and they're not even split out. So intel's going to be extremely limited. So Shockwave needs to be careful on that regard. And the moment anyone makes a pounce against Shockwave, utilities will be more than enough to eliminate that squad. You've got Learn from Past as well. Oh, it's quite an exposed rotation. Learn from Past. The top as well is not secure. There's Genesis Esports. The moment Genesis just peeks on this side of the ridge, Learn from Past might just be done with, specifically Yesh. All by himself, patching himself up. Not a big fan of the position Yesh has managed to acquire, and this is what I was speaking of.
Yeah.
Genesis Esports, for them, that's a free piece of candy.
I mean, they kept their heads down for a decent amount of time by now. 15 minutes, they haven't really done a lot to draw a lot of attention towards themselves, and that now pays off as the teams try to move in. If they make that push towards school, if they make that push towards Potato Hills, Genesis Esports kind of is in a position where if you do not see them, you're going to be caught completely off guard.
Speak of being caught off guard, True Rippers, Los Hermanos next to each other. And Los Hermanos just pulling off a rotation, do not really want to go for a fight against True Rippers. But once again, an important announcement for you guys. You guys can also stand a chance to contribute towards the BMPS 2025 prize pool. But I'm going to hold on to that thought. Stone BGMI just got caught off guard. Unfortunate for God's Omen.
Yeah, he got finished off, and Volcano Esports also lose out on one of their men. In fact, it feels like Volcano Esports might just get wiped out. Los Hermanos show up at the right nick of time. God's Omen as well. These are three teams fighting, and Volcano Esports, the first team to be eliminated from this match, sandwiched between Los Hermanos and God's Omen. But here's the thing. Now, God's Omen, they face an even fight, a 3v3 situation against Los Hermanos, considering Spy got knocked out.
Yeah, Los Hermanos, it's quite rough. But still, it is recoverable, and now you've also got True Rippers. Los Hermanos in a big pinch. They can't do anything at this point. Getting Spy back up on his feet is going to be a luxury. Can they really obtain it, though? That's the main question. True Rippers now starting to spread themselves out. They do seem quite comfortable around this ridge. Los Hermanos in a massive sandwich scenario. How can they get themselves out of this pickle? That's the main question. Slowly and steadily now the players starting to squeeze away, which is a good thing. True Rippers, all they were here for was the territory control. That's it. And the moment True Rippers gets that, it's all good in the hood. The nade might just find the connection. Yes, it does, but that's just going to be the chip damage.
Well, let's see how things turn out, though, from here on out. True Rippers, this fight was taken out of desperation. They needed a decent position to play from. Stuck in that cluster of the southern edge, but Karlan, what is he doing? Just slams in, gives his info away, and he's going to get knocked out by Jelly himself. Evil and Spy on the run. But there's a lot of distraction in the front lines, and a run over comes through as Sam just drives through Spy, breaking Los Hermanos in half. In fact, they're down to the last man, and he's just running away for survival. There he is in the back line. We see Evil. Over here, the BO7S against the players of Do or Die, and Do or Die just in a matter of seconds just wipe out BO7S.
Yeah, BO7S, it's the pressure speaking now. Not exactly the way they wanted to go for the fight, but look at Los Hermanos. Here, the third party. They want to suppress the players of BO7S. But at this point in time, for Do or Die, what can you do? Omega, the man's taken down extremely low, and the Molotov will do the job. Solid stuff. Omega taken down with the spam of the shotgun as well on the back of that Molotov. Los Hermanos, at least they've found the opener. Now the fight's taken down with 2v2. Do or Die. Can they really get the possible reset? That's my question. Evil still inside of the vehicle. Reaper closes on up to get the revival, but the man's chipped up extremely low. There's also a bit of that cover fire from the back lines. Completely different team now steps inside of the action, but still, what just happened? Reaper being the Grim Reaper in this scenario, eliminating the team that had the advantage. But right next second, even DOD follow up that same terrain.
Yeah, there was a nade being cooked in his hand, and as he fell, the nade exploded, taking out the players of Do or Die as well. But Reaper, have to love that confidence. He had a sliver of HP and just went face first into the two players of Los Hermanos. But Do or Die as well, finishing the game with 6 eliminations in match 1. Los Hermanos, by the way, off to a decent start, I have to say. No placement points, but 7 finishes to work with.
Yeah, Los Hermanos, confident approach.
Yeah.
And we all know all you need is 7 points per game to qualify as well. That's like the consistent figure. Wildfangs at this moment, spawning out the players of Non-X. Levi in the back, taking down pretty low. Still, it's all good, though. Levi does have a lot of cover to work with. Non-X is one of those teams that is known to be the most refined one in this competition, and if they're facing off against a team like Wildfangs, this will be a fight worth watching. Sensei gets caught. First man's already down. Sensei, the Agile, not in the game anymore. How is he going to be making the calls now? Non-X, they're looking to make that bounce inside of the house itself. 3 players want to push in tandem. Utilities from the side of Wildfangs are able to find the connections as well and save. What a beautiful connection that was on the back of the nade. Even the second man falls down. Trey Scott's putting in a lot of work. This S12K from Trey Scott is able to find some insane connections, and Gotsy as well spotted in the front. Trey Scott taking the shots. Gott's taken down extremely low. Non-X on the verge of being eliminated from this tournament. From this particular game.
Hey man, no one can predict the future. We do not know right now, Necro, but at least this fight is pretty much done. That we all can agree on. Levi, I think it's going to be the range for him that might be an issue, and the angle of approach. Can't really lob nades accurately inside the building, but Wildfangs, this is not what I expected, Necro. I expected them to actually do better, but K9 Esports with the third party. Wildfangs out of the way. Just 2 finishers in this game as they take an exit on the 10th spot. But K9 Esports, are they going to continue to put on pressure on NON? And specifically a version of NON that's been left bleeding inside this house.
Yeah, it's quite surprising NON just came out on top against Wildfangs, because Wildfangs had a major advantage inside of this fight.
Yeah.
I guess all thanks to the teams that started to rack up around this compound. It sort of contributed towards Nonix.
It felt like Wildfangs, they lost their confidence from the round one itself. This time, just two held back. NON was stuck in a predicament because they were being pressured from the back lines, and they just went in and kicked out Wildfangs. Wildfangs had the same opportunity. Just keep them on that slope, and they will automatically go out.
You know what? It's been a while, Johnny. It's been a while. You know, round 2, round 3, missed out. Maybe just want to get the lay of the land in the first game, know exactly how the fights will be functioning. So Wildfangs just getting those jitters away in the first game itself, so we cannot really say a lot. You've got 8-Bit 2. They've got a massive split that they want to try and acquire. And at this point, Genesis Esports is the only team that's stopping that split from coming through fruition. There's also one more team above them in the name of True Rippers, and even True Rippers, the moment they peek out, they will have free shots against 8-Bit, so 8-Bit needs to be extremely careful.
Oh, but look at this. Now it's going to be K9 Esports put under fire. NON, they do not want to stop that. So much damage is out, barely missing out on the knock on Omega. And now Ninja Boy spotted out, but it felt like Levi could have gotten knocked out. NON still losing players. Roman goes down, Godex goes down, and even Lovish almost falls. Ninja Boy, an impressive spray coming through, and NON, I think now they realize they might have bitten more than they can chew.
Yeah, with just a red dot, by the way, Johnny, that spray was. What an execution from Ninja Boy, and he cuts him off in the end. Nonix done for this game. With just 4 finishes acquired, but K9 Esports, look at that split! This is what you call confidence.
Yeah.
K9 Esports, it seems like they pretty much control the entirety of the right side.
It's confidence and a stark contrast between the duo on the slope who are taking that fight 2v3, 2v4, and then the two men who are just forced to hide inside of that shack, because if they peek, they will get shot in the face.
It makes a lot of sense too, right? You've sent a man like Ninja Boy and Slug to pretty much try and do the damage to the lobby itself, specifically Ninja Boy, racking up those 3 elimination points. I mean, we have known this trio. Beast, Ninja Boy, Slug, these 3 are more than enough for the entire lobby. I've been saying it time and time. And once again, I stick to my same word. These 3 boys, they're quite tough to defeat.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think everyone agrees with that. Omega as well agrees with that. I mean, he has seen that time and time again. And from the conversations I've had with him since he joined the lineup of K9 Esports, he believes in these 3 lads more than himself. He's like, I know for a fact that these 3 are monsters. All I have to do is just make sure that they stay alive for a decent amount of time. If I can make sure that the 3 of them are intact, it doesn't matter if I go out, I know the points are going to be there from that match.
Omega just needs to give them control.
Yeah.
And the player will do their job of cleaning and mopping up the floor. You've got 8-Bit, at least as of now, though, picking off against the players of Genesis. They've already managed to thread that needle. First knock is squeezed in. 8-Bit 2, they're taking too much damage. It's also True Rippers now taking those shots against him. As I mentioned, True Rippers from the top will be a deadly force against 8-Bit. So the backs need to be cleared out. Still, 8-Bit is playing with fire. This push out in the open might just not pan out that well the moment True Rippers chimes inside of the action. But the next zone supporting K9 Esports. Johnny, I see a nuclear game on the way, but hold on to that thought. Genesis Esports, they found a return knock against 8-Bit. This is the way Genesis Esports wanted to kick things off as well inside of the fight, but including Apollo, the man's now getting suppressed by Raiden.
Yeah, but Genesis, they could have found second as well with that runaway Hunters barely failing to connect. 8-Bit though, Somraj knocked out, Aquanox, Gamla, and Raiden left. Not an easy fight for 8-Bit to win, especially considering they are going to be panicking about the edge of the circle as well. Just 14 meters, man, though. Just 14 meters. They have to move up. The problem is that half of that distance is going to put them in the line of fire of Genesis. But the nade coming through, Zap knocked out. Now this could be the opener for the side of 8-Bit.
What a nade from Aquanox. Precision. And at this point, 8-Bit, they've got so many chances to try and make work against the players of Genesis. Hunter's inside of the vehicle. The man's going to be taking a lot of damage. Hunter's on the verge of being knocked out as well, but he finds that pit stop. And now this pounce against Apollo. What can one single man do? The man does not even have a shotgun to defend himself, but his position is still uncompromised. Apollo might just have the X factor, but that gets stolen away by 8-Bit. Apollo down, not out yet.
Now he's out.
Yeah.
He heard you, man.
Confirmations are always important because
Points.
in the last game, a few teams did not qualify because they did not get the confirmation on the elimination points.
Yeah, that's always been the case, man. Everyone misses out on the fact that either a finish got stolen or they just let someone get back on their feet. But this time around, 8-bit, quite a decent spot to work with. 6 eliminations on the board. And they're just going after everyone they see. Look at that. One more finish secures. And learn from past Sahil OP is going to be shut down. And Honey is the last man surviving for this team.
How are 8-bit so good? It just doesn't make any sense. 8-bit was in the pinch of True Rippers and Genesis. And now 8-bit is on the verge of eliminating both the teams.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. Learn from Past was here to third party, but now Learn from Past themselves are getting dismantled.
I think we have to give credit to Aquanox over there, because that fight against Genesis, it had almost slipped out of their hands. And with that opening knock onto Zap, I think things changed. That gave the pressure to the players of 8-bit to actually clean up Genesis and then go against True Rippers, who showed up in the backlines of Genesis. So it was basically a straight line fight. But now, switching focus, we're down to the top 3 teams, Necro. And it is Genesis, 8-bit, and K9 Esports.
Hunter still somehow surviving. And this is why I'm a big fan of 8-bits here.
Yeah.
They're just so good at taking space inside the circles. Every single time, the moment you think 8-bit's done for, they still somehow find a way to squeeze themselves in and spread themselves out and take that control. 8-bits are the true alpha males, but at least as of now, it seems like the alpha tide's going to be K9 Esports because they control the entire zone.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult. Genesis Esports, this one man can be an absolute wild card if he gets one pick against the players of K9. Then that sort of opens up the field for 8-bit to work with.
I mean, Johnny, his name is Hunters. Make sure you note that Z down in the end. It adds on that extra pressure on the foes.
Oh, 8-bit spotted out. Now this could be trouble. K9, we just saw they have a lot of utility to work with, by the way.
Yeah, they do.
Not an Omega, because he only has 2 nades. As a team, they have a lot of nades, Molotovs.
Yeah.
And now might be the time to pull everything together, but it's going to be slugging things off. Aquanox knocked out, Raiden falls as well. And it seems like 8-bit, they've started to crumble now.
Yeah, it was impossible to go for this take in the first place, right? The opening grounds are something that are really starting to work against the players of 8-bit now. The grounds are too exposed. 8-bit needs to move out in the open as well, leave that comfort zone. So it gets extremely tough, but still, out of this, if 8-bit does manage to squeeze in the chicken, I would be a fanboy. But at least as of now, 8-bit, they're getting absolutely dismantled. And just like that, 8-bit, they poof into thin air, and Hunters, the man manages to survive till the top 2. Wants to get one finish point at least in the end.
Yeah.
But can he really do it, though?
I would actually say just deny the point. It's a top 2 finish with 6 eliminations, 12-point start for Genesis. And K9 already have double-digit eliminations. You do not want to give them a big lead right off the bat, but yeah, Ninja Boy, and that was a pose and a half as well, sits on top of that rock while he takes that shot and takes that hunter and walks away with a chicken dinner in game number 1 of the semi-finals. K9 Esports. Now this is what you call a good start to the day.
I guess some things are meant to change. Usually K9 Esports does not really perform on the day 1. But this is the first time we've seen K9 Esports do pretty good on the day 1 itself.
Also, when all 4 players are alive.
Yeah, even Omega was standing in the final few moments. What a phenomenal game that was from K9 Esports. That's what you call being precise with your calls. That's what you call, you know what you want to do inside of the game. Everything was well planned out and well executed.
It was indeed, and it was an amazing performance. And as we talk about and praise K9 Esports, we can't really forget that their journey was kind of an awkward one. First of all, moving towards the northern side extremely late. Then that clash against Los Hermanos, crossing the Rozhok Hill as well became kind of a big challenge for them. But they went through everything, taking fights out into the open, getting those points. 8-bit did quite well for themselves until it came time to take on the players of K9 Esports. But I was happy watching 8-bit, Genesis as well. Although Genesis feels like have lost a little bit of confidence somewhere.
I mean, look, since it was just the game 1, we can let them have that leeway. It was still
That
quite a
is true.
solid game from
Top
Genesis,
2
right?
finish,
Double digits on the board. What else
Yeah.
do you need in the first game itself? So Genesis Esports, in my opinion, they've done the job, and they've done more than enough. But
fair.
K9 Esports, that right there was perfection personified. Now, you still wonder a few more names like Team Insane. What happened to them? Team Insane, they did go for the early game fight, but it just did not really work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they also lost players as soon as they started to push that southern edge of theirs, and it became a big challenge for them. And again, a few big names that also kind of went missing midway would be names like NON, Because NON also was a very frag-heavy team until the semifinals began, apparently. But this was just game one, so we'll give every single team a little bit of leeway that, all right, maybe they're just getting used to the lobby, because this game was very slow-paced.
Yeah, I mean, even NON winning that fight against Wildfangs, right? There was no business of NON winning that fight, but the only reason why that happened was because Wildfangs got trapped. There was also True Rippers in the back. Even K9 Esports started third party, so Wildfangs, there were not really a lot of cards they could execute.
I think Wildfangs just lost it completely when they were stuck inside of that house. As you said, they got trapped, and then they weren't really able to refocus onto how to get out of that predicament. But we do have the MVP of the match. It's going to be Ninja Boy.
Of course.
Of course, yeah. Gets the final finish of the game. 6 total finishes inside of the match. 10 knocks secured and damage of 1,034 dished out. So overall, a very wonderful performance coming in from Ninja Boy, but I'm sure he's going to be joined by his teammates as well. Or maybe not, actually. He's the only one from K9 Esports there.
I mean, Ninja Boy, after personifying perfection, now you move on towards the top 5 players. You've also got Apollo with 4 finishes, 0-2 getting 4. Samraj as well from the side of 8-Bit getting 3, and Aryan from Aryan even getting 3 finish points acquired. Now, speaking of Aryan, it's quite unfortunate the way they went for the fight against 8-Bit, lost out into those 2 early players, and because of that, 8-Bit as well, they just had a massive advantage, right? Aryan was trying to play around the school edges, but the moment 8-Bit started moving, somehow 8-Bit was able to find those 2 initial knocks, and then right there, Aryan just lost that fight. Moving on towards the match rankings, you've also got K9 Esports with 21 points, solid stuff. 8-Bit getting 13 points, Genesis Esports getting 12. What else do you want?
Yeah. That's a good start. Crew Rippers as well, 8 point. I mean, it would have been better had they been able to get double digits, but it's fine. Los Hermanos with 7. This is a surprising recovery from Los Hermanos. Great start to game 1. Now, boys, just do not lose the momentum. Same goes for Do or Die. But, Necro, surprising name on the second half of the leaderboard. You have NON with just 5 points, or at 5 is still fine. Learn from Past with 3. That is not good. Wild Fangs with 2. Not good. Shockwave, 1. Insane gets 1 point. Volcano Esports, 1 point. And, of course, how could we ignore this? BO7S, 0.
Surprises for me on the second half has to be Learn from Past, Nonix, Wildfangs, and Team Insane Esports. The rest are not surprises for me because Shockwave's still comparatively newer face. Even you speak of Volcano Esports, Godzoman is pretty much a newer face towards this tally. And even the last team on the standing was pretty much a new face, so I'm not really surprised.
BO7S, we have seen the individuals, Doroki and all in the past as well. And even last year we saw them. But while we have the stats of the teams on head-to-head, 11 finishes for K9, 8 for 8-Bit. These are the top 2 teams from that previous leaderboard from game 1 itself. 13 points for 8-Bit, 21 for K9 Esports. Overall, I think a very decent performance from both these 2 teams. 8-Bit, of course, could have done a lot better, but then again, the blue was forcing them into the line of fire of K9 Esports, and they were on the move. K9 Esports just had to sit and wait. But as I was saying, I mean, a few names I agree with, all right. Like, newer faces on the block, so weren't able to perform. But, Necro, we started off the day, and you yourself said Volcano Esports, they've been the most consistent in every single round they've played. And now, not a great start.
But here's the thing, right? Semifinals isn't really the same round to the other ones. It's a completely different ball game if you talk about it. So it makes a lot of sense. There will be a lot of those nerves that come into the play as well. So Volcano Esports might just be cracking under that pressure. First game, still it's fine. You can get the lay of the land. The same thing can be said for Learn from Past as well. They have went through a lot of break, and that's why maybe that recovery is still possible, and they will get that recovery done in the upcoming game.
I mean, fingers crossed, right? We're going to keep our fingers crossed and pray that we are going to see this new name do well for themselves. And again, I mean, it's always wonderful seeing these newer teams perform, even if they do not qualify for the finals itself. At least it gives us something to look forward to for the next official.
It's quite fun, right? They always bring in a completely new approach towards the game. They always bring in that X factor that we've never seen in the past. Because, I do understand it's quite fun to watch known names. But let's be honest, we've been watching them over and over again since the past couple of years now. We want to see someone new. We want to see something new, and that's what the new names provide us.
Exactly. I mean, and again, in terms of the newer names, there have been a few very impressive names, a few names that have given up hope for the future, but let's see how this semifinals week 1 is going to go for all of them. And again, I mean, it's off to a very interesting start, this race already.
Yeah, quite tactical approach, man, off the rip like that. It was quite a slow start to that game, right? But still, we do not know what the future holds since the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Miramar. But before that, we move on towards a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 semifinals, week 1 underway. And of course, with the team switching up their playstyle, we're going to keep things fresh on the desk as well. We have Icy Baby joining me right now. This is Super Johnny, by the way. And Icy, that game number 1, K9 Esports. Were you expecting K9 to win their first game?
To be honest, I wasn't really expecting that as well. I was predicting somewhere between 8-bit, Genesis, or maybe even BO7S based on the first circle terrain. But K9 really held their own really, really well. But now, here's a little bit of insider scoop as well, because we are now at one of the most toughest stage of any stage of BMPS, just because of the fact that we are here forging champions. So we are going to test each and every single team on screen in terms of every aspect on how to become champion. Is it flexibility, whether is it adaptations, whether is it being put out of position, etc. This format itself in semifinals, where you have to swap groups every single time, it is going to test them mentally.
Hey man, you know, everything that you said is correct, but sometimes players end up blaming the devices that, oh, my device isn't functioning. Well, check out the realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen, the perfect device for you also to begin your journey into becoming a champion. It is out and available on Amazon.in, so you can go onto Amazon, search for the realme GT7 and get one for yourselves. 120 FPS of smooth BGMI experience for up to 6 hours. And this one statement, it's a fact, it's not a statement, because it has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme.
Exactly. So, in case you guys are wondering what is happening here in day number 1 in the semifinals, this is going to be the schedule for today. We started off with Group A, B, and then now we're heading into its AC for the map of Miramar, and then also Sanhok as well. So, Group AC will have a little bit of advantage here in terms of consistency, but they do have to adapt really, really quickly as well. So, on screen, this is going to be the groups that are going to be playing here in both Group A and C in this next upcoming 2 matches. So, OG going to be making into its appearance this game. This is arguably the top team coming in from round 1 itself that directly qualify into its semifinals themselves.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be interesting. We kind of have missed OG, to be honest. I miss them, to be honest. They played very, very well in round 1 itself. Eggy as well is surprising new name. That kind of had a wonderful run for themselves, and then there are the new ones, Mysterious 4, a shaky start, but we have a lot of expectations. Same goes for 4 Miracle, Team Forever, a story of redemption, and of course, I can't wait to see them take on 8-bit again.
Well, it is going to be very, very interesting as well, because this might be a little bit of a revenge story, might be a little bit of proving rounds, but what I do know is that each and every single team that's going to be competing in the semifinals have their own backstories and also their journey of trying to be, in this case, the BMPS champion. So this journey starts here in the semifinals. Is all going to be tested right here, right now. And of course, OG, arguably in terms of history-wise, in terms of data, they are the most consistent team in all BGMI team. They may not have lifted a trophy, but they have always somewhat reached towards a podium. And interesting enough, just about 2 days ago, they actually added in a coach known as Vets coming in from OG.
Oh wow, Vets, I mean, we saw him play as well in the realme VGIS.
Okay.
As Necro used to like to call his play style, giving to the community.
Wow, giving back to the community. All right.
Yeah, but Weds, I mean, there's the one thing. He has proven that he can be a coach and a player. So, I mean, the team now has the big brains to make things work. Let's see if they can make things work and swing in their favor in the map of Miramar itself. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, Group A going up against Group C in the semifinals. And as I said, here we go.
Well, in the map of Miramar between Group A and Group C, are we going to see that potential rivalry coming in from OG as well as 8-Bit, as they are the top contenders. But are we also going to see Team Forever looking for a fight with 8-Bit? Long story short, 8-Bit, in this case, the reigning champion of BGIS, looking to go for the golden road of taking 2 trophies coming from this year itself. It all begins here. 8-Bit had a phenomenal run in the previous game. This time, they will continue their journey. And this time, the flight path is going to be starting from the northwest corner of the map and then ending towards the southern side of the map itself. So a pretty balanced one, I'd say, Johnny.
Yeah, it is extremely balanced, but let's see how the rest of the drops are going to turn out, because in this position as well, there are a few priority drops where people might just get clashed. El Pozo is going to be one of them, but of course everyone these days is afraid of Somraj and challenging him over there. Then there's San Martin, Picado, Hacienda del Patron, and last but not the least, Los Leones and Impala also could be contested. Although it seems like there's a cluster heading towards the northeastern quadrant. Are we expecting a fight for El Azhar?
Well,
maybe?
we might see as well. But speaking of challenging Somraj, the only other team that has challenged Somraj in BMPS here is 2OP Official.
Yeah.
And that was in Pochinki itself in Erangel. So that didn't really go well for 8-Bit. But even then, 8-Bit still directly already had enough points to qualify. So it wasn't really a big deal. But let's see how the circle actually shifts as well. Pretty balanced circle. Very, very favorable for all the team here. For Miracle, going to be having a little bit of a good time from the west side.
Yeah.
We've got Mysterious 4 in the middle. We've got 4 Miracle having a very, very wide spread here. I'm surprised they're not going towards Picado, knowing that Hyderabad Hydras loves that. But looks like on screen here we do see 2OP Official drawing first strike there, as Team Mafia will get a nice little hit and run as it takes one off, and that's going to be a Mafia out. Also, Mafia taking first strike, yeah.
First finish of the game taken by Mafia. And 2OP Official, you were just talking about them, but this time on Miramar, not off to a great start. And as we were talking about that cluster of teams that was heading towards the northeastern quadrant of the map, there was Mysterious 4, 2OP Official, Forever, Do or Die. So there's a 4-team cluster just west of El Azhar, south of Cruz del Valle. It's an open position where these teams have landed, by the way. So not a lot of area to play around from, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Result was that first casualty of the game.
Agreed. But this is what I'm talking about, why it's one of the most difficult stages of the tournament itself. Because I was able to have a little bit chat with BO7S on Instagram, on their official account. They did say that, wish them all the best. Said this is by far the toughest stage out of all stages because of one reason. Every single group is so unpredictable, and sometimes you might need to switch your drop locations from time to time based on which teams are playing from which group. And you can't really, say like, hey, you know what, let's finish today's games against this group and then worry about it tomorrow, because every single game you might be facing off different groups.
I see, you know what I've come to realize?
What?
Every time you go and talk to a team, they start performing worse.
Well,
it happened to Genesis in the finals of BGIS, man.
Well,
and now
I like
BO7S in last game, they got 0 points.
Well, unfortunately to say, sometimes, you gotta do what you gotta do, I was talking to Volcano too, and they didn't really do well too.
Yeah, the Volcano as well. So what do you go and tell these teams that all of a sudden they just get more nervous?
Well, that's the kind of pressure that you will experience in a LAN itself, because it's not just me that's going to be talking to them. There's going to be fans, there's going to be media, there's going to be a lot of interviews, photo shoots, etc., which affects your overall mental.
So you're saying that it's just the sudden realization of you reaching out to them that makes them realize that they are being watched.
Yes.
And
that actually affects you. Really, really does.
I mean, it does. It does. If someone is just like, that someone is... So, I love music, right? Okay. One of my favorite lyrics go along the lines of and it is about video games, by the way. When everyone's watching through your eyes, there's only 2 options: it's win or die.
Well, that's pretty much it for some of the teams.
Pressure you gotta deal with, man.
Yeah, and in this case, Orangutan does face this kind of pressure as well. They are the teams that has the most consistent appearance in all LAN, but always somewhat chokes on the finals itself. So I would say this is a very, very important time here for OG. Can they finally lift the trophy?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they consistently make it to the finals, play well as well, just miss out on the trophy, and man, oh man, people give them such a hard time for it.
Well,
I love OG though.
This is why we hear 14 champions. We are testing every single thing on every single aspect. May it be mental, may it be tactical, may it be strategy. Sometimes it's not just about the game. in life, it's about how you play the man. It's not just playing the game.
Yeah, that is also true. But if you want to play the game to the best of your abilities, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to need a device that keeps up with your skills. Check out the realme GT7, out and available on Amazon.in. It is a device that gives you 120 FPS stable of BGMI for up to 6 hours. And of course, during those marathon gaming sessions, it stays 6 degrees cooler as well, all thanks to the iSense graphene rear cover.
Now, speaking of another team here as well, Sensei did mention as well in his interview they were copying other teams' strategy and look to play. And based on their performance during round 1 and also BGIS itself, the specific team that they are copying, in my opinion, is actually OG and True Reaper's Jelly's playstyle. And it's somewhat worked out with them, with now a little bit of a roster change coming from Wild Fangs. They look very, very confident during the round 1 stages, but in the previous round, didn't look too well, to be honest.
I mean, round 1 was kind of amazing for Wild Fangs, to be honest, and we expected that as well right off the bat. I mean, last BGIS 2025, when we saw them, we saw the impact Trace got made inside of the team, right?
Yep.
Single-handedly pushing his team through so many difficult rounds, almost saving them from elimination, but one man alone can only do so much. And with Fears being added, a player that has had a history of Sensei, it was a shaky history, but he's one of those players that Sensei trusts completely along with Seth. These are 3 players that Sensei has complete blind faith on. It's kind of a similar situation with K9 Esports, where you know that as long as I can, as an IGL, as long as can help these players survive, they will get those points consistently, and we saw that in action in round 1. But round 2, yeah, not the greatest of start. Hopefully they can do better.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, you know, Seth is obviously going to be looking forward towards the MVP title contention, considering that he does have one of the highest finishes coming from round 1. And for those who do not know, the MVP awards is going to be taking round 1 into consideration and only the semi-final stages and then the grand final. So this is going to be a long grind for some of these teams. But on screen now, we do see Los Hermanos going to be taking shots onto his Hyderabad Hydras. As Los Hermanos was very, very close to not qualifying to the semifinals, but somehow scrapes by. And it seems like teams who were in the bottom of the pack coming from round 3 itself seems to be struggling in just 2 games so far, based on this performances. 2 performances, actually.
Yeah.
BO7S, that's going to be one. Volcano, now Los Hermanos as well.
I mean, Los Hermanos, although this has always been that surprise element that none of us saw coming. I mean, Necro kept saying that they can't secure a chicken dinner because that is not their main business, which actually has been true, but they still end up getting that average somehow. So they are good at business, you can say. Always profitable.
Well, that's a very good Heisenberg reference, but I'm just going to leave it there. Any more, I will get in trouble. But speaking of which, let's talk about how the circle is going to be closing as well. It's about 5 more seconds. Circle seems to be anticipated by the teams to be somewhere around Graveyard once more, and looks like it is going to shift directly on towards Minas de Generalas. So that means, you know who's going to be banging their heads?
Oh.
Genesis. Because Genesis is not playing, because this is a circle that they're very, very comfortable with as well. And it seems like Troy Tamlin Esports and also 4 Miracle Volcano, they are going to be looking to try and take the Minas Mountain right on the north side. Well, 4 Miracle will be struggling to go in for the west side, but okay, Dragon LP seems like he's going to be training for a couple of swapping seats firing tactic. I don't know how to call that. That is some... Well, we've seen it happen a few times.
We've seen it happen. When you see it, you know what's happening, but you know what? Now that you say it, I also realize, do we actually have a name for it?
Yeah, I don't really have a term for it as well. It sounds like some Mandarin manhwa tactics where they just describe every single technique and then you call it the technique's name.
Yeah, seat switch jutsu or something like that.
Yeah.
We're gonna ask Necro. He's pretty good at naming stuff.
I know, right? Seat swapping. Yeah, seat swapping.
Sweet swap shot. That's a tongue twister right there.
Seat swap shot. All right. That's terrible. We got
SSS.
Yeah, the triple S strats. Yep, sure. Sounds pretty good.
Wait, this is gonna be fun though. I mean, also, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are wondering why we're discussing all of this, because I mean, we have talked about the teams and their positions. The problem is that a very big area that everyone has to play around with right now as well. And it won't be until stage 4 where conflict actually sort of builds up. Even amongst the clusters, the teams are like 100 and 150 meters away, and everyone has cover to work with, so no one's going to try and fight it out.
Yeah, it all comes down to just looting, right?
Yeah.
So we were able to catch a little bit of glimpse on how they were utilizing the utilities from the previous game in Erangel. But this time, for Miramar in general, it comes down to just playing tactically as well. So I'm curious to see how 8-Bit is going to take that approach later on, considering that they do have the most amount of experience in this game. But it seems like if you guys want a very, very comfortable ride in your journey, traveling towards a deserty plains or maybe even on your normal roads, you guys should check out the Kia Ceros. It is, after all, built with a comfortable and luxurious interior, with, of course, the Harman Kardon Premium 8-speaker sound system to keep you guys entertaining.
Yeah.
Wow, on the drive. So be sure to check it out.
Oh man, do or die. Breaching from the eastern edge of the play zone itself. Learn from past, waiting in the front lines. You see them on the radar, spotted out other side of the ridge. Avnish needs to be careful. But on the other side of things, this is a conflict towards the northern half of the zone. God's Omen, they have a little bit of run into Mysterious 4, but Mysterious 4, they like their mystery. They do not want to reveal who they are, so they just fall back.
Yeah, speaking of falling back right now, God's Omen, seems like they are having the circles backs against the wall. The circle just shifted away from them, and it is going to send down towards the graveyard vicinity. So Minas is not in play. 2OP official managed to take the mountains on top of Minas, but unfortunately will shift away from there, so they need to get down. For Miracle, holding graveyard for themselves. Hydra is going to take the mountain right directly south of that. We've got Los Hermanos having the top as well. But Wildfangs, they're taking a little bit different approach here. They are going to play from under the ridges to try and snake their way from no man's land down south. Not exactly a great spot to be in. But on screen now, we do see Volcano getting pushed in. Learn from Pass. Also having a little bit run in here. But Honey wins the fight against Vegito. Volcano, they're going to get completely shut down and pinned. And now Volcano has to make a run for it as well. Cycle and Arjun makes a mad dash away. While Learn from Pass scrapes one finish off them. And no, they even find Arjun as well. What is this pick-off coming from Learn from Pass?
Man, it seems like they see someone and the entire team starts shooting in the same direction at the same time. It's too much firepower to deal with. And of course, brilliantly done. Learn from past. A little bit of control retained of that eastern edge of the play zone. But Volcano Esports, how do they deal with this, man? Everyone expects that when the Volcano erupts, that's going to be destruction. But this ain't Pompeii. This time, these players, they shoot back.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Volcano forced to disengage from that fight. They do not have center control. And of course, on screen now, God's Omen going to be taking a very, very huge rotation coming in from the west side. And they just might be able to sneak in. And guess what? They have a little bit of a ridge here to cover. But on the horizon, we catch a glimpse on towards 8-Bit. 8-Bit is going to be laying low from the western side themselves. They do have a decent amount of compound. And I believe 8-Bit has got a very, very good read on how teams' behavior usually acts when it comes to circles like this. So they are anticipating there's no one coming from the west side. And even there is, they should be fine. So 8-Bit having a fantastic read, but on screen from Tamlin Esports here, taking a couple of shots in. But guess what? The Mini 14 for 4 Miracle is going to take a couple of shots. And guess what? They do pick off Hero from side Mysterious 4. What is this angle for Miracle? It's a very cheeky pick off.
It is. It definitely is, man. It's a very tight angle. I think the Mini 14 actually is the perfect weapon choice to play this position. Because if you
Miramar, right?
Not just Miramar. I mean, this particular spot, this bell tower, you see all of those ridges. With AR, it's very difficult to precisely control the spray to return fire through that tiny gap. But if you have a Mini 14 and let's just say a 6x or an 8x scope, at that distance, you are going to be very comfortable hitting those headshots. It's going to be like target practice from there.
Fair enough. But all things considered, the rest of the team, they are going to be trying to find an entry point. Guess what? Thunder has a little bit of run in. Takes 2 down before going down. Huge crash coming in from Team Forever. And the rest of the pack says, you know what? We should take this fight. And now Omega needs to hold down the fort. He finds Mafia inside. Goes in for the outside flank. And they find even more as well. Team Forever seems like they may have won the initial fight. But the third parties from OG has made things very, very difficult. And now Away is also forced to take this fight against Do or Die 2 versus 1. And now with the pre-fires coming in play, but always actually get clips through the window. Omega salvages the fight for do or die, and Team Forever, they get shut down.
Yeah, this was just do or die, surviving by the skin of their teeth. Quite an unfavorable fight, but they still win it. Roy Tamil Esports on the other side of things, spotting out 2 OP official, and the fight commences. Amax needs to find the return, and he does. Instant finish conversion comes through as well, and a man in the back, and he still survives for at least 4 seconds. He did not take any damage, but then Hydro finally finds the knock. And now Troy Tamil Esports, they have the upper hand. 2 OP down to the last player. Although he's not going to show up anytime soon. I think he's been given the call to stay in the back lines.
Yeah, Liability could not do anything. He is going to reposition as the solo warrior. He was undergoing or overseeing everything from the top itself, but it seems like there's nothing much he could have done. Seems like he is going to play the solo warrior this time. As the circle is about to shift in, fortunately he has a lot of time to work with. Liability looking for a different angle to work with. Well, do or die, they get the reset just now. OG may have helped them a little bit, but they're still not exactly inside the zone.
Still not in the zone, although just barely making it towards the southern edge. And this is a fight towards the northern edge of the circle. 4 Miracle finally getting pushed by Team Eggy. Although it is going to be 4 Miracle that find the opening knock. As Eggy gets knocked out, the trade comes through. Poco also taken out of the way, but Dragon needs to be careful. A man just snuck past him. And luckily for Dragon, no one was aware of his position because he had no HP to work with. But Team Eggy, I see it feels like they are quite eager to push indoors, and they have been allowed to as well. Beard Baba, he needs to drop down, provide some cover. Dragon finds the opener, but instantly traded out. And Beard Baba drops down from the rooftop, but cannot find the trade for his team. And Team Eggy, the return that comes through is too brutal for 4 Miracle to deal with. They lose out on 2 players. Eggy has an opportunity to recover as well.
That is so unfortunate for Miracle. They try to go for off angles, but unfortunately Eggy, they were just too synchronized, and they were able to get instant trades as well. So very nice successful push coming from Eggy. And they will get the reset here, but on the screen as well, we do see Volcano being eliminated as well in this game with no points. So it's a little bit sad, but there's nothing so much he can do. And on the screen now for Miracle, we only have Reaper with the Mini 14 stuck on top of the church towers. It seems like he is going to be pinned in a place where there's just nothing much he can do. And we do see Somraj actually overseeing this here. He actually pushed up close to kind of keep tabs on what's happening on the north side. Gumlock going to be taking on the south side. The circle shifts on towards the mountain terrains, and Hydras have center control of this entire circle, whereas the rest of the world, they have to push up. And this is going to be a very tricky circle to play with, just because of how every mountain ridges is going to have some sort of cover. So that means utilities are going to be very important.
Yeah.
Nades especially.
For sure. Oh, no. OG. A little bit of an awkward run in against the players of Do or Die. I thought that was going to be a run over, but no. Do or Die falling left, right, and center, and all of a sudden down to the last man. What a brilliant trap. Springing into action, and Orangutan, a perfect execution. Boy, oh boy, that was lovely to look.
Exactly. While Fangs here, they do hurt the commotion. They want to try to add salt to injury. Sphere sees a couple shots in, but the counter nades comes through, almost clips him apart. But Wild Fang says, you know what? It's not worth it. We're outside the zone. OG already repositioned. Sensei wants to take a couple shots in, but no connection. OG pretty much disengaging from this fight as Wild Fangs make sure that nobody pushes from their angle. And they do have a very nice high ground to work with. It's not exactly the most amount of space, but it does keep tabs of potential stragglers on the sides, though.
It does, unless God's Omen or OG decides to just straight up pounce on the side of Wild Fangs. They should be able to do decent from that spot. Not a lot of pressure, as you said. And on the finish feed as well, we saw them actually secure the opening knock against 8-bit, by the way. That's a long distance knock, so finish conversion not really an option. But OG, a fight against NON and Los Hermanos on the flank. This is not an easy position to play from.
This is going to be very difficult. But now OG, they have the high ground. Non pretty much going to be hiding on towards the ridges. And this time, there's just so many to maneuver. Orangutan needs to lob those nades, but he
Oh,
himself
wow.
gets naded off by Roman. And this is the element of surprise, and this is why you need all those utilities, because it's so difficult to push through. Right now, OG, Wizgard, he gets shot in. Roman once more getting a knock, and OG forced to disengage. Aru pretty much getting taken out, and Godex says, you know what? I'm going to push up and hope to win this fight. They're calling Lavish. Lavish himself gets tagged up pretty hard here, as there is a lot of other teams looking into this fight, but it is going to be Wildfangs that actually helps OG out this situation.
Godex, Levi. They decide they got to stay in the back lines, and as you mentioned, that pressure from Wildfangs, while it does help the players of OG out, they have to be careful as well. Fierce just empties an entire clip, man. Desperate for that finish point. They get one though.
Such a tricky spot to play with just because there's so many ridges.
Oh no, this is a mistake.
No, AKOP, they push down. Wildfangs immediately rains on them. And even Wizgard, he gets tagged out with those headshots. And Fierce finds another pick, and that is going to be Non-X losing another player. And just like that, every single team stuck out in the open has no choice but to take the shots coming from Wildfangs. And all they need to do is just wait for the circle to push them in, and that is where it is going to be even Stevens between them all.
But Wildfangs now have to make a decision. They are pushed away from the play zone itself, and the next few meters that they have to travel, they have to pick off OG, they have to pick off NON to make sure there's no threat in the front lines, and that is also going to mean a few extra points in the back for them. And look at Trace God and even Seth as well. They are just keeping the players of OG pinned down. Here comes the finish. 4 eliminations for the side of Wildfangs. There's one more man. In fact, one from the side of OG awaits them up front. One from the side of NON. That's the last player of NON, Levi. But OG has 2 players remaining. Atanki stayed back and he is still holding the flank. So Wildfangs need to get that one piece of information as well.
Well, speaking of information here, Levi was kind of spotted out from Trace God, but on screen here, learned from pass, actually gets eliminated off screen. Whereas the rest of the world, look at this, Trace God, they do push up, they do find Levi. So that's going to be Fierce that picks him off. So 5 finishes in the back from Wildfangs, and they're looking stronger than ever. Sensei, however, gets picked off by Hydra, who's currently in the center of the control of the zone. And OG, they have been waiting for this for the longest time. Wildfangs, they came down and they are looking for even Stevens fight. Atanki knows what's up. He sees all of them. The nade, does it connect? It looks good and does find Fierce. Atanki making sure they are going to be paying back this fight tenfold.
Yeah, this is a brutal loss, man. Wildfangs should not have lost these players like this. Sensei knocked out first. Now Fierce and even Trace God is going to get finished off. Seth needs to step in now. But the problem is that all of a sudden, Wildfangs are outnumbered in a fight where they had the advantage against OG 2 versus 4. Now it's 1v2 that Seth has to clutch. And I do not understand what is this decision making. 2 of your best frontliners just sent into an awkward spot where you know for a fact that it is going to be the center of attention for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, but now Seth has no choice to back up because God's Omen looking to try and third party themselves. But Seth, as soon as he makes the pounds, and guess what? Atanki has an off angle, takes him out. And that is going to be Wildfangs that goes out. OG just read that terrain like a book and made it their monkey playground, as everyone from the southeast corner got just completely shut down. And now on screen, Los Hermanos finds the last player coming from Troy Templin Esports, and they will also bow out. Now it's only Kalan left. Solo Warrior has to pick up his teammate from Los Hermanos coming from the east side. But it seems to me we do have 6 teams remaining in this circle itself.
And Hyderabad Hydras, I think that is a perfect spot to win the game from smack center of the circle. Unless the zone betrays them, they can actually have a pretty wonderful run in this map of Miramar. 8-bit once again in the top 6. All 4 players intact, and they have momentum as well. Look at the amount of utility this team carries, man. Look at that utility. 11 nades, 15 smokes, 4 Molotovs.
They really saved up so much utilities just because their entry point was pretty much untargeted right from the get-go. This is very, very important as well. Hyderabad Hydra is pretty much the only one that has the equal amount of utilities to actually fight back for a prolonged fight. But that's because Hyderabad Hydra is in the center itself right from the get-go. The only difference between them and 8-bit is that Hyderabad Hydra would probably be at this stage low on ammunition.
Yeah, Exactly what I was about to say. Especially considering that for the last 4 minutes, they have just been taking shots on everyone around them. And it could be actually a big concern, because if you do not dish out that damage before the players close in, be it through you till making contact or just like making your bullets connect on the opposing players, it can be very brutal once it comes to that point blank range duel. So you want to make sure that the opposing side is always prepped for an easy takedown. But Hyderabad Hydras, alright, so now finally feeling the pressure and the presence of God's Omen in the backlines.
Well, speaking of which, Hyderabad Hydras still has a decent amount of ammunition. I was expecting a little bit more, but Mox still has about 129 in reserve on top of the 40 he has on those Scar L. That means he still can rain a lot of damage here, but he's actually opted for double ARs. Oh, interesting. But seems to me on screen, God's Omen, they are going to make the pounds. They are going to draw first strike here. And Goku losing his life just because he took a little bit of fall damage. And now God's Omen going to be locked over a nade. And now a lovely nade from Mox would deny them entry. And just like that, God's Omen, they've lost their entire front lines trying to push through. And Stone pretty much stuck out in the open as the zone forces him out in the open as well.
So, again, I mean, first of all, those tandem nades, man, that was such a beautiful sight. For a second, I forgot this was BGMI. I thought I was watching an opera. Perfect sync coming in from Hyderabad Hydra. 6 eliminations secured. And here's the thing. Earlier in the morning, you were there. Maisie was mentioning that for him, it was the most impressive team. Hyderabad Hydras, their journey in the realme BMPS, all because of Sarvit and Mox. How these two players who have decent amount of experience under their belt came with Hyderabad Hydras and got these two young guns within their team and have been grooming them and building them up. And of course, we have seen this team get better and better with every single day of play. This match looking quite solid. Still a brilliant position to secure a chicken dinner. I'm not going to say that, because 8-Bit and Los Hermanos, they are going to be forced to fight each other in the next few moments.
Yeah.
Also, where is OG? AK? Alright, he's still alive. Wow.
Yeah. He's somewhat able to keep things alive, but right now the major fight is going to be 8-Bit once more. By far one of the consistent teams here so far. And again, 2 back-to-back very, very major games. Can they clutch the chicken this time is going to be the question here. They were stuck in the top 3 position just now, just because they were lacking in terms of utilities. But this time they still have a lot of nades, a lot of smokes. They still have all their forward vehicles. And they're just waiting for Hyderabad Hydras to make a slip up before they actually pounce. As they slowly try to get center control, 8-Bit is able to sneak past the next phase, while Hyderabad Hydras has just been stalking in that vicinity, in that direction, just keeping tabs on what 8-Bit may do. One nade has been lobbed over. Not exactly sure why it popped in the air though. Maybe a little bit of miscalculation in terms of the pop nade. Well, we call it usually on pop flashes, but you know, it's just very, very awkward there.
It was. Oh, there he goes. Last man from OG out of the way. 6 finishes and a top 4 finish, so a decent performance, a good outing for OG. But let's see top 3 teams. 4 versus 2. Los Hermanos, 7 eliminations inside of this game. And they've already done quite well for themselves at the start of the day. But a few more eliminations wouldn't hurt, of course. Let's see, OG in the front lines, 8-Bit in the front lines, who are trying to make that climb against the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Retaliation fire. It seems like Karlin has been spotted out. And of course, stage 9, the most intense, exhilarating moment of this matchup. The clock hits 0, and now the blue zone is going to force everyone to fight. And as of now, just by a smidge, 8-Bit has the upper hand. Because Hyderabad Hydras, Los Hermanos, both of the teams were stuck on the edge.
Yeah, they are. But now smokes being set up as well. Hyderabad Hydras is going to make their pounds. Los Hermanos is going to try and gatekeep these 2 teams. But the problem is, 8-Bit, they have realized that they do have the upper hand just because it is a 3-way deadlock. Los Hermanos takes center right now, but they are going to be in the crosshairs of both teams. And this might be able to cut off their rotations just because they have to push into them. But guess what? Ninju has a very, very nice off angle. Scouts out Los Hermanos. Goes for the one-way smoke. Takes one out, and he himself gets taken out. And this is the sound for 8-Bit to say, you know what? We're pushing through. Their defense is weak. And we are going to find somebody.
Yeah.
As 8-Bit slowly crawling to try and take down both Los Hermanos and Hyderabad Hydras at the same time, and Raiden finds another opening. A nade comes true. They pummel on everyone's mistakes. 8-Bit, the best opportunist in this game, has finally arise. But Los Hermanos Kalan says, not this time, not so easy. They find one off 8-Bit. Raiden almost gets traded off. But as the zone closes in, Galad has no choice but to tank the zone. But the nade from Aquanox will take him out. And 8-Bit now looking to clutch the chicken dinner.
Yeah, Colin, but I think has kind of swung the odds again in the favor of Hyderabad Hydras. That small little reset that 8-Bit went through has forced them into an awkward position, and this is the result. Sarvith finds the opener. Aquanox's position is going to be compromised as well, and Sarvith has been spotted out from the flank. Raiden takes a lot of damage, stuck at the edge of the blue. Both Aquanox and Sarvith knocked out. That gives the edge to Hyderabad Hydras, and they will not miss the opportunity to strike that bullseye. The chicken dinner secured by Hyderabad Hydras. 8-Bit performing quite well for themselves in this game of Miramar. But I think the surprising entry in the top 3 has to be Los Hermanos.
Exactly, but a good GG well played coming to Hyderabad Hydras here.
Yeah.
From start to end. They held down the fort. They held down the circle, and no one could penetrate their defense. So 8 finishes in the back, and they will get the chicken dinner. So that's a lot of points here coming from Hyderabad Hydras. But 8-Bit playing a different ball game so far in 2 back-to-back games, because they have consistently made it into the top 3 in 2 different games and 2 different groups.
I think their group has 3 matches today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there is an opportunity that they could just do 1, 2, 3 now in all 3 matches. They've won the first game. They finished second in the second game. And, of course, they had a decent number of eliminations as well. If they get, I would say, 7 to 8 eliminations in the next match that they have to play and finish in the top 3, hey, the sequence looks good. You have decent number of placement points, and the finishes. 8-Bit is going to be number 1 already.
To be honest, I really like what 8-Bit's game plan is as well here. Game number 1, there were not really a lot of options, right? They exhaust every single option to try and survive and take a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
That's why they go take it out. Number 1, they don't have utilities. They try to set up with a little bit of a bunker-to-bunker situation with those vehicles to set up to survive. Didn't really work out. But this time, what their objectives in this game, especially in this final 3, was a little bit different because of the fact that they were trying to get the maximum amount of finishes instead of focusing on the chicken dinner, which was, I would say, unnecessarily greedy. But if you want to be a top 8 by the end of the semifinals, that's exactly the kind of risk you have to take.
Yeah, and especially in a map like Miramar, for 8-Bit in particular, they start from El Pozo. That first early rotation itself is a big challenge, but gaining a position that also gave them enough breathing room to work with, because let's not forget, 8-Bit did not step into the action or those intense 4v4s until the extreme late stages of the game. I think that was also a big advantage that they got for themselves and gained for themselves, in fact. Hyderabad Hydras, as we mentioned, a brilliant match. Incredible chicken dinner, 18 points, nothing to scoff off about. But then again, their early movement was what gave them the edge. They always prioritized their cover, not really going for those extra unnecessary finishes, not really taking that risk, but who cares? 18 points, man. That's all you need to focus on.
Yes, and of course 8-Bit, this is the moment that they kind of made a little bit of blunder, because they tried to finish off Los Hermanos and also take the fight against Hyderabad Hydras together.
At the same time,
but the moment Aquanas got picked off, which it is understandable, again, it is the kind of risk you have to take in order to get the maximum amount of finishes here. So, was it a total loss? Not really. It was still a win.
So, I mean, it was kind of a win, but we saw the number of utility that was there on the players of 8, but they could have easily taken down Los Hermanos. I don't know why they chose to go that split 2-2 fight against both the teams
because
at the
they
same
wanted
time.
to get every single finish point.
Yeah, but then you just go one after the other, right? We'll continue this conversation. Right now, chicken dinner stats for Hyderabad Hydras. 2 finishes for Sarve, 2 for Ninja. You have Ninja with 3 and Moksh with 1. Everyone making a decent amount of contribution. Of course, decent performance coming in from Hyderabad Hydras, but as we were talking about it, I see, yes, you would want to clean up the final zone, get those points in your bag instead of sharing them with everyone. But you also have to be cautious, because this chicken dinner, to be fair, I felt was for 8-Bit to win. Hyderabad Hydras were stuck in 2 compounds. You know, if you're stuck in a position like this, you are going to get needed indoors, and your exits are going to be marked. The moment you show your head, you're getting taken out. There's no escape. unless someone else third parties, which in this case was Los Hermanos,
Yeah.
who lent a helping hand to Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, Kalan was doing the reason
Actually
why
incredible,
8-bit,
yeah.
Kalan was the reason why 8-bit was struggling so much as well. But again, you know, win is still win. Hyderabad Hydras pretty much was the one that got the chicken dinner. But the MVP of this match goes to Kalan, coming in from Los Hermanos, because he single-handedly kept 8-bit at bay, kept the entire team alive towards the top 3 with 6 finishes in the bag by himself.
I think Kalan has been quite incredible for this particular team. This has been that one consistent name from Los Hermanos that we always see perform 6 finishes in the game, as you mentioned. Now, I just want to see what are the placement points going to look like for Los Hermanos. But before that, top 5 players from that previous game on our screens. You have Kalan with 6 finishes. You have Atanki with 4 from OG. Raiden from 8-bit with 4. Hydro from Troy Tamilian Esports with 4. And then there's Ninju from Hyderabad Hydras with 3 finishes.
Well, this is going to be the top 5 players here, but with that game coming in play, I want to see how the match points are going to be distributed in that game in particular. Hyderabad Hydras obviously going to be the top of the top with 18 points, but 8-bit with that small little fumble, but they still had 10 finishes, do get themselves 16 points. So imagine if they actually took both Los Hermanos and Hyderabad Hydras, this wouldn't have been 16 points. This would have been 20 over plus points.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been incredible. So I think that is what they were going for, a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner, and of course the biggest point advantage that they would have to work with in semifinals week 1. But we also have Los Hermanos, 13 points. Nothing to scoff up about. Good game from Los Hermanos. Same goes for OG, 10 points secure. Troy Tamilian with 8. Wild Fangs with 5. This is underwhelming for Wild Fangs because they made sure in round 1 every match they were getting 6 to 7 points no matter what. So I think that average needs to go up. Now it's been 2 games. God's Omen there with 4, Duo Die with 4, you have Mysterious 4, not a great start with 3 points, same goes for 4, Miracle 3 points, Learn from Past with 3, you have Team Eggy, again an awkward start with just 2 points, NON struggling on their opening day of the semi-finals, what is that about? Then there's 2OP Official with 1 point, Team Forever with 1, and Volcano Esports not off to a great start. Icy, what did you tell them?
Well, it is, well, you got to make do with whatever chances were given to you. In this case, didn't really work out for them. But let's take a look at the overall standings as of now. 8-bit still on number 1 here with 29 points. But K9 has only played 1 match with 21 points. So that is going to be something that you have to watch out for. Los Hermanos will get himself 20 points. Hyderabad Hydras in 1 game pushes themselves into his 18 points. Genesis not having a lot of chicken dinners. They did get themselves 12 points, so that is a strong contender for the top 8 itself. So as of yet, for those of you who do not know, being in the top 8 from the first week of semifinals means direct entry into the grand finals.
Exactly. You will be the first 8 names to gain a spot inside of the finals. What about the other 8? Well, that is going to be decided between the 24 teams that get left behind in semifinals week 2. And that is going to be the one reason where we are focusing a little bit more on the top 16, because this is where the fight is. And of course, as of now, only 3 groups have played their matches. We are still waiting for Group D.
Agreed. And as of yet, we do have 5 of the top 8 that qualified from round 1 inside this top 8 from the semifinals itself.
Oh, wow.
And obviously, there is a reason why they directly qualified to the semifinals, because they are the strongest of the strongest coming from round 1. And of course, there is going to be luck involved. There is going to be consistency involved as well. The champions, they do have to challenge themselves. But let's take a look at a bit on towards their performance coming from 8-bit during their round 1, day 1 performances and their semis day 1 performance. Guess what? It looks almost identical.
It almost is identical until you look at the damage dealt versus damage received difference. It seems like the 4v4s have gotten a little bit more refined because they are dishing out less damage. They're also taking less damage as well. That means 8-bit has figured out how to stay safer in those 4v4s and still get those finish conversions in. Now it is all about efficiency from this team. The survival time has gone up. The number of finishes have gone up. But the places where they were taking that damage and where they were losing out on points, that has definitely been brought down. So a good, I have to say, a good, not even a recovery. They were doing well, man. How do I praise 8-bit more? I have no idea.
I don't know. I really like that they're risk takers as well, but the goal here from 8-bit is not about being number 1. It's about being in the top 8 and then qualifying.
That is going to be the case, but they still have more matches to play. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a small little breather. We're going to go on a break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, well, surprise, surprise, I am still here. You guys are still watching the realme BMPS 2025. That's this Super Johnny, that's IC Baby alongside with me. And of course, this time, why are we still here? Because the groups are going to stay the same. It's just the map that's changing. We are going to be heading to Sanhok once again with Group A and Group C.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one here as well because, well, we saw a little bit of tactical nature coming from 8-bit. We saw a little bit of tactical nature coming from Do or Die, OG as well. But when it comes to Sanhok as well, there's only so much tactical strategies you can do. It all comes down to firepower itself. And I'm curious to see how Group A and C is going to be doing well in this situation.
Me too. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see because as we were talking about it during that post-game segment of the map of Miramar, a few small little tweaks here and there, but the performance difference is quite stark. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see a difference in your performance, you need a good device to keep up with your skills. And the Realme GT7 is exactly that. It is out and available on Amazon right now. So you can go onto Amazon, search for the Realme GT7 and grab one of these amazing devices for yourselves. Gives you 120 FPS stable BGMI performance for up to 6 hours. And this has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme.
Well, this is going to be a very, very important one here, especially for the teams themselves as well, because they need a device, they need a skill, they need firepower, and most importantly, they need the points to be in the top 8. Need I remind you guys as well, for those who all are watching today, all the teams that are in the semifinals right now will not be eliminated, but they do have a direct ticket in towards the Grand Finals, which is going to be in the top 8 as well in the overall standings of each and every single team. So you need to be in the top 8. That means you need the most amount of points in order to fly themselves into the Grand Finals.
Exactly. But hey, man, it's going to be a journey, right? All the way towards the Grand Finale. Still a lot of names left in a fighting position as semifinals have just begun, ladies and gentlemen. But it seems like we will go on a very short break again, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड बीजेएमआई नाउ.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. Super Johnny, Icy Baby is right there. And of course, we are still awaiting the instructions from ATC to take off over Sanhok. It is going to be an intense game for sure. Group A and Group C. Group A has warmed up quite a bit. Group C about to play their second game. And of course, with 8-bit doing kind of very well for themselves, the question is, can they be consistent in all three games?
Exactly, because as of yet, they may not have gotten a chicken dinner as well. That is going to overall hurt them against a team that has a very, very flawless run. And so far, the teams that are in contention for that is going to be K9 and also Hyderabad Hydras. And if they do well, they should be in the bottom of the pack of the top 8. Not the bottom of the bottom, but it is going to be part of the bottom of the top 8 because no one's going to be eliminated, but you want to be in the top 8 as of yet. So now, when things get a little bit dicey in the Miramar Sanhok here, are they going to be able to do well once more? It's going to be the completely different question.
It is, definitely. And we are about to find the answer at the end of this game. But ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be intense nonetheless. Let's head over towards the map of Sanhok and see what is going to happen, how is the action going to unfold, and how will our story continue from here on out. It is semifinals, day 1, week 1, and it is time for game number 3.
Well, it is going to be the map of Sanhok itself here between both Group A and C. third game of the first week of the semifinals officially begins right here, right now. And of course, the first Sanhok in the semifinals itself is on screen. And it seems like the flight is going to be coming in from the southwest corner of the map and then ending towards the north side of the map. So we did have a little bit of glimpse here of where Hydras were dropping in as well. So Team Forever, first one to drop off, is going to be playing from the southwest corner. We've got Hydras from the east side. We've got 4 Miracle on the south side as well. We've got Troy Tablet heading to its ruins. But the question here is, are we going to see a bootcamp crash? Maybe. Well, okay, it looks like no.
No, yeah. No. I also felt like, alright, this seems a little cheeky from Learn From Past, just sending an individual there. But no risk taken. You just leave Wild Fangs there alone. But it's still a risky drop, by the way, from Learn From Past. That's a very wide spread. Gosh, look at him all the way towards Camp Alpha. And his other teammates are south of boot camp.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting way of playing the game as well. Because Learn From Past, they're forced to playing a little bit of a scrappy rotation from the south side. And hopefully this doesn't really hurt them overall. It is going to help them a little bit, but I want to see how they are going to be taking this approach here. But it seems like they are going to take vehicles first as a priority in the map of Sanhok. Volcano gets Paradise themselves. Iggy going to get Tadamong and Kao for themselves. Mysterious 4 also having a very, very interesting stretch as well. We have got Sketch all the way far north, and the rest of his 3 teammates on Camp Bravo. So not exactly sure what's going on with that.
It's going to be... It will be interesting to see how the game unfolds now. Talking about the circle, just a little bit off Paradise Resort is the center. It's a northern circle. Quite standard and will not give a lot of pressure to basically 90% of the lobby. But here's a few things that I want to talk about as we were talking about and discussing that split drop coming from Learn From Past. It's not just them. A lot of teams have gone for that 4-man spread, taking the risk very early, right off the bat, on the drop itself. You have OG who went for a split drop, Do or Die went for a split drop, and Do or Die, by the way, massive risk taken. They're in the same map as 8-Bit. On Sanhok, you know 8-Bit dominates that southeastern quadrant, and Do or Die have kind of taken 8-Bit's corners away from them. They have, Do or Die have complete control of Kambong and Dogs, and 8-Bit, they've been forced to play from Cave.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit awkward as well, but let's see how it goes as well. Somrush pretty much has a lot of tricks up its sleeve, so whether or not can they actually pull a dub is going to be a completely separate question. But Learn From Past, they finally regroup. They are going to be the first one to take their first entry point inside the zone. It seems like they are going to take those compounds in the triple intersection right northeast of bootcamp itself as the center point to try and zone people out. Very, very smart play, but obviously they do need to hunker down somewhere or somewhere. In this case, hope that somebody passes by and then just hope to loot it off their bodies.
I mean, that would be ideal, right? But at this point, now trigger pulled. Information is going to be lost. Wild Fangs on the flank. Are they going to look to make a move for Miracle on our screens now? You see their position towards Painan. They are going to start to pull up north. And there might be a little bit of a run-in against the players of Learn From Past and Los Hermanos. For Miracle, they got to be careful. The timing is kind of slow for this early rotation as well. Yeah. Well, no, not really, actually. It's only been 4 minutes.
Exactly. So it's not really that slow. So I would say, in terms of efficiency fights, they're doing pretty well. But Mysterious 4, on the other hand, they're not having a great time. They've been trying to rotate from the outskirts of northeast, but they don't have vehicles. And 2OP Official is going to try to capitalize on this. And as of yet, 2OP Official, they did come in from camp themselves. They were looking to try and third-party them on the exit here. And unfortunately to say, Mysterious 4, they're calling the entire cavalries to try and punish Sketch. But on screen now, we do see Los Hermanos getting very, very close to 4 Miracles. Kalan, the star player coming from the previous game. And guess what? The opening knock has been made. Evil finds Reaper. And that's going to be the confirmation as well. And they do find one more. Kalan finds Beard Baba for Miracle. They just might have just dropped the ball right here. Got surprised.
And this is not looking good. Exactly what we wanted to talk about. For Miracle, just running into a trap, not aware of the team that was waiting for them on the other side. And now down to 3 players. Down to the last man, my apologies. For Miracles, Los Hermanos. That third finish awaits them. And there it is, Poco, he's going to get finished off. 3 points on the board right off the bat for Los Hermanos. But for a few seconds, did we just see Learn From Past make a climb up the hill, getting eager to fight? That would have been interesting, but they instantly back off on the other side of things, as you were talking about it, I see if Mysterious 4 against 2 OP official.
Yeah, but at the same time, not just learn from past, even WowFangs as well was considering it.
Yeah.
But on screen now, Fragger with the spray finds Shady, 2 OP official, losing 1. And Mysterious 4, they're not too happy that they were hunted down. And this time they get a little bit of revenge here on a little bit of battle of the northeast of the circle as well. And unfortunately for both of these teams, they only have each other to fight with. So there's no third parties, there's nothing yet. And considering that they are so far away from the zone, so they do have a little bit of room to work with. But does this help them is going to be the question, because first phase circle hasn't exactly been closed yet, and now learn from past. They're going to be expecting another company here. It's going to be God's Omen. Seems like learn from past in barely even 6 minutes has already encountered 6 different teams and decide not to engage at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want no issues in your gaming sessions, check out the Realme GT7, out and available on Amazon. 6 degrees cooler, uninterrupted gaming, all thanks to the iSense graphene rare cover, and of course 120 FPS stable performance for up to 6 hours, co-tested by Crafton and Realme. Do or die, it seems like they're going to try their level best to test OG in this 4v4. Not going to be easy though, especially considering Balu was dropped extremely low and is going to be forced to recover and stay out of the conflict for a little while.
You can see the gameplay itself has gotten a little bit slow just because of how pressure it is. Everybody wants a great start here in the semifinals. And of course, 2 OP official, they find Fragger. That's going to be Mysterious 4 losing another one. A very, very slow fight between both these two teams, but considering how long it's begun, 2 OP official has pretty much observed the situation that there is only one team around, that there is no third party, so might as well just clean them up when they're weak. It seems like aim hacks pretty much have a little bit of mistakes here. Rushes into the door, but on screen now, OG, they actually get shot off. And that's going to be a do or die that finds a little bit big here. WizGod forced to play this solo for now. Nade's been dropped in, do or die. In a very, very awkward situation. Ragdown, however, wants to save Aru. Pretty much out in the open, needs some backup. And do or die, they actually respect this. They're not fighting. Which is weird.
Yeah, they kind of pinned in here. And it is going to be difficult to try and approach this fight. And oh no, he's very lucky. AKOP whiffed that first spray. But nades coming through from Atanki as well. And OG, they are going to bring Aru back into this fight. The revive comes through. Do or die, they might have missed out on an opportunity to just beat down the players of OG even further and gain the edge in this 4v4. And with Aru back up, I think do or die might be done for. There it is. Things kicked off as WizGod with a nade finds the opening knock. Palu hits the floor.
What is that cover fire coming from both of them? And now with the push coming through as well, they do find the confirmation. OG, don't let them stand up, because when they stand up, they are going to be going out swinging, because right there, WizGod finds another pick with the shotties. The power of the DBS. And just like that, do or die, they get completely cleaned out. You better finish me when I was down, because if not, I'm going to stand up and finish you. That's exactly what OG did.
Oh, but someone else is going to get finished over here. Mysterious 4 against learn from past and Sketch, the last survivor for his team. There's a nade right next to him. He sees it. He's going to watch it blow up. No damage dished out. Now runs forward with the UMP and gets shot down by the shotgun. Sahel finds that finish for his team. Mysterious 4, an early exit on this map of Sanhok.
Yeah, learn from past. They do get the warehouse control, but while they're rotating in, Honey was actually picked off by WowFangs, who's inside bootcamp itself. Seems to me a lot of these teams may anticipate the circle to actually shift down south rather than north side, considering how open it is. Iggy going to be playing for north side. Nornex going to be playing from Alpha Island. We've got Troy Tumblin in the southwest corner, Team Forever far south. But it seems like bootcamp is going to be the POI for 3 teams here. WowFangs, Learn from Past, and maybe even Los Hermanos. Even God's Omen is also keeping tabs on that. So seems like it might be a bootcamp circle, but if it shifts up north, God's Omen's going to be very, very happy about this.
I mean, they will be for sure, but Sensei, oh no.
Wow, what is that
knocked
angle?
out, and Lavish is just holding that spot. That's where the stairs sort of connected to the rooftop, and he's waiting for Seth to come through. This is very smart from both the sides, in fact, but Seth is just blindly spraying, hoping to catch someone off guard. Seth spotted out. Right, a lucky revive opportunity for Wild Fangs, to be honest, but they're going to feel a lot more pressure now in the next few moments. They are kind of just a little bit off center, and boot camp, it's always going to be a priority position in a circle like this.
Well, at the same time, the Kia Ceros is currently out in the market as well with its enhanced control 5-star BN cap rating. Of course, the ADAS level 2 smart cruise control with stop and go, front collision warning, and avoidance assistant to keep your safety drive very, very safe when you're on the road. So be sure to check out the Kia Ceros. And now, as the game continues to roll, the circle is going to be shifting. Where does it land? Does it go towards boot camp? It seems like it is going to head in towards the warehouse vicinity. Learn from past, has the center of the zone. God's Omen having the high ground in the northeast corner, but Wild Fangs will have boot camp for themselves. So they do have to fight out every single team that is going to be pushing through boot camp. As Wild Fangs may be in prime position to farm some heavy finishes down the south side, because reposition is out of the question right now for Wild Fangs.
Yeah, it's not even an option. They gotta go for that cleanup, man. We have seen Wild Fangs in a position like this before, but my goodness, you have to be very lucky to be Team Eggy right now. Full control of that northern half of the circle. Everyone in the southern half is gonna be forced to fight amongst each other. And we do see Learn from Past taking a few shots. There's God's Omen looking to get involved as well, but towards the southeastern edge, 8-bit against OG. Two Titans about to run into each other, and this is going to be the start of the conflict between the teams from the southern edge of the circle right now.
Agreed. I'm curious to see how 8-bit actually takes this approach, considering that the back's against the wall. They have to push in. There's so many teams around. And right in front of them is going to be OG as well. That is going to be a massive fight for control from the southeast corner. Well, on screen now, Troy Tamlin Esports barely makes it inside the zone from the southwest corner. No contact yet. Boot camp is still going to be one of the most difficult places to push in without vehicles as well. If you're out in the open, there's just so many angles to shoot you from. Maybe be from boot camp, maybe from outside. There's just so much unknown variable in this scenario. And of course, all Wild Fangs needs to do is just play very, very safe. If someone's out in the open, we better take them out and take those points, because if they don't confirm it, every single other team outside is going to be looking to steal those points away from them.
Team Forever. In this high ground, they can make it work as well. Everyone playing that southern edge right now has a similar strategy. Right? We know it's Sanhok, so there's going to be a cluster everywhere in this map basically right now. And you're going to be forced to go frag heavy. Team Forever, they have the high ground to make it work. They're still looking for information. Although I think with Troy Tamlin Esports moving around the flanks, they should have a little bit of info to work with. Oh, now Dragon OP, he has to run for his life. He's the last survivor for 4 Miracle. Although Volcano Esports, are they going to let him leave like that? They actually do. Wow.
Well, nothing much they can do about this. OG having a very, very good disengagement, but they do have tabs that there are teams coming from that direction, so they are going to try and set up a roadblock down the south side. Oh, 8-bit laying low. Now finally bears their mark. They want their revenge against Hyderabad Hydras, and this time Hyderabad Hydras, they are the ones that actually are pinned outside. Ninja trying to dodge their way through, but with the circle coming in, it is going to be very, very awkward as well, as this is going to be stage 3. Starting to tick away. Wild Fangs, however, finds a cheeky angle off the other side, finds a pick off Hyderabad Hydras, and this is exactly what we were talking about as well. Wild Fangs, all they need to do is just punish everyone that's out and open. They may get the knock, but will they be able to get those confirmations? Because Gamla just stole away the points from Fierce.
Oh.
But here comes the crash. Team Forever comes in, but they themselves actually get shot by Troy Tamlin before they even engage against Wild Fangs.
Yeah, and now there's an opportunity for Fierce to actually steal all of these finishes. His IGL Sensei has been knocked in the back lines, but one nade and all of those finishes are going to be his. No, the nade goes to the wrong spot. Now here's the vehicles in the back lines, and Forever, they clash against the side of Troy Tamlin Esports. Inferno finally knocked out, all thanks to Fierce, but the fight is not over. Oasis, he's going for a revive, trying to bring his team back in, but these are finishes that Wild Fangs desperately need for themselves. 2 players up front, Ralphie and Ranveer, and the distraction from Fierce it's worked out quite well for Team Forever. They will be able to bring that revive to fruition. All players are going to be back.
Now Troy Tamlin has to fight against Team Forever as well. Fierce has pretty much instigated the fight for them. Now maintaining fair. Guess what? Renfrew gets cleaned out. Team Forever, they somehow survive because of Fierce's interference.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. But on the north side as well, learn from past, they've been holding on. God's Omen came down from the mountains and they are going to be crashing in. They do find themselves a couple of picks, but Goku, last man standing. It is going to be a 1 versus 1. Yash versus Goku. As the reset comes through, Goku trying to pick off Gyro God. Same can be said for Yash, but he is going to the outskirts of the warehouse themselves. And Goku is going to try and make an attempt. Sprays has been made. Nades being cooked. Now, learn from pass, dividing from the smokes, but the sprays from Goku with the shot, he finds him. Sahil gets the reset through, but he's going to be the ones doing the 1 versus 2. Cooks up the nade, looking for a finish, but no, does not connect. Gets taken out before he could line up the nade. And that is going to be God's Omen that takes out learn from pass.
3 finishes for Goku over there, just cleaning up the opponent all by himself. And a little bit of an update. Wildfangs took out Hyderabad Hydras, or should I say Fierce took out Hyderabad Hydras. I still want to see how many finishes he got off of that. We're down to 9 teams, 33 players in this game. Still alive, 2 OP official in a conflict against the players of TAG outside the zone as well. And whoever survives will have to deal with that pressure from God's Omen in the triple warehouses. And of course, Los Hermanos to the eastern compound. OG as well outside the zone, along with the players from 8-bit.
Yeah, how is 8-bit able to win every single fight from Southeast Corner? That is just insane.
I think they just stayed out of the fights.
My goodness, they themselves got a decent amount of finishes, but just on screen now, 2 OP official. Gonna have a knock onto his pro OP. Team Iggy gonna keep them on the pin side here, but both teams currently not in zone. They've got about 10 more seconds left, and the zone is about to close in. Team Iggy looking to try and disengage in the fight, but considering that pro OP has been knocked, 2 OP official wants to clean them out. But a well placed nade might look good. Oh, nice dodge there coming from 2 OP official. Iggy finding no connection on this fight.
Yeah, and even the HP bars of the players of Team Iggy are kind of low. 1 man has been knocked out. This is not going to make things easier. Oh, the trouble brews up. The spotted line of fire is there for bot fire. He's dished out a lot of damage now, waiting for the peak from the players of Team Iggy. JD Gaming, that's going to be 1 man to avoid. Murnox as well. Makes a run for his life, survives by the skin of his teeth, and Eggy, they're doing a brilliant job just pressing and playing along with their man advantage, but now the real pressure comes through on 2 OP official as the blue zone has engulfed them. Bot fire, he wants to clean the flank first, but Eggy has the TPP advantage and secures the knock without even breaking a sweat. Team Eggy, the upper hand, but now the move has to be made. They make a run towards the zone.
Agreed. Meanwhile, OG now pretty much in a very, very dicey situation. Forced to hide underwards the ditches in between the both places of bootcamp and also the warehouses. Even OG leaving only 1 player left. He's going to be stuck in a very, very tricky situation. Non-X Esports, however, survives the northern push, finds a little bit of space away from Wildfangs while Wildfangs was distracting against 8-bit. Guess what? 8-bit already eliminated just because they have no way in. And this time, the circle actually shifts onto the warehouse. Iggy coming from north side with minimal effort. They are going to be in prime position to punish every single team coming out from bootcamp if they get into position.
That is true. And NON, I think, but they would like to keep their flanks clear, so taking out 2 OP official has to be a priority. Just 3 players left for the side of NON. Wildfangs moving in from the rear, not an easy team to beat. 6 finishes for the side of Wildfangs. Now you see that consistency built up, but 7 points from the first 2 matches. I think Wildfangs, they need a chicken dinner to cover up for that deficit in game number 1 and game number 2. Los Hermanos, oh no. This team also has been consistent in the first 2 games, but now stuck in the blue. I do not see an escape over here. They will be shot at by the players of God's Omen, but God's Omen in the backlines. It's Wildfangs who kick things off. Players knocked out, Fierce and Seth. And the entirety of Los Hermanos gets destroyed as even NON find that line of fire. Finishes split between the 2 sides.
That is so unfortunate for them. 2 OP has somehow able to survive the onslaught that's about to bring to them. But Team Forever, they have the very, very similar idea as well. They come in from the northwest corner. The only two teams that is pretty much safe from the teams coming from bootcamp itself. Right now, whoever wins this fight in this northwest corner will have free entry at least towards the top 4, maybe even the top 3. They have to go head to head.
Yeah.
While the teams inside bootcamp is still distracted with each other. Wildfangs now looking for an entry themselves. They have to clear every single compound. And Non-X now, they're taking some heavy fire, not just by Wildfangs, they're also taking shots by 2OB official. Wildfangs getting shot here from Goku from across. Fierce pretty much taken out. Don't think they can actually reset this fight by God's Omen. They are looking to try and extend and try to pressure all these 3 teams to take each other out. And Roman now goes down.
Yeah, but I think more bodies about to fall. Lovish is there. 2OP official looking to move in. Twice God. It seems like his position is compromised as Aimbot want to run forward with an aid, but instantly gets knocked and finished. Liability takes down Lovish, and that would be the exit for NON, but 2OP official also follow suit soon as Wildfangs get that final player as well. 10 eliminations on the board for Wildfangs as they find themselves in the top 5 of this game. And of course, the entire control of that southern edge. All they have to deal with is Atanki in those trenches. But look at this. Eggy in the backlines now put under pressure as Team Forever move in towards the triple warehouses. And they share their spot with God's Omen.
Oh, wow. As soon as the Sadists, the circle shifts into his warehouse. Team Forever, very, very quick dips onto it as well. Eggy a little bit too late, has to run in. And now they're going to get shot by God's Omen. And they just have no way in. But wow, the shots has been making way as well. Look at this. Wildfangs, they take it as an initiative to push through. And guess what? They found space. They are going to be looking for this fight. And wow, all this is happening here. There's still 5 teams. Team Forever trying to stop Eggy from pushing in. Same can be said for God's Omen. Eggy pretty much stuck out in open. But guess what? Wildfangs, they won expecting a rat. And that's going to be Atanki, the solo warrior. Pounces, take a jab onto what's Fierce. But he cannot get those confirmations because as soon as he stand up, Seth is going to take him out as well. Now he goes for a crouch and peeks as well. He finds one more, but the counter fire will be good. But the circle is about to close in. They're about to lose everyone. But the nade from Cheyenne finds everyone from Wildfangs. The remaining players all get taken out. Team Forever, they find all these points. And we're down towards the final 3 teams. No, actually, final 2 now as Eggy gets taken out.
From being on the verge of being eliminated when Team Forever made the pounce onto Wildfangs, the third party from Troy the Villain, from surviving all of that to making it into the top 2 of this game. And now the fight against God's Omen where they have kicked things off in a brilliant manner, and I think they'll end it with a chicken dinner as well. God's Omen down to their last man they go, and Team Forever, there's just one thing left to do. Find that last finish, secure the chicken dinner, and take a decent spot on that overall leaderboard. And Gyro God, with those shots and him not being able to secure a knock, I think his fate is sealed, and there we have it. Swatting a fly mid-air, Team Forever securing a chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. And as we said, the story, the journey in this game was incredible. I thought when they entered bootcamp they were done for. I did not think Team Forever would be able to go all the way to win the game. But one crucial mistake made by Wildfangs and Troy the Million, they let them live, they let them reset.
Well. Sometimes when opportunity is given to you, you gotta snatch it. Sometimes mistakes were made, and it was an opportunity for Team Forever to bounce back. You gotta take it, because now Team Forever, they take the chicken dinner. They will get themselves a decent amount of points, and it's all thanks to one man. And that one man is Fierce from Wildfangs.
Yeah, I mean, Fierce was absolutely incredible in this game. Seth as well, dealing with a lot of pressure coming in from that eastern side of bootcamp all by himself, was very impressive. But it will be interesting to see Wildfangs now. Okay, Team Forever, my apologies. I want to talk about them for a minute because this was... it got awkward over there when we talk about that finish, when that Fierce situation occurred, and there was Troy the Million Esports as well. They were down to 1 player.
Yep.
Fierce was cooking up a nade lob right in their faces. He missed twice.
Yeah, and those nades actually hit onto his Troy tablet
Right, the minion
esports,
base.
which resulted in both teams forcing a hard reset and then go towards a direct hit-to-hit, which allowed Team Forever to actually win this fight. Yeah, this exact moment coming from Fierce pretty much was the reason why Troy tablet lost that fight and gave Team Forever a second chance in life and just completely shut them all out.
Exactly, they had 0 eliminations then, and from there finishing with 8 eliminations at the chicken dinner. So that was a brilliant recovery. But as we talk about Wildfangs, Wildfangs finished top 4, if I'm not wrong, right? And decent number of eliminations, I think 9 or 10 eliminations in this game for the side of Wildfangs. So it is a good game. It is the standard. They've met the standards that they have set themselves in the round 1. So yeah, good recovery of momentum, but I think this is the level of consistency that we want to see from Wildfangs. Because the first 2 games, I'll be honest, that was an underwhelming performance. This is more like it.
Yeah, but at the same time, this was a little bit of small blunder as well. Cheyenne with the nades was able to clean out all of Wildfangs while they were busy attacking Athenki. So that was a small little mistake that actually helped them, but it was a very, very big clutch coming from Cheyenne because of his situational awareness here. So very nicely done coming from him. But Team Forever, with the chicken dinner, gets themselves a decent amount of points, and just like that, they clean out the chicken dinner. So great awareness coming from Team Forever. Wasn't expecting them to survive that far, but again, you know, you don't really stick in the past, right? you got to learn from your past. We made a little mistake, and if we get to stand up, and if we're allowed to keep fighting, just fight.
Can you write all of this down for me? I might need these words in my for myself in the future, maybe. Don't stick to the past. Learn from the past.
Well, we've got them in the team itself. Oh, not in particular this group, but in the semifinals.
You know, I can guarantee this. I would love for learn from past to qualify for the finals, because you will really enjoy talking to Dope.
Well, I'll probably see a new name by the time we go to Grand Finals there.
You're expecting what usually happens, huh?
Yeah, it usually does happen as well.
I mean, so here's the thing, though. I think learn from past, the odds of that happening are kind of low, because this is kind of a legacy name, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But all things considered here on screen so far, especially in Group BC here, we've seen a little bit of struggles here. But even 8-bit, despite the consistency that they have procured, Sanhok was no mercy towards any teams of strategy as well. If you're late to the zone, you're late to the zone. There's no way out. But still, they did a decent amount of finishes in that game. But let's talk about the top 5 players. Liability having 7 finishes himself. Not exactly sure how he got it, though, from side of 2 OP official. But Goku from God's Omen, they were the ones that came in from the northeast corner. Of course, Wildfangs, we have 2 from Fierce, and Trace got just completely hammering on everyone around Bootcamp. And eventually, Cheyenne was on the top 5, clinching the win. But now, let's talk about the top performing teams in this game itself. Team Forever with the chicken dinner, 18 points. Wildfangs, 15 points. God's Omen, 12 points. 11 points for 2 OP official. But OG, despite not getting a very, very dominating game, they still get themselves 9 points.
Yeah, I mean, OG did quite well, and Athenki needs to be thanked for those 9 points, man. Not for the 9 in general, but for those 3 placement points that he was able to get. Because Necro pointed this out, 7 to 8 points. You are going to need that average if you want to keep yourselves in a fighting position for a spot in the finals right in week 1 itself. And 9 points is good. It gets you close to that double digit. If you can get double digit every single game, that is something that you would want for yourself. And right now, that might not be the case for a lot of these teams, because what we have noticed, and I think for the first 3 games at least, everyone is just extremely confused with how they have to play these matches. The teams that are generally stronger in terms of having experience, having firepower, having that game sense and everything in their IGLs are the ones that are doing better.
This is why watching BMPS is so interesting. There is so much expectations that has been put on, but sometimes it gets completely shattered because of the format itself. It keeps things interesting for teams at the top. It keeps things interesting for the teams at the bottom as well. Do you play more games for experience? Do you hide your strategies? Do you focus on your chemistry? But aside from that, that's why we watch BMPS, right? It's all about the competition. But as of now, we have to talk about the realme MVP King rankings as of yet. Fierce, Seth, WizGod, Ninju, TraceGod is currently the top 5 in the MVP rankings just because of their performances. And all these stats are calculated coming from round 1, semifinals, and also the grand finals only.
Exactly, and have to give a huge praise to Wildfangs. Fierce, Seth, Trey's got 3 players from the same team. Incredible performance from all 3 of these lads. And of course, hope for a bright future even in the finals. Hope to see this team in the finals. I'm sure they're going to make it through. There was OG Wizgod. And OG has had an interesting run. Last realme BGIS, we noticed that Wizgod took a there was a slump in the perform. And then AKOP stepped up. Then Atanki had a small slump. Wizgod stepped up. This time it feels like, yeah, Wizgod is there, but I'm sure all of his other 3 teammates are not going to be too far behind. OG always does well with the entire lineup.
Well, at the same time, we haven't seen a hero extreme godlike yet.
I think that's a different story.
Yeah, they are looking to try and fight for it as well. We know them for a fact that whenever MVP ranking is going to be in play, Hero Extreme Godlike will always back up. This is the semi-final.
Either Admin or Jonathan, man. Someone's going to take that spot, but we do not know who. Also, Godlike is facing a unique problem where all 4 of their players have the potential to just be the MVP every single game, and now I think it's between them just being like, all right,
it's going to be a competition
go
between
ham
themselves.
On everyone. Yeah, there's a friendly competition going right now, but let's see how the results are going to turn out. But ladies and gentlemen, before the next match, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Delivery, order ready. समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Wow.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025 semi-final stages itself. This is the semi-finals week 1 and you guys are currently watching the English podcast and today is day 1 itself. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. Join with me is going to be Necro as we take you through the English commentaries for today itself. And this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well because we have seen the rise and falls of certain teams here, and now we're going to see a little bit of a shift here as we are going to be seeing the shift into its Group B and C. But before that, I think, Necro, you have something to say.
Of course, and that's going to be about the Realme GT7. The device is already out on Amazon, so move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7. The sales are not live, get your hands onto it. That 7,000 mAh battery, also backed up with that 120 watts ultra-fast charger, will make sure your gaming nights will be as long as possible. But back towards the conversation once again, right? Now, the previous couple of games, 8-bit, of course, they've been dominating, but here's the main problem. Learn from past, they've been missing things a little bit.
Yeah, it seems a little bit awkward as well considering how they've been playing as well, right? It seems like they came in a little bit swinging as well here. They found a little bit of opportunities, but it seems like they were kind of out of shape. And that's what the entire formats of all the rounds they just kind of do to you, right? It could affect the teams at the top that directly qualify. They may have gone cold. They may have saved up strats. It all comes down to whether or not each and every single team, what their current agenda is going to be in this situation. But you know what's really, really interesting as well? To switch things up for you guys watching at home, now we can be seeing Group B and C. So a different group. We are going to completely scrap 8-bit out of the picture as well. 8-bit pretty much played 3 games so far. Done. Move away. Let's talk about how BC is going to handle things as of yet, because now they are going to be starting here with Erangel. We saw a little bit glimpse on how C kind of look. OG, TOP official, Mysterious 4, even Hyderabad Hydras, they did pretty okay. I really like that.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras has been doing pretty good for themselves, right? And as you mentioned, Group B and C is now going to be the one inside of the action. You've also got Group B and C on the screen itself. We did see OG in the previous game, including Eggy, TOP official. You've also got Mysterious 4, Hyderabad Hydras, returning names, and then Group B did play the first game itself. After that, we did see a little bit of that break. K9 Esports absolutely dominated the first ever game in the semifinals, and we might just see the same story repeat itself.
Yeah, it might be the case as well. And we are back towards a little bit more of a tactical nature as well. K9 was the one that actually started their journey in this map as well. So they did have a little bit of remnants on momentum on how they want to approach the fight in Erangel. So they got the chicken dinner, great for them. But now, the question here is, will they be able to take the #1 spot? We saw how 8-bit tried to make an attempt. Got 2 pretty okay games top 3. Sanhok was a complete disaster for them.
Yeah, of course, man. Sanhok, at the end of the day, look, as I mentioned, it's quite a zone-oriented map. This moment the zone is on top of you, there's a major chance you might just be the one to take the chicken dinner, and that's pretty much Sanhok for you. If the zone's not on top of you, you're messed up. That's what happened to 8-bit. That's what happened to Los Hermanos. That's why we did not really see the consistency from them. But now as you move on towards Erangel, we might just see the known names once again starting to dominate. For example, K9 Esports, they got the first chicken dinner. I highly doubt they're going to be messing things up over here either.
Well, let's see how things go as well, because we're going to be jumping straight into the game very, very soon here. But I want to really talk about the top team so far. There are a few names that really, really stood out for me. One of them is going to be Genesis in this particular group. Genesis, they are a LAN finalist coming in from BGIS himself. Round 1 didn't exactly do too well for themselves just because they have a major roster change. But throughout all these rounds that they have played, you can see the synergy has started to actually improve between Genesis Esports. And even today in their first map themselves, you can see a lot of adaptations has been made between, especially coming in from Hunters and Zap with the original roster coming from Genesis. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing. But after all this practice and all this synergy, are they going to be able to pull a big one again?
I mean, look, at this point, going for a chicken dinner, maybe not. But Genesis Esports, they're maintaining that average. They got 12 points in the first game. What else do you want? Double digits off the rip like that. Genesis Esports keeping themselves in quite a comfy spot in the overall standings. And K9 Esports, let's not forget, they just straight up dominated the competition. But then you've got a few more teams around the block, like True Rippers, that are still waiting to showcase their dominance. In the first game, True Rippers, I think they had 7 to 8 points, which is, of course, not bad if you want to maintain that average. But that's not the True Ripper standard, right? True Rippers is known to just rip through the competition and get those chicken dinners.
Yep, fair enough. But let's talk a little bit more on towards K9's performance so far, because when it comes to K9 Esports, the banner itself, and also the teams here, we've seen the brilliances coming from them during BGIS earlier this year. BMPS, they are also looking very, very strong. Unfortunately, they just could not qualify for the LAN last time. But this is a very, very good shot for them right now, considering that #1, they've got the first chicken dinner. That's great. Great start for them. Now, #2, if they maintain the consistency they had just now, they just might be able to sneak into the top 8 once more, skipping the entire stages of BMPS, meaning they will have the shortest route into the Grand Finals.
There's definitely a big chance, right? I mean, look, for K9 Esports, they've already got a base set up at this point. K9 Esports is looking extremely dominant, and as you mentioned, if they directly move on from the week 1 itself, that's going to be the shortest route to the Grand Finals, which will, of course, be a statement too. But here's the opposite side of the spectrum discussion. In the previous BJs, K9 Esports was struggling too much, and now this improvement in towards BMPS has been drastic. Hopefully, this drastic improvement is not going to be depreciating later on.
Yeah, I hope so. It's going to be like a consistency issue, right? Usually when it comes to LAN, it's very, very different as well. There's a reason why LAN experience becomes a very, very important factor, because there's a lot of outside factors that actually affect the overall players and the gameplay itself. Number 1, fans, for sure.
Of course, man.
It's your support affects the gameplay, 100%. Number 2, the heat. Number 3, the amount of people that is going to be there, and also in a grand setup, without the comforts of the home, it's going to be a little bit different. But before that, let's take a little bit short break, and we'll be right back with this game.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Delivery, order ready. समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025, and we are going to be directly jumping into the game to save some time as we are going to be continuing the journey here for Group B and C for the semifinals week 1 itself. And of course this is going to be a very, very interesting one here, Necro. My name is ICBaby12 and he's Necro, and we are going to be your pilots for today. And right from the get-go, we are going to be jumping into the game of Erangel itself. No time wasted. You guys are sick of watching us. Let us jump into the game.
Of course, and you love it, right? Directly towards the game itself, the plane flat path starting all the way from shooting range towards the opposite side, which will be Nora Point, or maybe you can't say Milta. Once again, this plane flat path, if you do want to move in towards Primorsk Sphere Pier now, it's going to be a tough stretch. So if the teams do want to go around those vicinity, they would need to go for a pit stop, get their hands on the basic loot, get their hands on vehicle, and then only they can move towards those vicinity. K9 Esports, this time they've got a potential challenger in the name of M4. I would love to see how this clash is going to be panning out.
Yeah, I want to see if there's anybody going to be clashing on those DS9. Yeah, 2OP official has pretty much dominated that vicinity for quite some time as well. There's no Revenant X-Spark. There is no... hold that thought for now. Before I talk about the DS9, guess what? On screen, we do see K9 having a little bit of run in. That's going to be Omega with the initial jump here with the shotties. Wasn't able to find a very, very heavy damage as well. The flank comes through, but it's no success for Hero. Very, very solid takedown coming from Omega, coming from K9.
Yeah, no one's got the guts to go for a drop clash against a team like K9 Esports. But still, Mysterious 4, they wanted to execute it. I'm not even sure why they went for it, especially when you know K9 Esports is mechanically solid. While Mysterious 4, they've been struggling with their mental recently. But now starting things off with just a 3-man squad. Mysterious 4, they've got the grip on towards Severny. So K9 Esports might just have a slow start, but luckily enough, the zone is favoring them. So K9 Esports can take their sweet little time, move on towards Severny, eliminate Mysterious 4, and then maybe try and think of the future plans.
Yeah, considering that the circle is going to be shifting onto that direction as well, a lot of these teams will have a little bit more of a preparation to head towards down there. K9, however, has a little bit of an awkward spot. Are they going to go to Stauber, or are they going to crash with Severny? Because as of yet, they may have gotten the slight drop clash victory in terms of vehicles against Hero. But aside from that, they don't really have a lot of loot if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, of course they don't, right? Just looting out those isolated compounds, it's not going to give you a lot. Not going to support you for the future journey as well. And K9 Esports, once again, trying to scoot the loot up around those compounds as well. You do see Slug driving up towards the right side. Around those compounds, we'll try to get whatever he can. And I'm pretty sure K9 Esports at this point is preparing for a fight against Mysterious 4, which will be tough to execute, but it is what it is. K9 Esports wants to make a statement.
Yeah, that's going to take a little bit too long here, but they are going to stock up a little bit more. But Shady from side 2OP official, leaving Yasnaya very early to try and check on Stauber, pretty much gives them an upper hand, because right now they have mountains are in control. They do have all the loot here. They is going to deny late game looting for some of these teams later on. So 2OP official definitely very, very confident in this right from the get-go in this first circle, whereas the rest of the world is still very, very far off. Orangutan going to be playing from Rozok. They do have a decent amount of loots, but the question here is, are they going to break into his Yasnaya, or are they going to go to the Stauber? Because the circle on top, at least 10% is going to be on the ocean itself, so because it seems like it might be a Kamishki circle, but Kamishki is so far northeast, and it's been a while since we've seen a Kamishki circle. Like, very, very long time. I think we saw it once in BGIS, I think twice now.
Yeah.
But it was very tricky to play, because those compounds on Kamishki, especially in the town itself, is very, very important.
Yeah, once again, something that's going to be important for you guys is also going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon. Search for the realme GT7. Get your hands on this device. The sales are now live. And that 7,000 mAh battery backed up with 120 watts ultra-fast charger will make sure your gaming nights will be as long as possible. But back towards the game conversation once again. K9 Esports, they've managed to regroup up and now move on towards the future vicinities. Even they probably do want to get their hands on towards the Starbler Hill. Looking at the way the zone's forming out as well, maybe K9 Esports does want to be proactive enough and challenge Shady.
This is so awkward of K9. They're pretty much underlooted as well. Yes, they may have gotten a finish. They don't really have a decent amount of loots, but this time they are going to be on the run here to try and look for some sort of loots into a Stauber themselves, as they're trying to make pass towards the north side, hoping to find a couple of vehicles. But guess what? They do find the vehicles along those roads up the Stauber Hill itself. So that is going to be very, very important for them. K9 Esports continuing the journey. And Ninja Boy, well, I'm pretty sure he wants a car. Not a horse, though.
Yeah. But you know what? Since he's got the Levi Ackerman skin, and he's also on top of the horse. It's quite characteristic for the anime itself. Makes a lot of sense.
Agreed. But speaking of which, Hydras going to be in a very, very peculiar spot just because they're coming from Pochinki. Obviously, when they rotate in, especially towards Starboard, it is a very, very difficult parting for them. Number one, they have to go through Rozok and school. Number two, they have to pass through Yasnaya, which is not exactly the greatest spot to work with. So, either or, there's only a few limited places they can go through from. And if they decide to skip the circle entry point, they have to directly entry from Georgiapur from the far west, or directly to the east side from Shelter, which is one of the furthest rotations away, even though it's closest to the circle itself. So, thinking 2-3 steps ahead is going to be very, very important, but they have to be quick. And I'm very surprised that they're taking this long to actually enter this zone itself.
Once again, right, speaking of thinking 2-3 steps ahead, K9 Esports realized the same thing too. And that's why they directly moved on and made a pounce towards Stalber Island. Not exactly towards Stalber though, they're still looting out scraps around the Stalber vicinity. Those initial compounds. And now you've also got 2OP. And a bit of that scuffle against Team Insane. Team Insane finding a bit of that pit stop towards station. Probably do want to contest this vicinity too. Just needs to make sure the vehicles are going to be safe and sound. Team Insane's looking okay. The man's running thin on ammo. Does not really have a lot of bullets, so 5.56. So Team Insane needs to do something.
Well, there's nothing much they can actually do about it, considering the fact that they are looting the outskirts of Yasnaya, which again, 2OP Official had the initial drop. So, in terms of overall loots, 2OP Official has already pretty much looted there, and also Shady on top of Stalber themselves. But the problem is they haven't really regrouped yet. So teams do have some sort of leeway of getting some loots. It's not exactly like 2OP Official has looted the entire city itself. So you are going to leave some sort of remnants here. So it should be fine. But Genesis Esports, I'm curious to see how their approach is, because as of now, it seems like they are looking to try and go in for the western approach here to try and climb up on towards the Stalber. And BO7S going to be hugging outside the zone on towards Military Island. A very, very late rotation. This is something that I think Revenant Xbox has done before. They do like to go to stage 3, stage 4, which resulted in them not able to find a new entry point later on. And they are quite far away. But fortunately for them, their direct pathing inside the zone is very much clear here. But Genesis, guess what? They are having same ideas of Orangutan. They are going to play the compounds down south of the mountain itself. They are going to be in a collision with each other.
Not a big fan of what's going on. OG against Genesis. Both the stronger names going up against each other. Genesis Esports as well, quite desperate for this game. The same thing can be said for OG. The moment you win this game, even you're going to be around that safety marker in the overall standings. The zone does center on up towards Yasnaya Polyana. Everyone's going to be surprised towards Stalber vicinity, including K9 Esports, because they try to pull off a great rotation and thought that maybe the zone's going to be centering on up towards Stalber. But that's not the case. Genesis Esports as well. The moment they look at the upcoming zone, even they start to make that pounce. Move away from this compound, try to move all the way on the southern spot as well. They might just meet the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, this is such a tricky zone to play with as well. With Genesis immediately runs away. Hyderabad Hydras with the sprays. March almost gets taken down by Apollo there. But at the same time, Apollo, he swaps back his seat. He is going to continue with his journey. He's down now so low. Sarvid looking for that pick, but unfortunately could not find so. As the trees will save his life, as Genesis actually makes entry point into Yasnaya. At this time, they are going to try and play and dock themselves along the lakes here.
Yeah.
And it seems like there's nobody, so that means Hunters, they will try and greet things out, but as soon as he greets things out, he is going to be running in towards Los Hermanos, I believe. And that is going to be, sorry, it's actually going to be Aryan in front of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not even sure what Hunters is doing. The man's messing up big time. The man did catch a lot of bullet upon himself as well, as Hunters taken down decently low. Utilities tossed and returned to try and suppress the players of Team Aryan, but that's not going to be enough. Hunters wants to back away towards the compound, and the man will too. Somehow the man's barely surviving. Genesis Esports in a big world of trouble, but now there's a bit of that separation between Hunters and the remaining three players. Hunters gets caught from the city. It's 4 Miracle who welcomed the man with open arms.
That's the worst possible outcome as well. He was just about to finish the first aid kit. And 4Miracle finds him in the wrong side and wrong wood. Mistakes were made, and now Genesis, they pay the price. They may have gotten a little bit of salvation. Seems like that split there may have cost them for a separation. While on screen now, we do see Team Forever round 2. This is going to be Troy Tamlin that actually fights them. And Cheyenne will shut down Hydro right from the get-go. Team Forever going head-to-head with Troy Tamlin Esports. Now, 1-for-1 exchange. And Troy Tamlin, do they want to continue here? Big nade coming from Mafia. Connects on Troy Tamlin. Are they going to be able to survive this? But Thunder with the sprays finds him, drops him down low. And Inferno goes down as well. And just like that, Troy Tamlin Esports goes down in this game. Sanhok was no fluke. Team Forever survives the onslaught once more.
Forever's looking strong as ever before. Insane stuff from Team Forever. Eliminating the entirety of Troy Tamlin Esports, and now that's all it's going to give them the confidence that was needed. Exactly what you expect from a banner like Team Forever, and they're making it happen inside of the game too. Hydra is on the screen. Even they want to pull off a rotation inside of the circle. Everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up so it can give a clear intention on how the future pathways might look like. The next zone's extremely important for everyone, and now it shifts towards Stalber. Shockwave in the prime spot, but that spot can also turn around soon.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to play the spot as well. Yes, the warehouses is great for cover, but it's only logically, I would say, great for looking towards the west side and east side. North and south, not exactly great from those spots here, especially for Shockwave. So they have to be very, very careful how they want to approach this. But 2OP official, they're very happy they are able to regroup on top of Stalber Hill itself. But look at this huge cluster coming from Yasnaya. There's just so many teams. Genesis being one of those teams that is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. BO7S, midway rotation, gets picked off, and it's going to be True Rippers that take them out. Wasn't expecting this. Joroki, the IGL for BO7S, getting completely dismantled here. They've got a hovercraft coming from Ghostface, but True Rippers realizes that they cannot let that slide as they are about to pounce on them themselves as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy one for True Rippers. BO7S in the front, quite separated. True Rippers, they've got the synergy and the communication on point. All the 4 players ready, taking those shots against BO7S, but Jelly himself messed up, but it's completely fine. His teammates got his back, as now the players in the front starting to get dismantled, and BO7S down 2 men. Ghostface, Dusty out of the picture. 2 men playmakers not in the game anymore.
This is so smart of True Rippers, realizing that they have the faster vehicles. They're just going to pressure them until they get completely stopped. The hovercraft could not outrun all these vehicles, gets completely shot down, gets completely hunted down, and the moment they stop to try and save the remaining player, they jumped on them and take them out. So that was a very, very nice calculation coming from True Reapers Germany, just because they had first dips of information that they know for a fact they're not going to get third party. So that was a very risky play, considering it's stage 3, but it's paid off a lot for them.
Looking at the way the zone's forming out, even the terrains that the teams are forced to play in, it's quite interesting. A lot of these teams now need to start adapting on fly, but even you guys should adapt. There's a Discovery Island available inside of the game. All you need to do is just keep on playing the classic games. While doing so, you will also earn the exploration points. Those exploration points will help you complete milestones, and the moment you complete those milestones, you can also redeem free in-game cosmetics. Yes, I said free. And while doing all of that, you can also contribute to the BMPS 2025 prize pool.
Exactly. The more you play, the more we pay. Well, not exactly us, but still.
Yeah, Crafton.
But all things considered, let's take a look and towards the game itself, because as of yet, Genesis Esports going to be breaking into the west side. They actually left Yastaya, took a wide swing rotation outside of the zone around the lake for a new entry point. And because of this, their first aids are going to be relatively low, but they will be able to find a little bit of an easier entry point. And that is going to be directly against Infernal Rising Esports, or in this case, Rising Inferno Esports, and also Team Forever. But as soon as I say this, the circle shifts them down south. Genesis, they are just going to be scratching their heads. Everywhere they go, the circle just pulls away, and they have to be on the go every single time. And OG now going to be having gatekeep the northwest corner. Shockwave still has the warehouses themselves, while on the south side, Aryan and 4Miracle, they're going to be very happy that they haven't left over those compounds.
Yeah, the zone's literally pulling off pranks at this point. Genesis Esports, I don't understand why they're making so many drastic changes based on the zone.
Because
I think they were just fine in Yasna Poliana. They should not have left that city. until the upcoming circle, but Genesis Esports making that drastic rotation all the way up north, just based on the zone itself, and now the zone pulling off a prank, shifting down south. It's catching them off guard. Genesis Esports' survival is now even thin.
Now OG still repositioning for center control, realizing that they do not have a very, very good spot, but they do find an opening against Jatin. As Riding Inferno Esports is going to lose a member, but OG doesn't want to re-engage this fight, so it's going to be very, very risky for them to find out in open, considering that number 1, stage 4 is still in play. Number 2, there's still 53 people alive in this zone. So it's a very, very heavily stacked lobby in this game, so they cannot afford to take unnecessary fights without risking their lives in this situation.
Look at the amount of utilities True Rippers has. 22 nades, 23 smoke grenades, and 2 Molotovs. True Rippers is ready for a war. But now, OG spotting out the man from, oh no, K9 Esports, rough luck. Omega down, there wasn't that pixel available. And I think he instantly capitalizes onto it. The C4 should do the deed.
Nope.
Still off the mark by a bit. Omega trying his best to stay alive, but he will be claimed in the end. OG, that's going to be a +1 on the board.
Yeah, very, very nicely done coming from OG. They've got the Northwest completely locked down, making sure that nobody enters here is going to help them out. But BO7S eliminated on 15th place. Rough luck for BO7S. But OG, they are going to see what Genesis is doing as well. They heard all these commotions and Shadow pretty much knocked up. And right now, the entry point is going to be locked by both Hyderabad Hydras and OG. This is going to be a very massive fight here. Hyderabad Hydras has a very dirty off angle here, as Genesis has only 2 options. Well, actually 1 now, considering that they have to fight Hyderabad Hydras, because if they fight OG, they're going to get shot.
Yeah, they're done for. Genesis in the front. Util tossed against him. This nade might just be on the mark, but no, a little bit off. The man's going to be able to patch himself up. Genesis Esports look healthy. The moment I say so, Zap goes down. Not a great start to the fight. Hyderabad Hydras, 2 players in the front. Ninja and Mokes next to each other. Mokes just taking a lot of damage upon himself. Shadow's doing that constant spray damage. Genesis Esports, both the players next to each other. Backs against the wall too. Not a lot of breathing space available. And look at the back lines now. OG is starting to stack up. Where can Genesis go? They've got nowhere to go from the top. OG will be running pellets. And now for Genesis, they're starting to get picked off slowly and steadily. One last glimmer of hope standing. For how long can Shadow keep the banner sky high? That's the question. This nade from I think he might just seal the deal. And it should do the deed, and it does.
Nicely done coming from Atenki. They clean out Genesis. Genesis on 14th place. A nice little tag team between them and Hyderabad Hydras. But OG, guess what? They scout out a different team here. It's not just Hyderabad Hydras. 2 OP officials in front of them. They have to reposition for this fight. The shots has been made. They want to try and shut down 2 OP official. OG needs to make a move onto the zone. And guess what? They find Bonfire. What a shot that is from Wizgod. Finds the opener. Finds the confirmation as well. And now liability has been spotted out. OG. They have 10 seconds left before the circle closes in. They are one of the furthest away from the zone. But it is stage 5 and the zone is going to be very, very slow.
They're not down yet though. 2OP still 3-man strong squad. And these 3 players can definitely eliminate the entirety of OG if they make a mistake. 2OP on the move towards the zone. At this point, they don't even have a lot of time. Need to make every single thing count. 2OP's taking too many shots upon themselves. Liability was on the verge of being knocked out. Still somehow the man pulls back. All good in the hood for 2OP, at least as of now.
No space. They just don't have space right now. This is getting too crowded. 39 left people alive. 12 teams left alive. Team Shockwave, they haven't exactly gotten out from those compounds yet. They finally have to take a couple shots in. Oh, wait a minute. That's what that is. Going to be a very, very awkward spot to be in. As a rank 10 and 2OP official pinned between the heights coming from 2OP from Shockwave. And instead of hiding onto the warehouse vicinity, they actually walked out. They are going to be able to find a few picks themselves. That is very, very bold of them. But
yeah,
considering that the circle forced them out, they don't really have a lot of options to work with. But Shockwave, Extrawood, he's stuck out in open. OG might be able to find a free line of sight. Extrawood dropping down low. He needs someone to save him, and no one is there. And that's going to be AKOP that takes him out. Shockwave, they may have just made a huge blunder for that play.
Definitely does seem like it. Extrawood, I highly doubt the man can be saved at this point. The elimination feed as well, once again starting to pop off. OG spotting out the remaining players. And here comes the spray. Wiscard missing the mark, but it's completely fine. Kazaru from the back. The man's doing some serious damage. Shockwave nowhere to go. Out in the open, too exposed. And OG, the apes, they're constantly just eating them apart. Devouring the players of Shockwave. And I highly doubt Shockwave's going to stand a chance inside of the fight anymore. But it's still AKOP drops down. It's now going to be the players of Eggy, too, stepping inside of the fight. It's going to be tough for Eggy to convert. But looking at the way things are going on for Shockwave, he's the only man standing. Maybe he can't go for the revival on towards Shroud, but the nade, it does a lot of damage. Shockwave himself taken down to sliver of HP. One last man, a lot of dreams on the shoulder. This nade might just be on the mark and might just do the job. It was, but it does chip a lot of damage.
Oh boy, OG still pushing down south. Shockwave somehow surviving here. This fight in the north is getting a little bit hectic as well. But Shockwave, they've lost Extrawood, but another team has fallen towards this zone, and that's going to be Infernal Rising Esports.
Oh my god.
Very, very unfortunate here. But OG, look at this. On the finish beat, Vizgod finds another one as well. And Shockwave, oh boy, they actually got shut down. It was Iggy that shuts them out.
This might just be Iggy's game. They've got all the 4 players standing. OG's taken down with a 3-man squad. Iggy's got the man number. And if they go for the fight against OG, and if they find the first opener, that's it for OG. Yeah. But OG now needs to find a knock desperately against Eggy.
This is insane coming from OG. It's just fights after fights after fights from OG. And now the circle shifts out of Yasnaya. And finally OG has some sort of a break right now, Necro.
Pretty much they do.
They are on the highest point, but the 2 immediate threat right now is going to be number 1, Eggy on the left. Number 2 is going to be Hydra, but Hydra is looking for their fumble. At the moment they do, Hydra, but Hydra is going to be looking to try and push up on those mountains. But look at this, Eggy finds an opening, Aru gets spotted out, and now here comes the nade from Eggy.
I highly doubt OG can do a lot in this scenario. Down a 2-man squad.
Oh, no.
And Eggy's constantly making that bounce as well. They're making it hurt. The utilities are able to find the connection as well. But even OG, they try to return the favor back, but it's not going to be enough. Eggy still, they've got the man advantage. Now it's taken down to 1v3. Can Wiscard really save the day for the orangutans?
Oh!
That's the question. Nade finds the connection. Now it's taken down to 1v2. Wiscard can still make it happen. He can clutch it out for the boys. One last nade in the hand. This nade as well needs to find the connection. It's tossed on the mark and might just slip right past him. Does get the confirmation on towards Murnox. Few more utils tossed at the same line. Wiscard now tries to make that pounce. Spamming through the smoke. No connection found just yet. Eggy, a 3-man squad, needs to survive no matter what. And Wiscard's taking too much damage upon himself. This one man from the orangutans is doing too much damage.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's denied the revive. They're not exactly out, but Wiscard, oh, he tried to prod out and open, get a little bit cheeky, but Team Eggy spam was able to clip in just by the second. And that's going to be OG that goes down, but they do get themselves 10 elimination. Eggy somehow survives that ordeal. The rest of the world are still back in action as well, because now down south, this huge cluster coming from Yasnaya is still not over yet. 4 Miracles somehow still surviving, but they are getting pushed for Team Aryan. Weird Baba, last man standing, tries to hold down the fort. Hitler is still there, but another dodge with those vehicles. Weird Baba, he's still alive, and Cyrex gets somewhat taken out as Team Aryan is getting shot from the mountain terrains, as Team Insane also looking to third party this fight.
Everyone on the southern side is going to be messed up by the team on the northern side, and that's what's going on currently. Eggy's just playing tower defense. They're just trying to hold down the spot. Aryan, this push, it's not working out against Fort Miracle. How is Beard Baba still standing? He's doing that constant damage against Team Aryan, and Team Aryan is not able to find the connection. And you speak of the connection, it's found by Pro from the side of Eggy all the way from top.
Oh, Beer Baba, he tried his best. He really, really tried his best. But because of his best, Team Aryan is just completely messed up now. And Team Insane looking to clean out the south without giving a damn about what's happening on the north side. True Reapers also next to fall, but Eggy from the northeast side, they are doing well. Aryan almost gets spotted out, almost gets picked up. Yash still spraying his way through, but finally finds the connection, and that's going to be Team Aryan, leaving only 1 player left, and that's going to be Devotee, stuck out of nowhere. looking for some sort of saving grace, but there's just no space in this next phase. The only next entry point is directly up the mountain here, as Hyderabad Hydras is already lying in wait. Eggy dominating another team. What? Eggy, 11 finishes. They even clean out K9, and now they're cleaning out Hyderabad Hydras.
Hyderabad Hydras backs against the wall. And Eggy this time around, they're not going to be sparing anyone. No mercy against anyone. Eggy's constantly taking those shots. They're doing a lot of damage to the lobby. Even Team Insane's going to be on the receiving side of the spectrum. Where can you go if you're Team Insane and Team Aryan? You're all the way underneath the players of Eggy, and Eggy's constantly taking those shots against you. It's raining down terror and fear from Eggy. Hyderabad Hydras, even they've lost out on a man. Now they're taken down with two-man squad. Hyderabad Hydras, they do want to bring in the rescue operation. CRV closes up. The man will try to stick in that revive. Ninju from the back, his job is to provide that cover fire. But can it really come into fruition? That's the question. JD Gaming trying to make that pounce. He wants to stop this revival from coming through. But this nade needs to be tossed on the mark. And that's the only way the man can squeeze in a re-knock once again. And the nade was extremely close. Sarvit could have been knocked out. But the re-knock still missing.
Hyderabad Hydras now getting surrounded with all this fire. JD Gaming making sure that they get completely shut down. They've got the upper high ground. They've got the advantage. But right now, Hyderabad Hydras, they need one thing. And that's going to be Ninju from all the way far back to find an opening knock. And that's the only way they somewhat have space. But with an explosion coming in play, Mosh getting knocked, Eggy, they know they've got the numbers. It is going to be a 3v2. And looking for their flush. But seems like Ninju's shots pretty much distracted them, and Eggy's hesitant to continue with this push.
Yeah. Eggy. 4 nades in the hands of Pro. And he's constantly tossing those nades, but they're not doing anything. And now Eggy, they're running thin on patience. JD Gaming wants to make the pounce, but Eggy, they're going to lose this fight.
No!
What happened in the end? Eggy, they just lost all their men. And one nade from Hyderabad Hydras will seal the deal and convert this chicken dinner to them.
That wasn't a Hyderabad Hydra finish. That was JD Gaming knocking himself and his teammate.
What?
That was... Oh my god. How?
Is that what really happened? I thought Hyderabad Hydras tossed a nade.
JD Gaming actually lobbed the nade right on the floor.
Oh my
hoping
god.
it would bounce just enough and drop directly on top of Hyderabad Hydras, but miscalculated the timing, exploded before it actually hit Hyderabad Hydras. That was... Wow, that was unexpected. That... Oh no, Iggy. that...
Yeah. Let that simmer in. But generally speaking, he just overcooked that nade. Should not have cooked it that much.
That was like, okay, it was a 3 versus 2. And then Iggy made a mistake because they know Ninja is going to take a trap. Yes, it became a 2 versus 2, got the reset. JD Gaming overpicked, could not find a re-knock. Maybe it's a little bit pressure, maybe it was just angles or something. Tried to cook the nade. Before getting a reset, Hyderabad Hydras was still getting pins against the wall. Cooked the nade, tried to lip it just right in the corner, hoping that it drops down, but misses the angle and exploded right in front of him and his teammates. And like, yeah, oh, that was just... I want to see that exact replay again because I might have got it wrong, but that's exactly what it happened.
Hey, maybe we will see the replay and the highlights right in the final few moments what exactly happened. But Hyderabad Hydras, how often do you see a 2-finish chicken dinner? It's not too often. They've only managed to acquire 12 points out of that game. Of course, it's not a lot of points, but still Hyderabad Hydras, they will be staying quite consistent and decent in the overall standings with this game. OG was just cleaning out squads left, right, center. The same thing could be said for Eggy too. Should have been their game on paper, but Eggy just messed up in the end.
Oh boy, I want to double check whether I was right or wrong because it really felt like that. But JD Gaming was popping off in this game. Team Eggy was just completely dominating everyone from northeast corner, from the north side. Everyone just completely stood no chance. OG got shut down. It all came down to just leaving only Hyderabad Hydras to survive. And even Hyderabad Hydras, the entirety of the game has been always on the pressure in the backs against the wall. All they did was just laying low, and then it came down to a position where they're, okay, we finally found some sort of cover.
And how could you forget this moment from Beard Baba too, right? The man was just doing so much damage to the team in front, which was Team Aryan. And generally speaking, we thought things could be better.
It was Pro OP. He was cooking the nade, and it just exploded right in front of him and JD Gaming. So it wasn't JD Gaming, it was Pro OP. again, he tried to lob it in the angle to just drop
He
directly.
overcooked it. He just
overcooked it off angle
no.
and just exploded.
That's gotta blow.
I don't know how to explain this, but us as casters, we want to try to be professional. That is just infuriating. That is just frustrating. That was a chicken dinner in my hand. Just one small little nade that, you know what, I'm just gonna and the thing that he was trying to do requires a certain set of finesse, but that is 4 points. That's 7, even three finishes, 4 points. That's 7 points down the drain because of
I'm pretty sure even Eggy is laughing at this scenario, what just happened. I'm pretty sure even they're laughing.
Okay, I know they're not bad. They might
Yeah,
have...
I'm pretty sure they're just laughing it out at this point because it is quite funny what happened. Let's not be...
Dude, personally, I'm mad. Personally, I'm mad because it's my chicken and back. Oh, you know what? Hyderabad Hydras, you got a chicken. It's okay. We gave you 4 points, but we denied 3 points away. Come on, man. It's the semifinals. You need every single point you need in order to qualify to Grand Finals.
Hey, still, no matter what, though, Eggy's going to be at the top of the match points, so it's still completely fine. Pro be getting 5 finishes, 4 knockouts, damage number of 892. As we move on towards the top 5 players, of course, there is going to be Pro. You also do see Wisgod from the side of OG with 5 finishes. Shockwave, too, from Shockwave, getting 5 finishes. Eggy right there, too, from Eggy, getting 4 finishes for himself. And then you've got Aryan TMG Hitler getting 3 finishes racked up. Pretty much the top 5 players as expected. Specifically Propi, of course, that blunder in the end. But I'm pretty sure EG's still going to be at the top in the point standings.
Yeah, Eggy definitely, you know, everything went well. Everything was great. A win is still a win. We're still part of the top 2. No chicken dinner for you, though. Hopefully it is not that bad, but yes, I agree with you. They are still on top. We've got 19 points. Hyderabad Hydras, they got the chicken dinner, but only 2 finishes.
It
and
is
they
what
get
it is,
themselves
though.
12 points. OG did really, really well. They've got 10 finishes with not enough placement points, but they do get themselves 11. Iron XTMG, a very, very nice bounce back in this game, gets themselves 10 points. Team Insane with 10 points. True Reapers with 6 points. Shockwave with 6. K9 with 5 points. And this is very, very difficult considering how the circle is kind of shifted because it was very tricky. It was a huge cluster in the north and a huge cluster in the south.
Yeah, once again, the circle was just playing a lot of mind games, right? For a moment, it was shifting all the way down south. Next moment, it was shifting all the way up north. And the same pattern was constantly being repeated by the zone. And Eggy, yes, missing out on the chicken dinner, but still getting 19 points. And Hyderabad Hydras securing a freebie gifted by the players of Eggy themselves, which is completely fine for Hyderabad Hydras. If I'm Hyderabad Hydras, I would take that. I would be more than happy. A free chicken dinner gifted to me. I'm doing much more better now in the overall standings.
See, that's the thing. That's from Hyderabad Hydras' perspective. But from Heggy's perspective...
Look, man, I don't think they're that mad. I'm pretty sure they're happy.
Personally, he might be happy, he might be mad, but that is a very, very huge morale hit, personally. Like, for me, if I made a mistake like that, I would feel mentally affected for the next game. Because people would start blaming me, the fans would be laughing, we will be making content and stuff like that. And those kind of mental attacks will affect you going into the Grand Finals. And that is something that every single champion or every single team has to go through. But, oh boy, that should not have happened.
In my opinion, that would have affected them only if Eggy would not have had that many finish points.
Fair enough.
Eggy was struggling themselves to get those elimination points, and if they had somewhere around 5 to 6 elimination points, and if they missed out on that chicken dinner, then that makes a lot of sense if Eggy was mad at themselves. But since they've got so many finish points, it's completely fine. It's forgiving for Eggy. As we move on towards head-to-head, Hyderabad Hydras, of course, a team that just got 2 finish points, and Eggy got 13. It's not even a comparison. Hyderabad Hydras was playing passive throughout the entire game.
Yeah, they couldn't really do too much based on the entry points that they have actually gone through as well. Hyderabad Hydras played really, really well in the sense where they actually third-party the Genesis the right timing without overexposing themselves, knowing for a fact that OG was looking down on them, AG was looking down on them as well. All Hyderabad Hydra did was just trying to make into his entry point as safely as they could. And the way they actually entered was by far one of the most difficult routes to work with, which is on the sides on the hill, which normally is going to be exposed for teams in the south. But considering how the South was so occupied with each other, Hyderabad Hydras was able to just sneak in through. And when it came down to the final 2, obviously Hyderabad Hydras was part of the equation of making sure that the South don't really survive. But that chicken dinner...
I mean, look, let's just say when the luck really calls for it, it will answer. And at that point for Hyderabad Hydras, it was just all luck, right? Luckily enough for them, the teams were just busy duking it out, so that's why they were able to squeeze inside of that circle. They played it as passive as possible, made sure that no one's going to be having that red light on top of them. And Hyderabad Hydras, in the end, a chicken dinner was gifted to them by Pro. So what else do you want, Hyderabad Hydras? That was a solid game right there. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel after watching that gifting season in the previous game. Johnny, where's my gift?
You're going to get a gift. There's something waiting for you in the PCR.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
I would love to know what's waiting for me in the PCR, but I'm pretty sure you were watching that game as well, and you saw what exactly happened in that previous moment. Pro Peaches gifting that chicken dinner to Hyderabad Hydras, which is, of course, the best thing. And I wish I could gift you guys the Realme GT7, but you guys have to move on towards Amazon yourself and get your hands onto it because the sale's now live. And let's not forget some of the features. That stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, 7,000 mAh battery too. What else do you want in your device? This device is packed with a lot of features, so go and check it out. But back towards the conversation once again. Johnny, what are your thoughts about that?
I think Hyderabad Hydras, first of all, does not really matter if they got only 2 finishes. They at least get those 10 placement points, right? And it keeps
points.
their average in check. Exactly. As long as you're getting those double digits game after game, nothing changes. And Hyderabad Hydras, this is like the dream start that you could ask for any team. 2 chicken dinners in the same day out of the 6 matches that were supposed to be played, and you're not even playing all those 6 matches.
I know, right?
So they're already off to a great start, but then again, Eggy, I have to say now, that is what you call a recovery. Because the first game they played didn't go that well for them this time around. I mean, that aggressive stance that it took, it really worked out.
Yeah, me and IC had a conversation, right? IC said, I'm pretty sure that might just affect the mindset of Eggy, but then I mentioned that the amount of elimination points Eggy's got, I highly doubt it's going to be affecting them.
Exactly.
Because the elimination points sort of covered up for it, and that's going to be forgiving too.
Yeah.
Let's move on towards today's matches and find out what else is left on the schedule for now. Miramar's going to be the upcoming map. B and D will now be in the chiming, and as we know, inside of Group D, we've got some of the big names like Soul, Godlike Gods, Reed 2 popping up inside of the action. This would be fun.
This would be fun indeed, and throughout the day, there were a lot of people waiting for Group D to sort of step into the battleground for them to begin the action. And well, the group of death and destruction, let's see how this time the teams are going to fare up, because there's a lot of interesting storylines to follow within Group D itself. You talk about the amazing run in round 1 from TWOB, Seoul, Godlike as well did quite well for themselves. Reckoning Esports have been on a path of recovery since round 1. You remember that horrible start? They were on the last page of the leaderboard when things kicked off. And 4TR as well. One surprising name that has done extremely well for themselves along with the side of Jux and Alibaba Raiders, and have qualified all the way towards the semifinals. But the semifinals is going to be tough.
Generally speaking, the biggest surprise for me in this particular group is Alibaba Raiders. I never thought they would make it towards the semifinals, but here they are. And now I have a lot of hopes from them. I hope they move on towards the LAN Finals as well. But without wasting any more time, we straight up just jump in the deserty lands of Miramar, as the planes now once again going to be in the skies, starting all the way from Chumasera towards Impala. This plane fly path heavily tilted down south. It's going to be catching a lot of teams off guard.
Yeah, it definitely will catch a lot of these bodies and players off guard, but let's see how things are going to turn out. And of course, all eyes are going to be pinned on those big names, the likes of Seoul, God's Reign, Godlike, and Reckoning Esports. Are there going to be any early conflicts for them in this matchup this time around? That is going to be the first question. What are your thoughts on that, by the way?
I mean, I would love to see some early conflicts. Nothing taken away from that. You already know. I'm a big fan of aggression. That's why I used to love Metal Esports too. And since Seoul is now back in the action, this is one of those teams that has been going for the early conflict. And let's not forget, Hero Extreme Godlike, one of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby. We would love to see what's going to be in store from them. But Seoul and Godlike in one group, now that's a rivalry I would love to see.
It definitely is. But as you were talking about Seoul, yeah, they can get quite aggressive. But I think we're going to have to wait for the zone to see what their intentions are going to be like. Because as of now, just based off the flight path, this is a big challenge for the side of Seoul. They like to start from Crater Fields La Cobriera, and that position is quite far away from the flight path itself. So first things first, get to your drop spot, get that loot as quickly as possible.
At this point, you've also got K9 Esports dropping all the way towards that centric part.
What is happening with Jux Necro?
Yeah, Niku all the way towards the left side. You've got the remaining players towards right. Team Insane, they found themselves in the crosshairs of Seoul. And at this point, the man's only got his hands on the Winchester. Goblin is not going to be happy with that. But Team Insane themselves, they do not really have nothing to work with. And it's going to be the Battle of Shanks. I would love to see this 1v1. Come on, let it happen. It would be fun. But no, Lazy's also getting shot at a util next to the man, and he will be shanked to death.
And there it is. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the side of Seoul kicking things off. That's the first finish of the game, as you mentioned. And, of course, not really a position that Team Insane thought they would be in right off the bat.
I wanted to see that 1v1 with Shanks. Come on. They should have let it happen.
There should have been an interaction where the Shanks could make contact against each other. So you get the sharp blades connecting sound.
Yeah, I mean, there is a sound available, but maybe not for us. But hey, Team Insane now starting things off with just a 3-man squad, so a bit of a rough start. But it's fine, it's Team Insane. They've been doing pretty good for themselves. The previous game, they got 10 points. So Team Insane is trying to maintain that average, and they're looking pretty decent doing so. This zone, once again, is quite a standard zone. We've been looking at this same zone throughout the entirety of Miramar.
Man.
And once again, the similar zone pops up.
Yeah, this is going to be a very slow game right off the bat. I mean, you have majority of the teams taking control of the circle already. The edges are left open, so everyone will be able to sneak their way in. And in a circle like this, I want to believe that Destro is going to be sitting there with a smile on his face, because he has, it's just like they're a little bit off center the side of God's Reign, but hey, at least they have control of a big chunk of the land inside of the zone itself right off the bat. And if they take control of the hills as well west of Impala, gives them a lot of information of the teams closing in from that western front.
I would love to see the zone shift on towards those right islands.
It's not like, it's not gonna happen. I mean,
yeah, but the chances are still pretty high though, right? If you talk about it,
the chances are low.
Look,
what's the higher probability? Is the
25% of the zone in the water lines. That means the chances of the zone shifting towards those islands should at least be 15%.
I think it's like single digits, man. I think it's like 4 or 5%.
Johnny, you gotta learn to be optimistic sometimes, you know? We want to see something new! And Adi almost showed us that. Soul could have been taken out. Unfortunately for Soul, that man is still alive. He did catch a lot of hurt upon himself, so Knuckles going to be happy about him. Team Insane, though, it's going to be a chance for them to pull out.
On the note of optimism, Necro, I just have to say one thing. Facts do not care about your feelings, buddy. I mean, so, okay, 4 years of existence of BGMI, right? How many circles have we seen towards that 2 island? 1?
Yeah, 2.
One
but
or
I've
2?
casted 1.
Yeah. And how many Miramar maps have you done? More than like 200?
Yeah.
So that is
Actually, that's
0.5% odds, man.
Look, if you talk about it, Johnny, that's quite an interesting stat to have for a commentator, right?
Yeah.
Like, how many Erangels have you casted? How many Miramars have you casted? How many Sanhoks have you done?
I mean,
if you think about it, I mean, since we've got specific frags for the players,
yeah.
what if we have, like, specific graphics for the commentators as well? So far, these many maps we have casted, right? It's quite fun.
It's going to be fun. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, that is going to... I'm just thinking, like, that's going to be a lot of number crunching. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you do not want to struggle with anything, especially BGMI related, check out the Realme GT7, available on Amazon.in.
Yeah. And the moment you see those numbers, like, quite low, we can just tease that commentator as a rookie.
Who do you think is going to be the lowest right now?
Salty, 100%.
Yeah. I miss Salty.
Yeah,
you miss him too, right?
Yeah.
Necro misses his best friend.
But you know what? Back towards the game. Some people, they're quite inconsistent.
Why do you have to say that as soon as Jax is there on the screen, man?
Hey, look, Jax has popped off pretty well in the past, right? Getting those
true.
1v3s, 1v4s. He's been impressing us time and time.
But again, I think the star for Jax has to be amazing. Especially with his performance in the opening round of the tournament, helping this team survive.
I mean, speaking of overall Jax, right? As I mentioned, they're just inconsistent. Simple. Simply put, I know it might just sound a little bit rash, but they're inconsistent. They haven't been able to bring in that string, and that's why it's really tough to trust a team like Jux if they can move on towards the finals, unless if Jux gets a nuclear performance in the week 1 itself, then we can know what we can expect from them in the future stages.
Oh, let's see, though, on our screens, Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning always has a tendency to take control of Los Leones in a situation like this, but this time they've opted for those eastern hills east of Los Leones. And this could be an interesting move, by the way. But, ladies and gentlemen, there's only been one finish in the game so far, and this was it.
Yeah, and of course, the producer's just rubbing the salt on top of the wound. Let that sink in.
Man. That's just brutal scene out of a movie.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to see a 1v1. I said
Might
that
have
as
actually
well
seen
during
that
the play-by-play. I wanted to see that 1v1, but hold on. Team Aryan, Devotee getting chased. Team Insane this time around, since they know they've started things off in a 3-man squad, they want to make sure that the opponents as well, even they started hurt. Devotee, the man gets taken down real low, and in the end gets eliminated too. Team Insane, that's going to be 1 free point on the board.
Again, I think soft recovery after that fiasco at the start of the match. Insane, again, this is a big name that a lot of people are quite hopeful that will make it all the way towards the finals, but journey in the semifinals, a little bit of a shaky start. Inferno Rising on our screens right now.
I mean, Insane is...
Where is Inferno Rising, to be honest?
Like right on the screen.
Yeah, but they've gone for a very weird split play. So these are the hills where we saw Reckoning Esports actually take a climb, but Reckoning isn't there anymore. And it's 2 players from sort of Inferno Rising that have taken control of the eastern hills of Los Leones, and then 2 players are still in that city. You see them on the radar, finally.
Yeah. So I guess Inferno Rising still trying to figure stuff out, but we're seeing a few individual blows dealt out. Reckoning Esports getting rid of their former teammate, their ex, Hunters.
Why do you make it sound like that, man?
I mean,
their ex, huh?
Yeah, technically if you talk about it. Used to be part of that banner.
Now they're just friends?
Now left. Listen, you can never be friends with your ex, right?
You can, technically.
You can? Okay, well, that's an interesting topic of conversation.
That's a
we
totally
can have that
different
off
conversation.
stream.
Yeah, we got it.
But you know what? Looking at the way the zone's forming up,
Yeah.
50% of the zone is in the water lines, 50% of the zone still on the surface. Johnny, this is going to be suffocating a lot of teams now.
I mean, the biggest name is going to be Soul, man. Look at them. They're going to be stuck in the blue, and for some reason, Jonathan has been left in the backlines by the entirety of God, like, to deal with Soul alone.
I know, right? Soul and Jonathan all by himself. Is that fight really going to come into fruition, though? That's my question.
Want it to happen.
I want it to happen as well, but I highly doubt Jonathan's going to be standing a lot of chances against that. The entirety of Soul, of course, will overpower the man. But the Blues, since it's on the move, now they need to be the quick ones to make it all the way down south inside of the zone itself. Porto Paraiso is going to be the center of focus at this point for the teams. And since not a lot of terrain is still going to be playable, teams now need to make every single move count. You've got Godsring taking shots against BO7S. Taroki down and out.
That's going to be the first pick for the side of God's Reign. First of a few more they can potentially grab for themselves, considering even Genesis is there on top of the hill. And from the northern side, Shockwave is going to be moving in soon. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to move with comfort in real life, check out the Kia Ceros. Comes with a 5-star safe BNCAP rating. And of course, we keep talking about the amazing features that are there in this car as well. The bold and modern design, streamlined door handles, Kia's signature digital tiger face, star map LED DRL and star map LED tail lamps. But oh no, BO7, they are getting mapped right now by TWOB.
Yeah, unfortunate. But yeah, speaking of Kia Ceros, once again, if you guys want to dive into those nitty-gritty details, that Turbo Patrol engine and manual transmission for exhilarating driving experience. That sounded nice.
It does.
Yeah. But hey, Team Arian on the screen. And Team Insane, once again, just not letting go off the tracks. Those shots might just hurt. Hitler from the back is now trying to create a bit of that vacuum around the place of Team Insane. As Team Insane might just crack under that pressure. Team Insane was taken down with a 3-man squad. And that's one of the main reasons why Aryan really does want to pressure them as well. Because Aryan knows that's a winnable fight right there. But since Aryan is taken down with a 2-man squad, it might just be over-pressuring themselves too. But hold on to that thought. 4TR up against the Pleasant Jocks. This is not a fight you would expect to happen.
Oh no, he gets shot in the back. Did not hear pain. Get out of their house, and 4TR official off to a great start. Jocks under pressure now. Let's not forget True Rippers down below. That's going to be a third party waiting to happen, but 4TR, they have control of the lay of the land. They have the information, and of course the numbers to work with. Are they going to stay at the edge? It feels like it right now.
4TR, one elimination point already secured on the block. Looking pretty good. The next zone shift once again centers on up towards Porto Paraiso. Here Extreme Godlike still around the outskirts. I do not even know what sort of breaching point here Extreme Godlike's going to go for. They might just find a bit of that footing towards zone, but not a good spot.
Oh, look at this though. There's absolutely, well, there's one team in Porto Paraiso now. That's going to be Jux. But it's that wave of teams moving in from the west towards the eastern side of the map, of the circle, in fact. And it is going to cause a lot of chaos, and stuck in that mix are going to be the likes of Reckoning, Godlike, Soul, Insane, all the way in. Los Leones still, and K9 Esports, they're going to struggle taking on against Alibaba Raiders, I feel.
Reckoning Esports, all the 4 players now starting to group up. Godlike moving in from the back. You've also got God's Ring 2 in the sidelines. God's Ring have been quite suppressed. They've been playing it passive. And I'm not a big fan of passive God's Ring. In my opinion, spread yourself out, play for the intel. You're also playing from the edges. Even Soul looking to find that breaching point. There's too many teams in the front, and Soul might just collide against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike soon. There is Godlike in the front. As Power spotting out the players of Soul. Legit's position now compromised. And I'm pretty sure Soul has to go for this fight no matter what if they do want to find a decent breaching point. Hero Extreme Godlike just being the Guardian Angels. Jonathan backing away as Power 2 on the tail. Moving up around that same vicinity. Soul, they have managed to taste a bit of that elimination. But still, with just one, I'm pretty sure their souls are not going to be satisfied.
Yeah, this game is turning out to be slower than I expected, Necro. 13 minutes in, and only 9 players have been shut down. But Soul, they find themselves against Godlike. This time the whole team is prepared. And Mino looking to kick things off, but Knuckle with a nade forces him back. Manya pushes up. Godlike looking to reposition. In the meanwhile, Team Aryan, by the way, getting eliminated at the hands of K9 Esports.
Expected. They were only down to a 2-man squad, so Aryan, for them, they've just been put out of their misery. Soul still want to press up around that same vicinity, but they know the moment they move up, there is a massive chance Godlike will punish them. And such a massive standstill that's going on. Both the teams now just battling it out through the mines. As Power backing up, giving it that position once again. It feels like Godlike is leading them somewhere. Slowly and steadily, and Soul as well, they're just following that lead. But Soul needs to be extra cautious. They might just be walking into a trap.
This is not looking good. I mean, for both these teams, the developments that happen over here are going to have Ricochet in the next few moments as well. The blue zone moving in. Shockwave on one flank, Soul and Godlike stuck on the edge. And the circle just completely pulls away. Genesis, Jux in a prime position to finish with double digits in this game. 10 points minimum is what I expect from these teams now, but every single big name stuck outside the zone. It is time to fight. Nothing else will do.
Puerto Paraiso now starting to get stacked up with a lot of teams. Shockwave, Shroud down. Extra word in the back line's taken down pretty low. Shockwave himself still standing. And there we go. Might just be the round over that they were looking for. Soul slowly and steadily. It feels like Soul is ready with the mop, and effortlessly just mopping out the players of Shockwave as they've been eliminated from this game, and they did not even stand a chance.
Yeah, but now Soul up against God's Reign. There's no opportunity or no time to celebrate over here. On the other side, you have Godlike going up against Reckoning, and they have lost a player as well. One man got knocked out. I believe if the... well, did the finish come through? I think the finish came through. Yeah, it did. So Godlike is down a man. Soul, they somehow do manage to recover. And again, these teams on the edge, man, the struggles are just going to keep on getting worse and worse with the minute, Necro.
Yeah, let's not forget there's also DWOB inside of Puerto Paraiso. It's also one of those banners that directly qualified towards the semifinals week 1, so you cannot really ignore that. 4 players of Soul on the move around the outskirts. And how is Soul going to find the breaching point towards Puerto Paraiso? That's the main question. But Team Insane always somehow finds themselves in a good spot. And once again, Team Insane is over here looking pretty good. They lost out in a man quad early. We did see Yash get picked off by the players of Soul. And now Team Insane with the remaining 3-man squad, they were looking pretty good.
Oh, they are indeed, but Godlike still finding the answer to the question, how do we get in the circle? Well, it seems like one of the options is just wipe out the side of Alibaba Raiders, but this is not a good spot to be in. Alibaba Raiders, I mean, they're stuck in that dip, and as soon as they climb the ridges, they're going to be spotted out by the likes of 1+. There's going to be teams waiting on the flank. I mean, Godlike right behind them is going to be a big nuisance in their lives.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Godlike actually sneaks in. They find a safe haven as well. This is good cover.
True that.
Wow.
Godlike. 3 players next to each other. Soul next to the players of Reckoning Esports. Gravity and Dionys is now left to fend off the opponents. This nade from Gravity might just be on the mark, but still misses it barely. Gravity now realizes the man at the front's way too close, and Personal Luck will already finds the opener, but return knock comes in from Gravity, and he finds the second one too! Gravity! 3-piece on the board, shutting down the entirety of Soul.
Well, what a play coming from the side of Reckoning Esports, and Gravity definitely the frontliner you need. But Reckoning Esports, all of them came together. The finishes kind of spread nicely between the team. But Reckoning Esports, they're not going to slow down anytime soon. Picking off Soul were just one part of the job, and now the next target is going to be the side of God's Reign.
Yeah. Reckoning Esports, they need to fight through. Luckily enough, they managed to find the knock against Delta, and Delta is not going to be retrievable at all. So it's done for Delta. The zone's going to be shifting around the vicinity of Reckoning Esports too, including Hero Extreme. Godlike, now they're going to be happy. K9 Esports on the move. I highly doubt K9 Esports is going to be surviving for too long. Alibaba Raiders, they've got a stronghold. But even they need to find a breaching point inside of the circle. They're not inching in yet. K9 in the back. Need to deal with Alibaba Raiders' utilities. And these utils, they might just start to hurt soon.
Yeah, they can. Quite a lot as well. Ruin the complete game from here on out. Okay, there's 18 minutes, 30 seconds in. We are still down to just 13 teams. 41 players still alive. Teams that took early exit as well. Well, Team Aryan and Shockwave are going to be weeping. Soul not so much. They still have 5 points from this match. Although, you know what would be insane right now, Necro? If the circle actually moves towards the northwest.
Yeah. Oh, Alibaba Raiders. Scoping in.
That nade could have made contact, by the way.
Yeah, K9 Esports, 3 players. Still safe and sound. 4TR losing out on a main man. Othkar's not in the game anymore. He's knocked out. 4TR losing out of the man number. It's not looking smooth, at least as of now. Even K9 Esports getting picked off slowly and steadily. And down to just one last man, K9 Esports is. I highly doubt they can survive for too long. And just like that, K9 Esports eliminated from the face of this planet. True Rippers, they've managed to clear out this warehouse, so they're going to be safe at least as of now. But still, future rounds need to be covered.
Oh, for sure, and it's not going to be easy pushing forward from here on out. True Rippers, as you mentioned, they have to take control of the front line, and the first target is going to be 4TR, then maybe Jux, a Rising Inferno, but 4TR, no incentive for them to force a fight, although Jelly still finds the angle, and that's the opener.
Important knock. Morty finished. 2 more players standing for 4TR, and these 2 players now just have a chance to squeeze in the placement. Looking at the way True Rippers have been placing themselves too, that edge-to-edge strategy, luckily enough, is working out. True Rippers is still looking pretty healthy inside of the game with all the 4 players standing. Yes, starving on those elimination points, but I guess the zone is to blame.
It's going to be very interesting to see. Can they actually just take full advantage of the fact that they've been left unguarded for all of this time? But as you mentioned, Necro, the zone has been causing a lot of trouble for everyone, man.
Yeah.
And of course, it's been causing trouble mid-rotations. Teams are losing individual loose stragglers from their side, but we aren't really seeing a full-on committed 4v4. Well, we didn't see that many until now. And it's stage 5, 30 seconds more. There's going to be stage 6. And if the circle again shifts towards the city, then I guess everyone playing those hills, the likes of Godlike, God's Reign, Reckoning Esports, Alibaba Raiders, they're going to be in trouble. This cluster within the city, though, these lads are going to be safe. And that includes Amazing from the side of Jux.
Yeah. Jux Esports, they've got quite a solid spread.
Yep.
Amazing, Niku next to each other, and then you've got Jax all the way in the far fray. Next zone shift is going to be crucial. And Jux Esports, they might just start to get ruled out. True Rippers, I just want to see what sort of a breaching point now they can find. If True Rippers can still somehow be confident breach inside of the zone, that would be insane. Rising Inferno, even they've got a big split going on. They can definitely be the one to be the unbreakable wall for True Rippers. They can stop that rotation. Godlike up against the players of Alibaba Raiders, and this can be an awkward fight. Wanted as an IGL, he's moving up a little bit late. In my opinion, Alibaba Raiders should try and find an off angle against Godlike. That's the only way they can try and break through the shackles. Good shots, Wanted taken down pretty low, but that also reveals Jonathan's position.
Yeah, but Godlike still have the upper hand. There's one man in the backlines. You see him on the radar. That's Admino playing an off angle, and if he moves in, he can definitely swing this fight completely in the favor of Godlike. There he is. Should be able to keep track of the players of Alibaba Raiders, although Util goes in. Hey, is BO7 actually third-partying over here? Because it seems like they found a knock for themselves. And yes, one of the players from the side of Alibaba Raiders got too close to the last survivor from BO7 and has gone down. So now the fight is completely in control of Godlike, because they're basically fighting 2v4.
Yeah, but even Punk is lost out now, so it's not looking good for Godlike either. Taken down to a 2v2, Johnny.
Oh, no.
Admino and Jonathan left to try and get the knockouts done. And Admino realizes that exact fact. The man instantly backs away. I like that positioning from Admino. I like that decision-making too. Not really overcommitting. Not really going for that heroic play. Instead, listening to the IGL, backing up instead, and playing for the safety.
Three versus 2. Numbers still in the favor of Godlike. Oh, the peek comes through. And there's going to be a lot of damage. Admino, he's going to be forced back. A slight edge gained by Alibaba Raiders. That breathing room actually helps them push inside of the zone. But now the question is, where do you run? Where do you hide? And the answer is nowhere. White Tiger instantly knocked and finished off. Chris OP now left to deal with the side of Godlike. Last man from the side of Alibaba Raiders. And I think Necro, he's done for. There's no escape from this.
I don't even know what White Tiger was trying to pull off.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest.
It was such a questionable move. They could have actually won the fight against Godlike, but now since Chris is all by himself, I highly doubt he can get anything done. There's a man up close and personal, Chris. Look at your right. You might just be shot at soon. Admino just went for the right moment to pounce. Jonathan is taking a lot of damage, and as I mentioned, there was a man up close and personal on the right, and he completely missed out of that. And just like that, Admino gets that final elimination point confirmed too. Alibaba Raiders down and out from this game.
We have 11 teams, 31 players still alive. True Rippers somehow again find an edge to work with. This time though, Sam knocked out by Jux. Amazing finding that line of fire, very impressive. But True Rippers, they gotta be careful. There's one man from the side of 40R. And these isolated individuals are the most brutal sometimes.
Ooh.
That is a problematic circle, to be honest.
Yeah, TWOB now finding themselves just in the most advantageous spot, in my opinion. These two players have been staying alive since the start. They took those early hits upon themselves, and just a two-man squad is doing good. Yeah, of course, starving on the elimination points, but I'm pretty sure they can get a decent bit of placement points in the end. True Rippers, slowly and steadily, even they try to conquer the city. They know this is the only way they can breach inside of the zone, too. They need to go for a fight no matter what. And True Rippers is ready for that. Backs packed. Reckoning Esports on the move, too. You've got Godsreen now. Reckoning Esports wants to breach against the players of Godsreen. But there's a man in the back lines in the name of Destro, and he can't be the surprising effect. But it's not even needed. Justin, the man's doing the job slowly and steadily. He gets the confirmation, too, on Dionysus. And now Reckoning Esports is taking down a three-man squad. Neo, he does catch a bit of that hurt upon himself, but he's also done a lot of damage against the man of Reckoning Esports. Justin gets caught. Neo gets the trade knock, and that's going to be the job done. Still, there's another man on the opposite side, and Neo needs to get the fresh magazine. He shows the back. What is he doing? And maybe he just can't be knocked out. Here, Extreme Godlike, they went in for the slam towards Destro, but Destro single-handedly manhandles them.
The entirety of Godlike destroyed at the hands of God's Reign. And now they are still going to reign supreme, taking the fight against Reckoning Esports. Down to Gravity we go. And his position is compromised. Here comes the push. Just a few pixels left. They keep the pressure on. It is done and dusted, man. Destro is back with his team. And Reckoning now basically have no escape. Look at that. Gravity is going to get mollied. And before the first aid comes through, I think, oh, just a pixel away from the fire. The first aid is going to come through. Somehow alive, but the last man from the side of Reckoning Esports. But you have to give props to Neo as well. I don't know how he survived, by the way, because there was that one moment where his back was exposed. He had no info of Gravity, and Gravity just whiffed. This could have been a 1v1, but it's an unfortunate 1v2 that he has to deal with, and it is over.
Yeah, we knew it. Gravity knew it too.
9 eliminations in a blink, though.
Could not even do anything in that scenario. But True Rippers, look at him. Just mopping up the floor inside of the city. They do not even have a second round anyways. Need to go for this fight, forced to go for the fights, and now True Rippers, they're getting picked off. Rising Inferno doing a lot of damage, including Jux. True Rippers, it seems like they're a feast on the table, and everyone wants to eat them.
And, well, everyone is trying to take a chunk away, but top 7, 19 players still alive. This is where the placements become important, but God's Reign, man, I have to say this, that northern control now actually allows them to avoid all of this conflict towards the southern edge of the circle. True Rippers getting taken out, all thanks to the wonderful Molotovs from Yash.
Can we talk about that 1-on-3?
Against Godlike?
From Destro?
Yeah.
Insane stuff. Yeah, of course, we were not able to fully catch it.
I want to see a replay, man.
Yeah, we will be able to see a replay in the end, right, when the highlights do pop up. But that was insane stuff. Yeah, God's Reign getting picked off, but I feel like they've done more than enough for this game.
I think they are going to be there, double-digit points for sure, so it's fine. It's completely fine. On the other side of things, though, we have Rising Inferno left, Insane, Jux, TWOB, and Genesis remaining in this game.
Yeah.
And it's about to get very intense, because all of them have solid cover left. It's stage 8, and in about 30 seconds, we are going to have that blue zone collapse, and in a situation like that, TWOB, that is the prime spot to be in, man. Everyone's going to be pushed from the STWB can just stay there and rack up finishes.
Yeah, but the main problem is they can also be the center of attraction very soon.
Yeah.
So they need to play tower defense properly. And the main issue for TWB is that there's enough cover around the compound they've got. So teams can easily sneak in. And that might just backfire on TWB soon. But let's see how they play it. It's up to them at the end of the day. Genesis Esports trying to send it. Players getting caught, zapped down. Elimination point instead secured by Kana. That's going to be a free piece of candy right there.
Jux, 3 players left, but again, not a lot of time. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and the blue zone has started to move already. Desperate Nate to find an opening against the players of Insane, but Yash falls to the blue, and that has to be the cue for Jux to move out as well. There it is. Amazing taking a lead, but Genesis hoping for a cleanup. The shots are being taken towards the players of Jux, but no contact found yet.
Yeah, Jux still repositioning. And at this point, even Jux is forced to move out in the open, but they need to deal with the team Insane first. How can they deal with Insane? There is Gots right there in the front. Gots himself. The Molotov is doing a lot of damage against the man. Even the blue is on the move. Gods, you do not really have a lot of time. You're going to start to suffocate your death soon. You need to move out of that building soon. And Gods, he does the exact same thing. Jux slowly and steadily getting real up close and personal against TWOB. And TWOB, the tower defense needs to be played right. Rising Inferno, at least as of now, trying to hold off the players of Jux. But TWOB soon, it's going to be a lot collapsing on top of them. And how was the man able to cross?
I have no idea over there. But Rising Inferno, 13 eliminations, and they find themselves in the top 3 of this game. Numbers advantage to work with, as well as TWOB are losing those bodies. But as I say that, Rising Inferno, 2 players are going to be knocked out. TWOB down to the last man. Same goes for Genesis. Apollo has 2 nades to work with. He's going to try and rack up a few extra eliminations before getting taken out in this endgame. Spots out 1. Finish point secured, but Kana pushes through, and he picks off 1 from the side of Rising Inferno. 3 players still left, though, and Apollo, he tries to crawl forward, but there's nowhere left for him to go. And all of a sudden, Rising Inferno, no! This has been stolen!
Oh my God!
Genesis, what was that? Perfect timing, everything being brought down to the last pixel, the last second, and the trade coming through in the favor of Apollo. How many did he get in the end? He got 1 extra point, but the chicken dinner as well.
Yeah, a bit of a contribution even coming in from TWOB towards this chicken.
It was their contribution. I mean, Kana they were down to 2 players. Kana found 1 more, brought it down to a 1v1. Then Kana got shut down, and then it was like, yeah, you settle it with Apollo, I'm out of here.
Hey, but we're seeing a lot of gifts this time around, right?
Yeah, true.
Previous game was a gift too. Now this game too is a complete gift to Genesis Esports, and just 13 points out of this one.
And as you said about the previous game, even in this game, Rising Inferno, the team finishing on the 2nd spot has a lot more finishes than the team walking away with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and the previous game there were just 12 points, the team with the chicken dinner, and now Genesis
14?
has got 13 points.
Genesis has gotten 13, and Rising Inferno got 14 finishes.
Oh, they had 14 finishes? So yeah, pretty much the same outcome as the previous game of Erangel.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much the same outcome. But yeah, for Genesis Esports, once again, they're going to be extremely happy.
Yeah.
They won this game. Same thing can be said for TWOB as well. They pretty much made the best out of the worst. They were taken down to a 2-man squad off the rip in the game. But still, TWOB somehow able to survive in the final few moments.
Yeah, I mean, and it was incredible. TWOB, I was kind of surprised they let Team Insane get too close to them, because that was the one thing I was waiting for to see what was going to happen there. Because they were just prone the whole time, and then towards the end is when they wanted to take that fight. But this game gave us a lot of more intense action as well, especially during the mid stages. This was one of those fights, Soul against the side of Reckoning. And of course, I hope we get to see it now. That Destro 1v3 against Godlike.
Yeah, that quick 3-piece from Destro against Godlike. Over here, Alibaba Raiders messed up big time. Chris got eliminated, and this is the piece that we're speaking of. 2 players instantly eliminated in the middle rotation since they were too exposed, and Destro in the end just pushed out and claimed that final elimination point too. Solid stuff from Destro, catching the players of Godlike in mid-rotation.
It was an extravaganza, right?
Yeah, was pretty much an extravaganza, without a doubt. I'm pretty sure one of the commentators, if he was over here, he would have loved it.
He would have definitely loved it, man.
But you know what? Genesis Esports, for them, as I mentioned, it was a chicken dinner gifted to them at this point. Rising Inferno, with the way they were moving, I generally thought for a moment it might just be their game too, but since Genesis Esports, specifically Apollo, he had this high ground to work with, that was one of the main reasons why they won the game too.
Yeah, that is true, and it was all down to timings between the top 3. Genesis, they have to be grateful that they got the right timing, and of course the opponents just decided to go for Rising Inferno instead of them, because even Apollo was exposed. And they walk away with these 13 points. Not a lot to talk about. 2 players finished off early. 2 players somehow got 3 finishes between the 2 of them. And Apollo was handed the chicken dinner by TWOB, basically.
Yeah, if you really talk about it, though, this game was a momentum breaker for the known names. Specifically for True Rippers, since they were trapped inside of the city. They were trying their best to mop up the floor, but True Rippers in the end just got caught in a complete pinch. There was Inferno rising at top, Jux in the back was also taking a lot of shots, so True Rippers could not really do anything. I think it's all because of the zone.
I think you can call it a momentum breaker, or it can be, depends on the points they got, right? Because if you are getting like 8 to 9 points, then it could also just be the game that gets you comfortable running into those 4v4s, that gets you comfortable into that clean up the edge and just go for the finisher strategy. Something like Seoul had to employ in the last tournament when they were facing elimination earlier on. They had to go frag heavy. And just being prepared to go frag heavy sometimes can be the saving grace. Wildfangs is the perfect example. That's how they made it through to over here.
Hey, but Kana from TWOB is going to be the main playmaker, the MVP of the match. When did he get that many elimination points?
In the end, in the very end.
I think he was the one who did a lot of damage against Genesis.
He did.
Yeah, so maybe that's one of the main reasons why he was able to squeeze in 6 elimination points in the end.
Genesis, you talk about Genesis, you talk about Insane, you talk about Rising Inferno. This was the man that was causing trouble for anyone that made it towards him and his teammate, by the way, because TWB had 2 players and no one knew their position. They were just prone the whole time. Rapido was the one who was surviving, by the way.
Yeah, and Rapido, the man, was able to cross on towards the shack right in the open like that. How? Rising Inferno, the entire firing squad was behind him, and Rapido was like, you know what? I believe in my speed. My name is Rapido. I am rapid. The man just directly crosses on towards the shack without even taking any bullets. But Rising Inferno getting 21 points out of that game, even though they did not really get the chicken dinner, which is, of course, not going to be a problem for them. Genesis Esports getting 13 points, consistency on top. You've also got TWOB right there with 11 points, God's Reign 2, 11 points. Jux getting 7, consistency once again. Reckoning Esports 2, not doing too bad.
Yeah, not doing too bad, and this time around, I think this will give us a few teams just getting extremely comfortable in the overall leaderboard as well.
Yeah.
But for that, we are gonna have we will need to have a look at the overall leaderboard. So guess what? Let's just do that, because we are pretty bad at maths, and we need a lot of help. So overall leaderboard will be on our screen soon, and again, focusing on the top 16, Necro, who do you think has done well, and who do you think has underperformed?
I think the top 8 has, of course, done extremely well. It's not even a question.
They played 3 matches as well.
Yeah, so it's not even a question. But so far, Team Forever has actually done pretty well, in my opinion, because Team Forever's day ones are never really that great.
I mean, I want to point out the fact that there's not a lot of difference between, like, you look at the teams that have played 3 matches, and between them, you go from the 1st all the way towards the 10th position, where Wildfangs is, 9 points.
Yeah.
9 points between the top 8. Top 10. And then there's a little bit of a shift where you have True Rippers with 18, and TWOB with 11. So there's this bracket from 18 to 11. There's 22 to 31. And of course, the numbers of matches that you have played, it's going to be a big difference maker. But TWOB inside of the top 16, if they have one more amazing performance, they can actually break into the top 8. I think the top 6 maybe.
Yeah, they easily can, right? And since Group D just played their first ever game in this one, Reckoning Esports managing to squeeze in 7 points. You've also got Jux actually doing quite decent for themselves. Jux getting 7 points too. That's quite an okay start for them. But as I mentioned, the previous game was a momentum breaker for the known names, right? True Rippers just getting 4 points. K9 Esports too. They were there at the bottom, not really getting a lot of points. K9 Esports, the only reason why they're still in the top 8 is because of the chicken dinner they got in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think they ought to hold on to that spot now. But again, opportunity will be there for them to do it tomorrow, because their matches for today at least come to an end. Although my eyes in the last game of the day will be pinned on TWOB. I want to see if they can be consistent. Missed out on the chicken dinner, but who cares, man, if your total points tally keeps you inside of the top 16.
And generally speaking, I'm just surprised by Team Forever's performance, especially on the map of Sanhok, with the way they were able to survive. Of course, a little bit of that luck factor did come into play. But after that, Team Forever was able to pull off quite a clean rotation towards the warehouses, and that was one of the main reasons why they won that game too. So quite a skillful appearance from Team Forever.
That is very true, but we'll have to see what the other teams can pull, and in fact Team Forever as well, since they're going to be there in the last game of the day, and of course it is going to be an intense one for sure. Hyderabad Hydras again, one more question, can they finish off with 3 chicken dinners in a row? Not in a row, but in the same day.
I would love to see that. Hyderabad Hydras, it's one of those teams that definitely does have the caliber, and they can break a few records if they really want. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 Super Johnny, Icy Baby. And it's time for the last game of the day day number 1 of the semifinals, week 1. It is an intense start to the journey of the semifinals and kind of unexpected as well, especially with that chicken dinner in that last game, isn't it?
Exactly. It's just a lot of surprises here in the realme BMPS 2025. But you know what's not a surprise here? It is the realme GT7 currently out in the market as well with its iSense graphene rear cover 60 degrees cooler and also uninterrupted gaming of up to 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. So be sure to check it out on Amazon right here, right now. It has been tested by both the realme and Krafton guys to give you that smooth, uninterrupted gameplay in BGMI itself. Anyways, moving on here, we are going down towards the last game for today here in day 1 in semifinals. It is going to be between Group C and D. We saw a little bit of unexpected wins as well coming in from this group in particular. You know, the one I want to talk about as well is going to be coming in from Iggy in particular. They almost won a chicken dinner, but that self-nade kind of fumbled things up and resulted in Hyderabad taking the chicken dinner.
In this one as well, I think instead of an 8 this time, it was Kana from TWOB who just took that win away from Inferno Rising and handed to Genesis Esports by bringing the numbers in the last fight down to a 1v1. But as we head towards the last game of the day, and again, it's going to be Group D in the action as well. I see we got to talk about it. We can't really ignore the big names. Godlike, Soul. Are we satisfied with the start of 2 of the heavy hitters? And let's include, alright, God's Reign actually had their moments, so we're going to leave them out of this. Even Reckoning Esports had their moments, but Godlike and Soul in particular. First game of the day, are we satisfied?
I think it's more like a warm-up coming from both of these teams as well. So in particular, we haven't seen too much of Soul and Hiroshima Godlike because this is their first debut here in D itself.
Alright.
But just now, it was just only one game. You know, all things considered, one game, you got to shrug it off, move on, focus on something else. So I'd say that's something that they do have a little bit more leeway just because they just started their journey. But I really like how TWOB has came in swinging because so far when we talk about the top 8 teams that directly qualify from round 1, most of them have done really, really well.
That is true. And it's going to be interesting to see how the remainder of their journey actually turns out. Because semifinals, day 1 itself, very unpredictable. But we know one thing for sure, that the upcoming days are just going to get worse and worse with every single match that you play. Because these teams, once they start getting their reads done, once they start preparing their strats, it is very difficult to beat them. But at least we got to bring this first opening day of the semifinals to an end. And ladies and gentlemen, you see that counter on your screens. It's almost run out. That means it's just 3 seconds left to 1. And now is going to be our time to take off over the map of Erangel one last time for today itself.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the final game for today. It is going to be the map of Erangel to close things out here for the first day of the semifinals itself here for the realme BMPS 2025. And this is going to be match 6 of the overall broadcast, and it is going to be game 2 for Group D, and of course game 3 for Group C. So this is going to be match 6 itself. We have Group C and D on play. And of course, the flight path is going to be starting things off from the northeast section of Milta Power and then ending towards the south side of Primos. A pretty southeastern shift for some of these teams.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see how things are going to be working out here because Iggy, they definitely hit a little bit of a tumble. Did that affect their overall morale is going to be the question.
And it's a flight path that kind of represents the one we just saw on Miramar, just in the opposite direction. That one was west to east. This one is east to west. But again, I mean, these southern flight paths, especially with God's Reign being there, and Jux also present in the mix, along with whatever these other teams that play the southern half of the map. Big names that like to fight. God's Reign, though, taking things a little bit slow, but I would love to see if they go for any early action over here. Godlike, though, dropping out at Milta. Now, what is that going to be about?
Curious to see how they're going to be performing on here. Well, considering the fact that Godlike's dropping onto his Milta, that's going to be their alternative route so far.
I see, sorry to interrupt, I just have to say one thing, that after realme BGS 2025, we get to see that clash again, Reckoning Esports against Soul.
Well, that's going to be a little bit interesting as well. I want to see how things are going to happen as well because they are heading towards the general same vicinity. But it seems like Reckoning Esports, they're dodging. They are heading towards shelter here to try and stock out a couple of vehicles and just mess off. They might regroup and meet up somewhere in the middle. But the circle is going to be shifting up towards the north side for now. Jux is going to be playing Novo. God's Reign is going to be playing Military Base. We've got Team Forever going to be playing on the outskirts on the Western Bridge themselves. But you know what? That is going to be a drop clash here. It is going to be Hyderabad Hydras going up against, I believe, 2 OP official inside Pochinki.
And this one is going to be interesting to say the least. 2 OP official kind of have been having a, I would say, decent start. Nothing too shabby. I mean, they've done okay.
It's kind of weird that 2 OP official does drop onto Yasnaya a little bit more, but this time they're going to Pochinki. So I want to see how things actually happen as well, because early on against 8-bit, they actually went towards Yasnaya.
I think right now this one might have been a move made out of desperation, like, alright, the flight path is not really ours, we're going to have a massive cluster to deal with if we drop towards the eastern half. Might as well go in Pochinki, share the city with someone. If we fight, we fight. If we go down trying. And as I was saying, 2 OP official has kind of had a decent day so far, so it's okay for them to take this risk. But Hyderabad Hydras, they want to commit to this fight, and oh my goodness, Ninju slow walks up the stairs, take down Shady. Loses a big chunk of his HP, but does recover. And Hyderabad Hydras now off to a great start in this fight. They have the upper hand to work with against the side of 2 OP official.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras really stepping up big time in this game itself. Seems like they have been swinging really, really hard in all their matches so far here in the semifinals. We thought it would slow them down since they had a very, very long break since round 1 itself.
Yeah.
But it seems like they have not lost their touch at all. 2 OP official definitely wasn't expecting this here. But of course, we've seen this exact scenario before happen between them and 8-bit. They did lose out one player right from the get-go. It wasn't Shady. But at the same time, 2 OP official, they were able to wrap around and just completely clean 8-bit in that match. So we might see a replication here. Fingers crossed, but Hyderabad Hydras does have the numbers advantage, so nothing super crazy yet. Circle is going to be all the way in the north side as well, but Ninja, out in the open, aim hacks, goes for the spray, but does not get the knock, but he does do a little bit of chip damage though, which is great.
It definitely is. And now Hyderabad Hydras, they've just managed to rip the players of 2 OP official away from each other. There is no regrouping after this. Ninja just keeping an eye on to aim hacks. Although, to be fair, no incentive to force a fight right now. You are inside of the zone. So I think it is going to be a standstill for at least the next 2-3 minutes maybe. But Mokshi's closed in a little too much distance. And Botfire is prepared with an aid.
Oh, doesn't connect right there. Botfire immediately disengage. Using the nade's explosion, trying to mask his footstep, he is able to reposition. Hyderabad Hydra is not giving chase, so he is going to be fine. But oh, Ninja spotted him. So a couple of stray bullets was shot his way. But Sarvid, however, seems like he took a little bit of fall damage. He was chipped up pretty low, but the fall damage was the one that actually knocks him off. So Hyderabad Hydra is actually in a 3 versus 3 now. It's 2 OP official looking to re-engage. I'm pretty sure they may have heard the finish pit, or in this case, seen the finish pit. They are going to try and make a nade lob as well. Botfire perfectly connects it on Ninja. Barely by a pixel. He spotted him out. Takes him out. And now Hyderabad Hydras on the backs against the wall. 3 versus 3. Ninja pretty much in enemy territory. And they need to try and save him up. But the nades coming from Sarvid will take him out. So it is officially a 3 versus 3 now.
Yeah, at least the numbers are equalized. That relieves some pressure of the lads of 2 OP official. But Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, they're very eager, man, to run into this fight. Moksha is going to be taken down, and Amax almost shutting down 2 from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, but doesn't matter, sir. Within the backlines has been picked off, and well, 2 OP official not backing off Hyderabad Hydras, not being allowed to go for a revive. Ninju is trying his level best. Luckily for him, 2 OP official, they are out of throwable utils, or maybe not.
Ooh.
As he tries to lob an aid, he gets shot in the face. That's going to be the end for Botfire over there. And he leaves his team now at a massive disadvantage. It's the last man left alive. Ninju hopes to clutch this fight out. S12K at the ready. Liability waiting for him. Needs to be very precise with the nade, but with the shot. Every time he steps up, the revive is being reset. And I think that is what they're hoping for. Just not letting Ninju bring his teammate back in.
Oh boy, Ninju trying to juke his way through. He really wants to jump down, but as soon as he jumps down, Liability is going to go up and take his teammate out. And that's the mind games being played here from Liability. And now another nade comes through. It's actually a smoke grenade, a bait coming through. It looks like he is going to try to take advantage of the smoke here. Now he's got vision blocked here. Liability goes for the pick. Perfect timing, but Ninju suspects that. Goes for a sidestep, dodges it. He's got 3 finishes. He's looking for the ace. In this case, Liability not making it easy as well. Repositions coming from Marsh as well. He is going to play the doorway. And now Ninju going to try and bait with the nade as well. Liability completely messed up with all those audio cues. As Ninju now tries for the hard revive here. Now exposed. He needs going for the pick. 1 second down to the wire as well. He goes for the pick, but he cancels the revival. And now forced in a stalemate. Ninju trying to win through the pixels here, but eventually gets taken down. Liability completely outplays him.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, with how this fight began, we did not think that 2OP official, or at least I did not think that 2OP official would be the ones coming out on top, but the systematic dismantle, as Necro calls it, of Hyderabad Hydras is what we just witnessed. And especially in that final one we won, the mind games being played between him and Ninju. Oh, that was intense. It was like a game of chess. But all you have left is the king and, well, a knight that was knocked out, but he did not get a revive.
A little bit unfortunate as well, but Liability, that was some really, really good pressure coming from him as well. Perfect timing, perfect mind games, but for him to actually juke outside the balcony and using that small pixel as cover to outplay Hyderabad Hydras was just, wow, that was just insane. I would have never done that. That was a very, very tricky situation coming with Liability.
It was indeed, but OG on our screens right now. And there's a migration, by the way, happening. All of the teams have moved up north as OG try to do so. They get caught off guard by Reckoning. Well, not caught off guard exactly. A few shots fired. It's not Reckoning. It's the players from Seoul. My apologies. This is going to be a prize fight. There's a lot of opportunities for teams around them to third party, because you see there's Alibaba Raiders, there's Troy to Million Esports, and Team Forever moving in the same direction. And there's no one playing the northern shoreline, by the way. That is a big surprise. I would expect in a circle like this, there would be someone in Severny or just towards the compounds, towards the northern highways, on those northern highways.
Yeah, but seeing how the circle has already had a hard shift on towards the north side, the majority of the teams are already there. Unfortunately for 2OP official, the clash in Panchiki helped no one at all, so he is going to be all by himself as a solo warrior. Godstrain going to be playing from the western side of the bridge itself as they try to make entry from a little bit later stage here. Same can be said for Jugs as well. They are going to go for a wide swing directly from the east side, maybe even head towards the northern section as well. But the entire north side of the shorelines is just completely empty, so majority of teams are still on the southern side of the inner circle.
This is going to be interesting now. Godlike on the move, on the prowl. And you were talking about teams taking control of the quadrants of the circle right now, the play zone. Godlike moving in from that eastern edge. It's an empty position with a high ground available as well. It gives you advantage to gather information in the later stages, but this one might need to be snatched away from the side of Team Eggy. They got there a little bit early.
Yeah, here Extreme Godlike has a very, very similar idea right now. They're trying to take advantage of this hovercraft being brought by S-Power, considering how slow it is to actually traverse. It is going to take some time, but meanwhile on screen, TWOB, direct hard crash on towards M4. And they get for a 1-for-1 trade. Hero is down, but the rush continues here. TWOB just making sure that Mysterious 4 is not having a good time. Kanha stuck on the corner. And of course, Mysterious 4 is going to be looking for jabs as well, because from afar, they're getting shot through the windows as well. And it's going to be Eggy that third parties, but TWOB, they've lost Kanha through the window peak, as Mysterious 4 is not making it easy against them.
Well, yeah, there is no making this easy. I think it's just getting worse by the second. Mysterious 4 frag. Oh my god, that was nasty! Where does he get that confidence from? Just jumps in his face and takes him down, but no celebration for TWOB as well. Last connection found by Murnox on that last surviving player, and both TWOB and Mysterious 4. What is happening? I said that's the second fight in the game that has been split. one team getting 4 points, one team getting 3 points.
Yeah, it's really, really unfortunate as well. But Iggy, perfect third party. That's got to be the happiest time of their lives, because that is going to give them a little bit of a shot here for better placement points. Meanwhile, God's Reign finally makes a little bit of entry here from the west side. They do have a decent amount of mats as well, and they are on time to break into the zone as well. It's barely stage 3 moving in.
Yeah.
So not too much damage to the blue itself. But on screen, we do see teams trying to make a way on towards Severny themselves. Alibaba Raiders not exactly in zone, forced to go for a little bit pit stop here. As 4TR official is out in the open, and White Tiger is going to try and take a couple shots in, but they're not exactly in zone. Every single team is trying to find an entry point, and even Team Forever as well, still outside, getting shot here by Alibaba Raiders.
Alibaba Raiders actually have a decent position to gatekeep a lot of these teams breaching in from the western and the southwestern edge. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to connect their shots. That can be a problem, because every single time they pull the trigger, they're also attracting the attention of the teams that are already inside the zone. And as you can see, this is like, what, 50 meters away from the edge of the circle? They still got to step out into the open for those 50 meters.
Oh boy, that is very, very unfortunate. But Team Forever, they found safe haven through Severny Town. Surprise, surprise, there's nobody inside there, but was able to find some sort of a cover before actually entering through the zone itself. So they are going to be fine for now. Jux also finding a little bit of a room, but as soon as they say they looked into a room here, guess what? Gunshots are actually being shot across right beside them. So it's not just them around them, it is going to be a lot of teams. And that is one team is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike. They do pick off Rebu, so that's going to be a little bit of confirmation. Rebu down, Niku also down. Hero Extreme Godlike continues with the fight. There's no way out for Jux, as they have to deal with both Hero Extreme Godlike and maybe even Reckoning down below as well. As the shots are coming in. Oh my goodness, even Iggy was around. Jax narrowly escapes this.
Yeah, just barely surviving over there. Not really a position that I think Jux thought they would find themselves in, but it's still okay. At least they can play for survival from here on out. Although the cluster that they're in, I think survival is going to be a bigger challenge than going into those fights. There's Eggy there, there's Godlike, there's Reckoning Esports on that eastern front. Triathlon Million Esports, by the way, on our screens. They're playing the northern edge. One of the players got knocked out, but should be an easy revive. These shorelines, I believe if the circle stays towards the north, the northern shoreline is the best spot to be in.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We shall see, because as of now, they're getting shot from afar, because the mountain terrain directly on Stauber has perfect LOS on that vicinity. But seems like it's not going to happen, because the circle is going to shift away from the shorelines and also away from the mountain. God's Reign has the only compound, well, not really the only compound, I would say the northern side compound available left in this vicinity. There is still 2 more compounds right in the middle, but those are very, very small shacks. And hopefully whoever goes there is going to be A-okay, but it is going to be exposed to multiple angles, because we are going to be seeing a mountain terrain, open fields in this fight itself. 4TR swinging to the east side. They want to get some sort of elevation from that vicinity. And it seems like even the Soul themselves are a little bit in the gray area, where they don't really know where they should be playing from, especially from south side. Look at this, so much open terrain. There's not exactly a safe spot yet.
Yeah, there's definitely no safe spot in the circle right now. It's just completely open. There's a few structures just off center, but getting there will draw a lot of attention. That's the problem. Soul right now very far away from the play zone.
Yeah.
And OG is going to be a big challenge and a big hurdle for them to beat. As you see on the radar, OG is constantly taking those shots on the players of Soul, forcing them towards the northern side. And there you have it. Alibaba Raiders are there towards this particular position.
They've realized that they don't really have an entry point, and they've realized that OG has just completely barred them from actually heading to the south side. Now they're training around the circles to try and find an opening, and that is hopefully if, let's say, Alibaba Raiders makes a mess up, they could third party from behind, and that's their option right now. It seems like they do find a different team here. It's going to be Troy Tamlin Esports. They are going to trail behind them, but Troy, they are going to make a hard stop, as Soul is going to back out of this fight. It's not the perfect timing yet. This is really smart of Soul, but it's only buying time.
Yeah.
And looks like the hard crash comes through because Troy, they know they don't have the numbers, and here comes Seoul. They will gobble them up. They find two, they take them all out, and they will take the point. Seoul, very, very smart with these calls.
Yeah, very smart, very quick in the execution as well, but they have to reset as quickly as possible because on the radar you barely see a glimpse of them. There's Alibaba Raiders who are looking to move up north from the southern side of the edge, and Forever waiting up in the front lines, who actually have an advantage considering they are ever so slightly inside the edge of the circle. But Seoul, this position, it can be game-changing for them as well. Let's see if they do manage to secure a few more points from here on out. Team Forever, oh no, Cheyenne knocked out. This actually gives the upper hand to Seoul in this fight.
Yeah, if Seoul realizes this, they are going to pounce on them again as well.
Yeah.
They know they've got the numbers advantage. Knuckle going to be lobbing a couple of nades here, hopefully to try and catch them off guard. But a couple of smokes has been set up preemptively, trying to deny them angles as they go in for the rush. But Team Forever, they are going to completely bail out of it here. Smart call coming from Team Forever. So that just gives them a little bit more space. But now on screen, we have Hero Extreme Godlike from the northeast section. They got 2 knocks on 4TR.
2 knocks secured. Hoping for a few more. Admino, though, sliver of HP, man. He needs to put on that first aid. And there are the remaining players. Payne in the back lines. Morty right next to him, spotted out in that moving vehicle. The entirety of Godlike just waiting for those picks. Action finally gets... Why has he not put on a first aid yet?
Hold that thought for now. Team Forever, he tried to back off, so now pushes through. Knuckle, first of all, Manya finds a pixel, but Team Forever, they're somehow holding on. They're able to find one more. That's going to be legit. It's only up to Manya and Goblin, and even Goblin goes down. Manya remains. He's got the nades. He needs to reset this fight. It comes down towards a 1 versus 1. Thunder versus Manya, and Knuckle trying to force him an off angle as well. Thunder looks for the confirmation. Manya knows for a fact that he has the upper hand. He can't go for the reset here. But Thunder's nade is looking for some sort of confirmations here. So not making it easy for themselves. This 1 versus 1. Manya goes for the wraparound, but Thunder finds position, looks for those confirmations, finds 2 points. Manya could not find Thunder at all, and the reset comes through.
Yeah, this is just really smart from Team Forever. They've taken the opportunity away from the players of Seoul as Thunder just went around confirming those finishes. And now he's bringing his own teammates back, man. This is brutal. Every single teammate that Manya had lying around him is gone. And all those finishes wrapped up by Forever. Now they have the upper hand. Manya is just going to get choked with both. Well, right now, he just gets knocked out again.
Oh no, the third party comes through. Now Manya, he wins the fight, but it's too late. The Zone comes through, and now the third party is here. God's Reign saw all this. Manya, he's making a run for it. It's not just God's Reign, even 4 Miracle third party. But no, it's Reaper with that spray that takes him out. Soul bows out on 10 plays despite the win. That is just brutal gameplay coming from both Forever and Seoul.
And now I think the next one that might be in a troublesome position, it is going to be the side of God's Reign. They're stuck down this hill, and 4 Miracle will have an opportunity to just be the gatekeepers and the guardians. Look at this, they are waiting for them. Neo is going to be spotted out.
Oh, Neo. He knows exactly what's up. He's going to try and pin Reaper out. Shots being fired as well. 4 Miracle, they really want to stop and help him, but Delta goes in for the drop. Reaper takes him out, and even Justin will fall. They may have made the mistake because the rest of 4 Miracle enhances and reinforces this fight. And just like that, God's Reign, they've lost 2. Reaper still needs to be picked up, but from all the way at the back, look at this, Johnny. It's Hero Extreme Godlike. They're looking for the third party. 4 Miracle cannot disengage from this fight. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to gobble them all up in this fight.
Yeah, they have to. The timing is perfect. Now it's all down to the execution. And 4 Miracle, in the meanwhile, are going to try and wrap up their points before Godlike steals anything away. But the nades go out. Beard Baba knocked out as well. And the points are being racked up by both these teams combined. Another nade goes through. Dragon OP finished off. Godlike, they got 2 finishes there. The third. 6 eliminations on the board as they find themselves in the top 6 of this match.
That's the confirmation coming from Jonathan as well. Finishes off the last player of 4 Miracle. Hero Extreme Godlike, despite having a very, very difficult game in the previous game, this time they look stronger than ever, and they will be the conquerors of the North. Everyone from the North side has been eliminated, and only Hero Extreme Godlike remains. And now from the southeast corner, Iggy and Reckoning, they came in from the Stalber Mountains. It has took quite some time for them, but they're still alive.
They're still alive for now, I think.
And look at the zone. Favors on towards OG in the middle, but he's all by himself. And liability from all the way from Pachinki as the solo warrior is still alive.
It's so unfortunate that all the teams with the numbers advantage are just forced to fight each other, and it's the loose stragglers, the solo survivors that are going to be blessed by the circle itself.
Oh, no.
OG spotted out. And Wizgod, I think he might just get finished off any given second, or Reckoning, oh, they're just going to hold back before taking that decision to pull the trigger, because they know for a fact there's going to be other teams around them outside the zone, most of them.
Yeah, Punk actually went outside the zone to actually loot up. It's a little bit risky here. There was a little bit of crate there. That's why his health was actually dropped down. But that's kind of a weird move, but it seems like they are going to be prepping for a little bit more into a later stage game. They need all those utilities, considering that the zone is going to be in the middle of nowhere. In this case, you don't expect teams going to be shooting from as well, but it seems like Liability is going to be shooting as well. He does find himself a very, very small ditch, and Hero Extreme Godlike is afraid to push him. And I really like that mind games being set by Liability. He's fighting as if there is a 4-man army there.
Yeah. But let's see how things turn out eventually, because we know it's the clusters that are formed towards the edges that will end up clashing against each other a little bit sooner. And it is Eggy that have kind of made a move towards the side of Godlike. Although no contact between the two sides, Eggy finds a decent little position to work with inside of the zone for now, at least.
Eggy now 31 points. Pretty much in prime position to maybe make a return chicken dinner. Their chicken dinner was denied by Hyderabad Hydras, but this time Hyderabad Hydras out of the equation. We are down towards the final 6 teams. Eggy, Murnox actually getting knocked by Dion from Reckoning Esports. And right now, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're looking at the third party once more. Eggy, they're pretty much stuck in all those shacks and cabins here. Nades are being dropped, but I don't think they can find any angles to actually take him out. Might be wrong, but the sprays from the Smoke Pro OP almost takes him out, but Murnox gets re-knocked again by S-Power's nade this time.
Oh, the nade made contact, and one more nade actually, this time from Reckoning on the players of OG. Actually ends up wiping out Wizgod, but Admino takes a lot of damage. S-Power, oh no, he's going to get finished off there. Another nade onto Jonathan. But return nade from Admino takes down a trade, and a trade for Eggy as well. It's a complete back and forth between these two sides.
Well, it's not just two sides, it's a 3-way showdown. Reckoning may have gotten the knock, but Eggy, they got the full reset, and this time Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be on defense. Admino needs to go for the reset. Jonathan trying to provide support fire as Reckoning hesitant to actually push in through. Eggy actually making a move onto his Hero Extreme Godlike. Now Reckoning is going to take shots at them. And Eggy disengages once more as they try to reposition back into the cabins here as Viper looking for that perfect nade here. He sees him as well. JD Gaming might actually fall. The nade, oh, cooked a little bit too late.
Yeah, a little too late. Just by a few seconds, but Reckoning Esports Viper feeling so much pressure, although down to the last 2. Why is no one from the side of Eggy just looking as to where is this all this util coming from? Last nade on Viper. After this, it's going to be down to the molly that he has. And all of this utility, still no contact. But hey, they've done one thing. They've managed to push the players of Eggy and Godlike away from the edge of the circle. Now, Reckoning can actually control this game and walk away with the chicken.
I'm surprised Eggy is still alive. They're doing a fantastic job. But at the same time, Eggy, they're pinned. They have no way out. They have to choose a side. If they go for Godlike, Reckoning is going to come. They go for Reckoning, Godlike is going to come. And because of this indecisiveness, they cannot do anything. But somehow keeps themselves alive. I don't know if it's a good call or bad call. But right now, Reckoning and Hero Extreme Godlike are slowly positioning themselves to reposition to actually completely choke EG in that spot.
Yeah.
So eventually, they have no choice but to choose a side to fight.
Man, it's like they're bullying the new kids.
Well, he does really look like that as well.
That is too much pressure onto Eggy, man. This is, and how does he find nades again?
Viper. He's going for the nose stab. He goes for the jump shot. Misses the connection. Eggy, they are able to out-juke him as well. The pre-fire comes through, but Murdoch wins the fight. But as soon as that happens, Same goes in for the retrade. Eggy has finally choose the fight. They choose the high ground. They shut down Reckoning. Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to push up, but they just cannot do so. Eggy somehow going on a kamikaze move. JD Gaming pushes down out in the open. He's down towards 1 HP. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they will find him as well. Eggy looking for the fight. He's somehow survives, but eventually goes down. It was Hero Extreme Godlike and also Reckoning that wins this fight. But even better, Alibaba Raiders joins in with the third party themselves.
Yeah, and now with the clash of the Titans, Alibaba Raiders have the biggest opportunity on the first day of the semifinals itself. Beat the Titans and walk away with the chicken dinner. But Liability, the last survivor from 2OP Official, actually picks one up from the side of Alibaba Raiders. Some with an 8 cleans up, eliminates the side of Godlike, and even Reckoning Esports make a break into the top 3 of this match. 8 finishes on the board for Reckoning and 6 individually for Some. But now is the time. 1 versus 2 from the side of Alibaba Raiders, and Liability, with how he has positioned himself and how Alibaba Raiders are, there is no information as to where exactly he is. It's down to a 1v1v1. Some picking of Wanted, and there is not going to be a single revive in this final fight.
Oh boy, Liability, I think he's exposed as well. Same saw a little bit of pixel.
Yeah.
He knows where he is. Liability taking shots as well. Same currently has the high ground. And like you said, 1 versus 1 versus 1. And of course, the circle is going to be favoring onto his Fragger Noob. And Same needs to push down. And Fragger pretty much not going to give away any kind of information yet. But Liability is going to be the biggest threat for Same right now.
Yeah, there's going to be an artillery strike on Alibaba Raiders soon. He has 7 nades now. Look at all of these crates. 7 nades. Found the smoke refills as well, and 2 Molotovs to work with. That is just incredible amount of utility to deal with 2 players. And Liability, there it is. He has been spotted out. Damage dished out by Some. He's looking for that last man from 2OP Official. But the question is, does he find it? Oh no, this is a big risk. This is a massive risk.
Oh no, the knock from Same stolen away by Liability. As they creep up, it's going to be a battle for a 1 versus 1. But Fragger Noob, he almost saw Same, but his back is exposed, and Liability helps Same secure that finish. And now it comes down towards a 1 versus 1. Liability now in the open, and Same gets the chicken dinner. He tried his best from all the way from Pochinki, but he will settle for top 2 for Liability.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance from Liability. Some in the end securing, what, 10, I think 8 eliminations on Some and 10 finishes total for Reckoning Esports. So that's going to be 20 points from this game. An incredible finish. But again, I think towards the end, it was a fumble from Liability. I think he wanted to switch seats and not eject, maybe. Because as soon as he got out, he started running after that monster truck like, hey, that was a mistake, put me back in.
Yeah, the monster truck was just rolling all the way through, but Reckoning Esports makes a bounce back in this game, taking the chicken dinner courtesy of Some. But at the same time, before this fight actually concluded into this awkward situation, that 3-way showdown between Hero Extreme Godlike, Eggy, and also Reckoning was wow, because Eggy played their minds out, and the moment they chose a side and there was nothing much they can do, they did not just focus on one team. They made sure they made Hero Extreme Godlike hurt, they made sure they made Reckoning hurt, and because of that, that's why Reckoning Esports was put in that situation.
Yeah, I think all 3 of them stood a very strong position, as you mentioned, towards the northern edge. But that was the problem, that it's not 1 or 2 teams, it's 3 teams, all with 4-man rosters fighting each other. And for the side of Eggy, I think the biggest nuisance for them was Viper. For some reason, no one managed to check exactly where he was, and he just had so much utility to work with. He had all of these crates behind him, just kept getting those grenade refills and kept causing problems for the players of the side of Eggy, forcing them towards Godlike on purpose.
Exactly. Viper, not gonna lie, he may, I don't know if he messed up his grenades or not, but at the same time, Eggy was very, very aware that this is actually happening. They were dodging their best as much as they can here, but it's very, very unfortunate they just don't have enough points, which gives them about 6 points in that game here. But it's a very, very nice recovery coming from Eggy. But Reckoning Esports, they get themselves the chicken dinner and 10 finishes, which gives them 20 points. 2OP Official gets themselves 12 points. Hero Extreme Godlike with 12 points. Alibaba Raiders with 10 points. 4 Miracle with 7 points. Eggy with 6. God's Ring with 5, Soul with 5. So that is going to be a lot of points going in their way here. But after today, 4 matches has been played for Eggy. They will be on top with 35 points here.
Oh man, I mean, it is going to be an incredible day, incredible start for the semifinals for Team Eggy. They hold a spot inside of the top 8. Hyderabad Hydras as well. But again, the difference between the top 8 right now sits at, what, about 8 points?
Yep.
And of course, it's not just the top 8. We talk about It is 13 points from Wild Fangs to Eggy, and there is still a match in hand for the teams like Wild Fangs. So, an interesting start to the semifinals, to say the least. And it's going to be getting even worse now as we move forward.
Agreed. And as of yet as well, 8-Bit has only played 3 matches with 31 points. It's only a 4 points gap. So technically, 8-Bit should be at the top. But if we average things out for Reckoning Esports is in the top 8 with only 2 matches. So that means they've gotten themselves 27 points. And if you average out the points from Reckoning Esports and times 4, they are actually the number 1 team right now. So if you average it directly from this, they should have gotten somewhere around 54 points. Somewhere around there.
Yeah. And again, I mean, it was an incredible performance from Reckoning. If they keep the average going for 4 matches, so eventually they will climb up. And this is a very important thing that you brought up, that while our lovely viewers keep an eye on the overall leaderboard, just make sure you also keep a check on the number of matches played. Because not everyone will play the same amount of matches every single day. And because of that, the rankings are going to be kind of skewed until the semifinals week 1 come to an end. But right now, as you mentioned, Reckoning Esports, incredible performance. Like, for example, look at the second page of the leaderboard. Fans are going to be quite nauseous of the fact that, all right, our favorite lineups did not do well. Godlike is there on the 20th. Soul is there on the 25th position. But they've only also played 2 matches.
Yeah, they've only played 2 matches. So they are still a top contender as well. The fight for the top 8 is going to be very, very close here. I would say the biggest surprise is going to be Eggy, that did really, really well so far in this opening match. And including that one match against them, Hyderabad with that nade thing, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I say overall, in general, their overall performance in 4 matches, Eggy is definitely in a position where they should be in the top 16 as of yet.
I agree, but that's the problem, right? Top 16 gets you nothing. You got to be in the top 8 to move to the to the Grand Finals from Semifinals week 1. But ladies and gentlemen, realme MVP rankings on our screens, and Fierce actually, oh wow, he takes the first spot. Then he's going to be followed by Wizgard from OG. We have Seth from Wild Fangs again. Ninju from Hyderabad Hydras actually today did quite well. This individual was brilliant.
Yeah, Ninja was just popping off really, really well in this scenario as well. And it's really awkward that Ninja's 1 versus 1 against Liability ended the way in favor of Liability. But again, I don't think Ninja could have pulled off what Liability did, which is making it into the top 3 and then top 2, which is very, very nice as well. But again, you know, a lot of what ifs in these scenarios here. But today it's all about a game of surprises. And guess what? Do you agree that this is a T1 lobby?
Yeah.
Every single match is so sweaty.
You know what? We had this conversation when we transitioned from round 2 to round 3, and you mentioned that, all right, the quality of matches has gone way beyond our expectations, how we expected the teams to improve. Semifinals, it's on a whole another level, man.
Yeah, that's why it's one of the toughest lobbies as well. And you asked me, what about all the teams you talked to as well? Why did they drop? Well, this is exactly why, because the lobby wasn't exactly easy. Each and every single game we've seen so far are really, really high-level games.
Yeah, but don't blame it on everyone else. What are you telling the team? Volcano Esports is dead last right now, I see.
Well, sometimes in life...
Have you talked to Genesis in the Pro Series
No,
yet?
not
No,
yet.
they're doing well.
Exactly. Intended. It's all about the mind games.
You're just hoping your friend makes it again to the finals, huh?
Maybe. Hopefully.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
And Genesis, I mean, lovely set of players, man. You would want
I
to see them
actually
do well.
like their current growth right now because their growth is very similar to Seoul. Their growth is very similar to Reckoning Esports as well, just because they had a major roster shuffle.
Yeah.
And then after the roster shuffle, they took some time to adapt and then slowly prepare for it. But I think in terms of adaptations, they look really good. Seoul looks kind of shaky now, but they've only played 2 matches. I wouldn't say too much as well. Hero Extreme Godlight looks kind of shaky in these 2 games as well. Right. But I think the most consistent one is OG and 8-Bit right now.
I mean, they are quite consistent, but with perspective to give a perspective to what you are saying, why you say that Soul is kind of also okay and Godlike would be also okay. Because Soul is averaging, what, 5 points per match? Godlike is averaging 7 points per match. And the team sitting right now at the top with 4 matches played and 35 points is doing like, what, 9 points per game? 8 to 9 points per game.
So they're very close.
Very close, exactly. They're very close. They just have to get that extra bit of oomph going. And I think for Seoul right now, that might be getting those placement points. But ladies and gentlemen, Hyderabad Hydras had a pretty incredible day. And we were talking about Ninju, who did very well as an individual today, making it into the list of the realme MVP players. Guess what? You see it on your screen. We're going to have a small little interview with him. A little bit of a chit-chat. Not us. I think it's going to be Maisie who will be talking to him right now.
Oh, it's going to be the rest of the Hindi
We're going to keep him away from the players, by the way. Wow. Just, do I need to say more?
No.
Teams are not doing well when they talk to you. You pressure them more than expected.
Well,
actually.
that's the kind of pressure you are going to be seeing in the grand finals themselves. But
That is true.
at the same time as well, I'm curious to see how things are going to be going out as well, because I think even God's Reign, they
Yeah.
did really, really well today as well, because God's Reign, they may have fumbled during the grand final in BGIS, but you know what? Enough of me yapping here. Let's take a look, jump into his interview here with Ninju on screen.
आप लैंड इवेंट पे मिलते तो ऐसे ही हमेशा मुस्कुराते रहते हैं। मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूंगा कि जो राउंड 1 का कंपटीशन था और जो सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 का कंपटीशन था, क्या अलग आपको लगा?
अलग क्या, वही मतलब दोनों में ही कंपटीशन अच्छा था और इसमें भी कंपटीशन अच्छा, बाकी अपना बेस्ट देंगे, बाकी ऊपर वाले की इच्छा है।
क्या बात
है यार, बहुत बढ़िया यार। निंजू, बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब भी आपसे मिलते हैं, आप ऐसे ही हंसमुख रहते हैं। बट
थैंक यू।
कर्स जो चल रहा है अभी हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के ऊपर, एंड वो कर्स ये है कि हर बार मोक्ष आते हैं, एक नई टीम के साथ आते हैं, सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 2 तक पहुंचते हैं ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में और वहां से बाहर हो जाते हैं। इस बार कैसा माहौल है? क्या कर्स तोड़ना चाहोगे आप पूरी तरह से, और अगर हाँ तो उसकी प्लानिंग अभी के लिए क्या चल रही है?
कर्ज तो तोड़ना है इस बार, क्योंकि मोक्ष भी एकदम पूरा अपना बेस्ट दे रहा है और सारे लोग बेस्ट दे रहे हैं। सर्विस भी अपना अच्छा कर रहा है, निंजा भी अच्छा कर रहा है, और मैं भी यही चाहूंगा कि पूरी टीम अच्छी करे और कर्ज तो इस बार तोड़ेंगे पूरा। मतलब ट्राई तो यही है, बाकी भगवान है साथ, देख लेंगे।
जी हाँ, वो तो देखिए रहा, ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस आपका काफी ज्यादा बेहतर चल रहा है, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि सबकी चीजें आपके अनुसार है। बट मैं समझना चाहूंगा कि राउंड 1 से सीधा वो गैप आया और उसके बाद आप सीधा सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 में हमें खेलते हुए देखने को मिल रहा है। कुछ फर्क आपको लगा कि वो मोमेंटम आपके पास बना इनिशियल मैचेस में, या फिर बिल्कुल जैसा आप राउंड 1 था वैसा इधर भी आप चीजें अभी भी देख रहे हो?
हाँ, मतलब राउंड 1 में मतलब थोड़ा अच्छा था, बट अभी भी कुछ खराब नहीं है। और बेसिकली ऐसा हुआ आज तो थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे हो गया मैचेस, पर हाँ हम लोग कॉप अप कर लेंगे। और राउंड 1 में भी मतलब अच्छा ही था, इसमें भी अच्छा है, कर लेंगे। जो दिक्कत है वो सॉर्ट कर लेंगे।
देखिए निंजू, मैं बस कहूंगा कि अच्छा और बेहतरीन के बीच में डिफरेंस है, और अभी जो हैदराबाद हाइड्रास का गेम प्ले वो बेहतरीन देखने को मिल रहा है। पर आप 3 टीम्स का नाम चलिए बता दीजिए जो आपको लगता है कि आपको कड़ी टक्कर दे करके जा सकती है।
कड़ी टक्कर एक तो सोमराज है BXT अपनी, और एक ऑब्वियसली सोल है और गॉडल भी है, तो तीनों ही है वैसे तो।
क्या बात है। चलिए ठीक है निंजू, मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप इस बार ग्रैंड फाइनल जरूर पहुंचे और बढ़िया ऐसी मुकाबला आपका चलते रहे। एक बार फिर से आपसे इंटरव्यू में जरूर मुलाकात होगी, बट बचे हुए मैचेस के लिए ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग।
थैंक यू सो मच।
खुशी देख रहे हैं आप।
An amazing human being, an amazing interview as well, and of course the 3 threats that have been mentioned. The question is, are they going to make it through to the to the finals?
Hey, all things considered here, making it or not making it, no teams on screen that you've watched today here is going to be eliminated here. The only difference is only 8 teams will be sent ahead of time to the grand finals. So the top 8 will be advancing. The rest will be playing into the second week of semifinals itself. But let us talk about today's summary on all the matches so far here. Of course, on screen, this is the match summary of the chicken dinners won by K9 for the first game. We've got Hyderabad Hydras winning 2 chicken dinners today with match 2 and match 4. Team Forever with match 3. Match 5 for Genesis. And last but not least, we have Reckoning with a clutch coming in from Saul May.
Yeah, that was an incredible game. But, I mean, the talk of the town today will be Hyderabad Hydras. That is why we had an interview with Ninju as well. Doesn't really matter that second dinner, chicken dinner just came with 2 finishes. 10 points means 10 points. And Hyderabad Hydras, they have done phenomenal for themselves. This is an amazing start. You just got to keep the momentum going. At least, like, I would say with a momentum like this on day 1 itself, you should be able to qualify for the grand finals in week 1 itself.
Yeah, it needs to be every single game. That's going to be very, very important for them as well. But AG currently sitting on the top of the overall standings as well with no chicken dinners. Hopefully they are going to be able to maintain their consistency. But again, top 8 is where you want to be here in the first week of semifinals.
Exactly. But it's going to be interesting to see. Today was just the start, and with every single day, things are going to change. There's going to be new strategies being employed by the teams, and of course, the rankings are going to take turns. But ladies and gentlemen, as the semifinals go on by, we'll keep our eyes locked in on the teams to see who are going to be those 8 names that move on from here to the grand finals and which names are going to be left behind for semifinals week 2. But with that, our show today comes to an end. This is Super John, joined by ICBAB alongside with me. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Good night. See ya.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन।
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
But you say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. rest, giving rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret.